8. Vengeance. The Earps and a desperado named Doc Holliday are running things with a high hand at Tombstone, Arizona. Albuquerque Morning Journal, January 31st, 1882. After Judge Wells Spicer's decision was rendered, someone in Tombstone wrote a letter to John Henry Holliday's father, Henry Holliday, in Valdosta, Georgia, about what had transpired. According to the Valdosta Times, he received a letter signed by a large number of citizens of Tombstone entirely exonerating John from the charge of willful murder. He also received a copy of the Tombstone epitaph in which a long decision delivered by the local judge in the commitment trial was published exonerating and discharging Holliday and the Earps. We have read it, and from the summary of evidence given, there is no other conclusion to arrive at than that Holliday, with the Earps, was acting in self-defense, while performing the duties of the positions they held. Things were not so plain in Tombstone, however. On December 1st, George W. Parsons noted in his diary, "Earps released today or yesterday. Grand jury may indict, but I doubt it. Fights in both saloons opposite and underneath last night. Quite a circus about 1 a.m. Doc may have been involved in one of the episodes, because on December 3rd, 1881, the Nugget reported that he had been arrested for firing a pistol. The details of the incident escape the record, but given the temper of the time, it could have been an inconsequential moment resulting from celebration of his renewed freedom, or it could have been the result of an altercation over some remark about the outcome of the hearing. After that trouble, though, John Henry became less public. William R. McLaury was still in town, hoping for a grand jury miracle, but the Nugget was not optimistic, noting that from the confessed and known bias of a number of its members, it is not probable that an indictment will be found. On December 16th, the grand jury confirmed the Nugget's prophecy and shattered McLaury's hopes of a legal solution to his bitterness and anger. He lingered in Tombstone, working to settle his brother's affairs and nursing his rage. Rumors were rampant of cowboy retaliation. Will McLaury had warned back in November that in the event they escape by any trick or otherwise, then if you read the papers, there will be more press dispatches. Later, after his sister cautioned him to leave it to God to punish the killers of Tom and Frank, he had responded, "Now when these men are dead by one means or another, and their friends who aided them are dead, all of which may occur soon, then I will go home perhaps. I think their only hope is in escape, and should they escape from jail, their bones will bleach on the mountains. I am trying to punish these men through the courts of the country first. If that fails, then we may submit." It was not just talk. Mrs. J.C. Collier, a visitor in Tombstone who had witnessed the street fight herself, wrote an account of her experiences in Arizona for the Kansas City Star. She reported one threatened raid on the Oriental Saloon. The night before we left, the cowboys had organized a raid on the saloon. 15 or 20 cowboys, heavily armed, were in the saloon. Just on the edge of town were 30 more, and others scattered around the town ready to jump in the fight at the signal. A fire broke out, and so rustled them that they gave it up for a time. You see, we became intimately acquainted with a gentleman who boarded at the same hotel we did, and was in sympathy with the cowboys and acquainted with all their plans. He told us about this raid being in contemplation and said that this was the second time they had been prepared to make a raid and were thwarted by a fire breaking out and calling all the people out on the streets. He said, "You're going away, and I don't mind telling you this." In fact, on the night of December 9th, a fire did break out at the Grand Lodging House on Toughnut Street, where R.F. Coleman lived with his son. Crowds of people swarmed into the street, and some of them worked together with the Rescue Hook and Ladder Company to prevent another disaster like the fire of June 22nd. That night, James Flynn, the town marshal, who had replaced Virgil, ordered all the saloons closed at 11 o'clock, which could well have helped to quell any cowboy plans. Acting Governor John J. Gosper had mixed emotions about the situation in Cochise County. His visit to Tombstone in November had reinforced his belief that the cowboys had to be suppressed. But he also believed that some officers of the law are often themselves in league with the cowboy element to obtain illegal gains. He also deplored the political situation, particularly the strife arising from the rivalry of John H. Behan and Wyatt Earp for the position of sheriff of Cochise County. He was distressed by the partisanship of the local newspapers and the interplay of county and city patronage. He condemned the practice of citizens handling stolen property and profiting from the theft of the cowboys, which meant that a large portion of the population sympathized with them. He advocated to U.S. Marshal Crawley P. Dake the appointment of a man of well-known courage and character, of cool, sound judgment, which your good judgment can secure, who with a suitable posse of men can first fully comprehend the true nature of the situation, and then, with proper discretion and courage, go forward with a firm and steady hand, bring as rapidly as possible the leading spirits of this lawless class to a severe and speedy punishment. He also suggested a removal of Sheriff Behan by the appropriate authorities and advocated that Dake employ deputies to the end that men possessing the confidence of the public be appointed. Dake, however, used Spicer's decision as a vindication of the Earps and chose to pursue Gosper's goals using them as the agents of choice. On December 3rd, he wrote to S.F. Phillips, the acting Attorney General, "The Earps have rid Tombstone and neighborhood of the presence of this outlaw element. They killed several cowboys in Tombstone recently, and the sheriff's faction had my deputies arrested. And after a protracted trial, my deputies were vindicated and publicly complimented for their bravery in driving this outlaw element from this part of our territory. The magistrate discharged my deputies on the grounds that when they killed Clanton and the McLowerys, they were in the legitimate discharge of their duties as my officer. Hereafter, my deputies will not be interfered with in hunting down stage robbers, mail robbers, train robbers, cattle thieves, and all that class of murdering banditti of the border. I am proud to report that I have some of the best and bravest men in my employ in this hazardous business, men who are trusty and tried, and who strike fear into the hearts of these outlaws." With this overly optimistic endorsement, Dake promised that the war on the cowboys had just begun, and he gave the Earps his firm support as the men who could carry out the mission. If he conveyed these feelings directly to Virgil, and it is probable that he did, he may well have given the Earps renewed confidence, especially when combined with the support of prominent Tombstone citizens, a renewed confidence that may well have affected their behavior in the weeks that followed. If Dake thought that the troubles were over, however, he was badly mistaken, and the Earps knew it. They expected the worst, but they also prepared themselves, confident that they would be supported in what they did. In any event, enough tension existed in Tombstone that John Henry and the Earps stayed together for protection with their supporters to the point that some who had previously supported them now saw them as bullies. They armed themselves and headquartered at the Oriental. The cowboys reportedly had a room in the Grand Hotel overlooking the street where the Earps and Holliday could be watched in their movements. More ominously, prominent Earp supporters, as well as Justice Spicer, Mayor John P. Clum, the Earps, and Holliday received threatening letters. Clum went so far as to telegraph Acting Governor Gosper asking that he provide weapons for the Citizen Safety Committee and on December 9th, Gosper urged the repeal of the Posse Comitatus Act so that the military could be used to suppress the cowboys. On the night of December 14th, Clum left Tombstone on the Sandy Bob stage for Benson, planning to visit his brother in Tucson before traveling east. En route, the stage was accosted by hold-up men who fired on the stage. Whistling Dick Wright, the driver of a bullion wagon following the stage, was wounded in the leg, but both the stage and the wagon managed to get to safety before one of the horses fell dead from a wound received in the flight. Clum, who was convinced the incident was an assassination attempt, left the stage and walked 7 miles before securing a horse and riding on into Benson. The Nugget belittled Clum as a coward, and the epitaph chastised the Nugget for making light of an incident that placed lives in jeopardy and resulted in at least one injury. Clum later claimed that it was whispered that the death list had been prepared with most spectacular and dramatic ceremonials enacted at midnight within the recesses of a deep canyon, during which the names of the elect had been written in blood drawn from the veins of a murderer. Such melodrama did not work well with the community, and he even added, "We did not believe all we heard." Nevertheless, we realized that the situation was extremely serious. On the morning of December 15th, Virgil Earp encountered Milton E. Joyce in the Oriental. Joyce could not resist remarking about the attempted stage holdup of the previous evening that he had been expecting something of the sort ever since they, the Earps and Holliday, had been liberated from jail. Virgil instantly slapped Joyce across the face, and several of Virgil's friends sprang forward to his side. Joyce wisely let the moment pass, saying as he reached the door, "Your favorite method is to shoot a man in the back. But if you murder me, you will be compelled to shoot me in the front." Said the Nugget, "His coolness and good judgment saved Tombstone from disgrace of another bloody tragedy. All who are cognizant of the peculiar characteristics of the Earp party will readily admit." The following day, Joyce returned to the Oriental, found the Earps in the gambling area, and with a 6-shooter in each hand, asked them if they wanted to fight as bad as they did the night before. William M. Breckinridge recalled, Sheriff Behan followed Joyce into the saloon, and coming up behind him, grasped him around the waist, turned with his back toward the Earps, and carried Joyce out of doors and arrested him for carrying weapons. He was fined $15 for carrying the guns. Up to this time, Joyce and Behan were close friends, but from this time out, Joyce was very bitter toward him. The epitaph reported, "It is understood that a little unpleasantness occurred in the Oriental Saloon yesterday, which under any circumstances is seriously to be regretted. Under the present state of public excitement, it becomes all good citizens to avoid provocation for all disturbance." Also on December 15th, the Nugget reported that the Citizens Safety Committee had suggested that Sheriff Behan and others unfriendly to the Earps should leave town, but the threats by the friends of the cowboys were more plentiful. On December 18th, the epitaph published a letter from a miner warning Wells Spicer that he was liable to get a hole through your coat at any moment. Spicer responded with a long letter in which he curiously absolved the Clanton brothers from responsibility. He did defend himself from the charge that he acted in a partisan way in writing his decision. "It is but just to myself that I should here assert that neither directly or indirectly was I ever approached in the interest of the defendants, by them or for them. Not so the prosecution. In the interest of that side, even my friends have been interviewed with the hope of influencing me with money, and hence all this talk by them and those who echo their slanders about corruption. And here, too, I wish to publicly proclaim every one who says that I was in any manner improperly influenced is a base and willful liar." Spicer defied the miner to come after him and expressed his contempt for the low-bred, errant cowards who made anonymous threats. 2 days later, the other side was heard in a letter to the Nugget written by James A. Riley, the former Justice of the Peace, who had had troubles with Wyatt Earp the previous year. After denouncing threats against Milt Joyce, Buckskin Frank Leslie, and others who had condemned the Fremont Street killings, Riley declared, "I am convinced that 7 out of 10 of the stage robberies committed in Arizona for the last 15 years have been put up and engineered by the trusted agents of the Post Office, of Wells Fargo and Company's agents, and agents of the stage companies." By innuendo, then, he had cast aspersions on John Clum as postmaster, Marshall Williams, and the Earps. He chastised the Citizen Safety Committee as a dangerous and misguided organization. Is it or is it not true, he demanded, that the Earps and Holliday, while undergoing examination, threatened that when they got out, they would make those men who called the killing of the McLaurys a murder take it back, and that since they got out, they have gone around town armed, abusing and picking quarrels with men of that opinion, and have threatened many persons, telling them they had better leave. Doc and the Earps were not good men, Riley proclaimed, for if good men are unfortunate enough to be compelled to kill, they regret it. They are sorrowful, modest, and ask only to be allowed to live down the prejudice excited against them by good conduct and submission to the laws. They do not, by threats, assaults, and braggadocio, attempt to bulldoze a whole community into giving countenance to their acts. Riley's missive prompted a response in the epitaph from Ned Boyle, the bartender from the Oriental, who had testified for the defense at the Spicer hearing. He began by accusing Riley of having himself been involved in a stage robbery while he lived at Yuma. He also reminded readers of Riley's less than exemplary history in Tombstone, including his record as a lot jumper. With reference to the Earps, he wrote, "I shall speak only of one of them, Wyatt Earp. He is one of the partners in the firm I am working for, and a more liberal and kind-hearted man I have never met." Boyle denounced Riley as a lying mountebank and challenged him to respond. And so the charges and countercharges went. Tombstone seems to be in a nice condition of disorder, the San Francisco Daily Exchange declared. What was lost in the process was the contrast between the orderly state of affairs in Tombstone before October 26, while Virgil was marshal, and the chaos that reigned in December. The political ramifications were hardly missed by anyone. Virgil's wounds were far greater than the gunshot wound that caused him to limp, and while Wyatt still hoped to challenge Behan for sheriff in 1882, the politically astute already knew that something dramatic would have to happen to give him a fighting chance. Oddly, the Earps made no public effort to defend themselves. They made no public statements, and while they kept many of their warmest and most respectable supporters close by, they appeared confused and dazed. They seemed unwilling to believe that public opinion had turned against them. They assumed they were right, and they could not believe that people would fail to see it. Always politically naive, Wyatt was surprisingly off balance, even bewildered by the public reaction. Virgil might have been more politically aware, but he kept a studied silence as if waiting and watching to see what would come. Clara Brown summed up their situation. If the Earps were not men of great courage, they would hardly dare remain in Tombstone. City elections were scheduled for January 3rd. Clum had decided not to run for re-election, and Virgil could not afford to risk total repudiation. On December 13th, a petition signed by 170 men, including several of the Friends of the Earps, called on Lewis W. Blinn, a lumberman, to run for mayor. And 4 days later, he agreed. James Flynn announced his bid for chief of police. On December 24th, a group calling itself the People's Independent Ticket nominated John Carr for mayor and David Nagel, Behan's feisty enforcer, for chief of police. Interestingly, the situation broke both Republican and Democratic solidarity. Locally, at least, the Earps had friends and enemies in both parties. A nasty campaign, with the Earps' reputation at the center of it, followed, as the Nugget and Epitaph harangued local citizens. On December 21st, the Birdcage Theater opened. A few nights later, Deputy Breckenridge was walking along the street opposite the theater, hugging the walls against the rain, when I ran up against a gun barrel which was placed against my breast. Looking up, I saw it was Frank Stillwell. Breckenridge remembered. I asked him what he was trying to do, and he said that a certain party had boasted that he was going to get him that night, and that he would not do it if he saw him first. I told him that it was too late for him to kill anyone that night, that he was in enough trouble already, and to put up his gun and go home. He did as I told him and went down the side street. And I turned back, wondering whom he was after. But about the middle of the block I met Doc Holliday, who roomed a short distance up the street on his way home. It flashed through my mind that I had inadvertently saved Holliday's life that night. If Stillwell was gunning for Doc, it was a forecast of things to come. The cowboys stood watch in their room in the Grand Hotel, facing the Cosmopolitan Hotel. They kept the shutters closed except for a single slat that had been removed to enable them to watch the Earps' rooms. Early in December, one of them was at the window with a Winchester, waiting to shoot Lou Rickabaugh, who was walking down the street. Another cowboy arrived and stopped his friend by reasoning that Rickabaugh had done nothing more than spend his money for his friends, the Earps, something he could not be faulted for. Later, a clerk at the Grand, Jack Altman, warned the Earps that Curly Bill Brocious, John Ringo, Pony Deal, Ike Clanton, and others frequented the room, watching their movements and waiting for opportunities to shoot them. The Christmas season, then, was hardly a time of good cheer or peace on earth in Tombstone that December. It was hard to be grateful for the freedom won with things so bitter for John Henry, and especially for his friends the Earps. He, at least, had lost no post, nor any hope of one. They stood to lose everything they had built in Tombstone, not the least of which was their reputation as responsible men and capable peace officers. And already they saw some of those who had called them friends turning away as they passed by or criticizing them for what was done and denying them support in their crisis. John Henry stood by them because, in truth, his future as well as his past was linked to theirs. The rancor was bitter for them all as the Earp wives set the Christmas table. There was no pride in the moment, but no shame either. What was done was what had to be done, and not to good men. And the worst of it was that the cause of it all, Ike Clanton, walked free and slandered the names of better men to take his revenge and cover his own record of treachery and betrayal. It could be argued that Doc alone profited from what happened, if profit is the proper word. Doc achieved something in the street fight, but it was not something he sought or even wanted. If the reputations of the Earps were sullied in the street fight, the reputation of Doc Holliday grew as a man to be feared and respected for his courage if not for his character. Men gave him room after that. But what he gained was as much a burden as a boon, a burden that intruded on the private man that Doc really was. Notoriety was not something he reveled in, but it had its uses in making men think twice about bracing him. Most important, though, Doc had found a cause, a reason that gave his life a sense of purpose it had not had for a very long time. He was fighting for something that mattered. Life now had meaning. In the rhetorical battles of the epitaph and the nugget, Doc was unseen for the most part. There was little to be gained from celebrating or denigrating him. The Earps were the point of controversy, and in truth, both newspapers missed the mark. The epitaph, with its excesses, hardly served the Earps well, and the nugget had to ignore much to make the case they tried so desperately to make. Ironically, as the Nugget and the Tucson Star reversed field to minimize the cowboy threat, men in the areas frequented by the cowboys finally began to grow tired of their antics. While the Spicer hearing plodded on through the month of November, Curly Bill was in jail in Lordsburg, New Mexico. On November 9, 1881, citizens of Shakespeare lynched Sandy King and William Russian Bill Tettenborn. While Tombstone residents hurled barbs at one another over the Earps, federal and territorial officials kept their focus on the cowboy problem. Following Mayor Clum's request for guns to arm the Citizens Safety Committee, Dake forwarded the message to President Chester A. Arthur with the admonition, "Give us the use of the military, and we will give you peace on the border." President Arthur did ask Congress to rescind or alter the Posse Comitatus Act to allow the use of the Army in pursuit of outlaws whose acts threatened to disrupt relations with other countries, but Congress did not respond at first. However, that was all far away from Tombstone on the night of December 28, 1881, when Virgil Earp left the Oriental Saloon to return to his rooms at the Cosmopolitan Hotel. From the darkness of a construction site on the southeast corner of 5th Street came the roar of shotguns. Virgil was knocked to the ground by the force of the blast. George Parsons noted in his diary, "Doc Goodfellow had just left, and I thought couldn't have crossed the street, when 4 shots were fired in quick succession from very heavily charged guns, making a terrible noise, and I thought were fired under my window, under which I quickly dropped, keeping the 'dobe wall between me and the outside until the fusillade was over." Virgil regained his feet and walked back to the Oriental, where he told Wyatt he had been shot. Wyatt hastened him back to his rooms and sent for Doctors H.M. Matthews and George Goodfellow. Parsons initially thought that Dr. Goodfellow had been shot, knowing how pronounced he was on the Earp cowboy question. Parsons criticized the police, whom he described as cowardly, apathetic guardians of the peace, for their failure to pursue the shooters. By the time he reached Virgil's room at the Cosmopolitan, the hotel and its halls were filled with armed men. Virgil's left arm was shattered. Other shots had torn into his thigh and struck his kidney, liver, and spinal column. More shots had crashed through the window of the Eagle Brewery saloon and passed over the heads of the patrons. 19 shots were counted in the outside wall and awning posts. The doctors wanted to remove Virgil's arm, but he was adamant against that procedure, so they removed 5 1/2 inches of humerus bone from the arm. He told his wife, Allie, "Never mind, I've got one arm to hug you with." George Parsons said, patient doing well, "It is surmised that Ike Clanton, Curly Bill, and McLaury did the shooting. Bad state of affairs here. Something will have to be done." In fact, Curly Bill's whereabouts were unknown, assuming he had been released from the Lordsburg jail, and Will McLaury had gone home to Fort Worth. Virgil later said he saw Frank Stillwell entering the construction site as he left the Oriental, and Ike Clanton's hat was found at the rear of the building. With Virgil wounded and perhaps dying, Wyatt telegraphed Marshal Dake, "Virgil was shot by concealed assassins last night. His wounds are fatal. Telegraph me appointment with power to appoint deputies. Local authorities are doing nothing. The lives of other citizens are threatened. Wyatt Earp." Dake immediately telegraphed the appointment to Wyatt, instructing him to spare no pains or expense in discovering the perpetrators of the deed. Accordingly, Wyatt deputized a group of men, including Doc, Morgan, Warren, Sherman McMaster, Texas Jack Vermillion, Turkey Creek Jack Johnson, Dan G. Tipton, O.C. Charlie Smith, and perhaps a few others. It was a hard group, but Wyatt wanted a tough crowd experienced in gunplay, and these men were. Doc must have smiled at the thought of being a duly appointed federal lawman. Now, his cause had legitimacy too. The attack on Virgil was serious. The epitaph offered its opinion without restraint, seeing in what happened more validation of its stance on the cowboy question. This further proves that there is a band of assassins in our midst, who, having threatened the lives of Judge Spicer, Mayor Clum, Mr. Williams, the Earp brothers, and Holliday, have attempted on 2 occasions to carry their threats into execution, first upon Mayor Clum and second upon Virgil Earp. The question naturally arises, who will be the next subject? And a further question, how long will our people stand this sort of thing? It is no fault of these damned assassins that several persons were not killed in their dastardly attempt to murder a United States officer last night, for there were many people in the Eagle Brewery, over the heads of whom the passing shots flew on their course. A few inches lower, and there would have been corpses prostrated upon the floor in place of frightened people wondering what had happened to cause the bombardment. The San Francisco Stock Exchange said that people should stop justifying the cowboys as a benefit to the town for economic reasons, saying flatly, it is time for respectable citizens to take the law in their own hands if the officers are powerless to enforce the laws. This seems to be one of the cases in which a vigilance committee and a few hangings would be justifiable. The Nugget, however, kept up its campaign against the Earps, with James Riley now claiming that Bud Philpott's death was the result of a well-concocted scheme to kill Bob Paul and to gain control of Tombstone's criminal life. Riley not only accused the Earps of stage robbery and murder, but also of malfeasance in office. Oddly, then, the attempt to assassinate Virgil did nothing to bring Tombstone to its senses, but, on the contrary, divided the town even more. In that environment, city elections were held on January 3rd. The epitaph warned that a vote for Carr as mayor and Nagel as chief of police would ensure that the 10% ring would control the city as well as the county. The Nugget proclaimed, Doc Holliday and the Earps are solid for Blinn and Flynn. So is the Daily Strangler. The Nugget argued that if Blinn and Flynn were elected, Flynn would resign and Blinn would reappoint Virgil Earp as chief of police. The election will today decide whether Tombstone is to be dominated for another year by the Earps and their strikers. Every vote against the People's Independent ticket is a vote in favor of the Earps. Miners, businessmen, and all others having the welfare of our city at heart should remember this. Its arguments apparently won the day, because Carr beat Blinn by 830 votes to 298. And Nagel defeated Flynn by a vote of 590 to 434, with Leslie Blackburn polling 103. Riley, at least, was defeated by A.O. Wallace for city recorder. The Nugget crowed and the epitaph acquiesced, but the troubles were not over. Carr did make a strong effort. He beefed up the enforcement of Ordinance No. 9 and revoked a number of concealed weapon permits. His administration dropped the 10% surcharge on taxes to shatter that projection, and Marshal Nagel at least commanded the respect of the Earps and their supporters. The Earps no longer had a clear political presence, but they did continue to have a political base, with the same law and order types who comprised the Citizen Safety Committee and some of the most prominent movers and shakers in the business community. The support was not as visible as before, but it was still there. On January 6th, and again on January 8th, Stage robberies reminded the residents of Cochise County that a city election in Tombstone had not cured all their problems. The W. W. Hubbard and Company coach for Bisbee was attacked on January 6th. Even though Charlie Bartholomew, a Wells Fargo guard, fought the attackers, a horse was killed and the robbers took $6,500. 2 days later, the Sandy Bob stage from Benson was hit between Contention and Tombstone. The robbers got little more than small change from the passengers, missing $1,500 that was hidden. But they humiliated James B. Hume, the Wells Fargo chief of detectives, by stealing his 2 prized revolvers. Hume continued to Tombstone, where he met with Wyatt Earp, whose ties to Wells Fargo were still strong. He now had fresh reason to support the Earps and to be critical of Sheriff John Behan. In fact, Wells Fargo was so infuriated by the latest robberies that it temporarily closed its Bisbee run, giving rise to rumors that Tombstone would soon be closed as a Wells Fargo destination as well. The rumor was not true, but the threat itself was enough to concern the business interests in southeastern Arizona, which gave Wells Fargo influence and leverage in law enforcement, and that reality alone extended the life of the Earps in Cochise County. Wells Fargo officials never believed the tales about the Earps' involvement in stage robberies that surfaced after the Spicer hearing, and, on the contrary, saw them as the best hope for ending the crime spree. The cause of the Earps with Wells Fargo was boosted when Marshal Dake traveled to San Francisco. There, he called upon Mr. John J. Valentine and represented that in the matter of the disturbance of Tombstone in Cochise County, Arizona. A.T. that he, Dake, was powerless to do good as U.S. Marshal for want of funds, and if the company would advance him $3,000, he would use in quieting the disturbance and return the amount as soon as the vouchers could be approved at Washington and the money could be gotten in return, upon which representation by Dake, Mr. Valentine advanced $3,000, taking Dake's receipt for the sum. This support would be welcome. The Earps were feeling financial pressure as a result of recent events, and not surprisingly began to look for funds. The Nugget soon reported that Wyatt Earp has sold his interest in the Oriental Saloon to Rickabaugh and Clark, and 2 days later the Epitaph reported that Lou Rickabaugh and Richard Clark had sold out to Milt Joyce. On the evening of January 10th, Joyce took over the operation of the Oriental with the best wishes of both of the town's newspapers. It would be only the first move in the gradual draining away of the Earps' assets in Tombstone. The relative peace did not last, however. On January 17th, George Parsons wrote in his diary, "Much blood in the air this afternoon. Ringo and Doc Holliday came nearly having it with pistols, and Ben Maynard and Rickabaugh later tried to kick each other's lungs out. Bad time expected with the cowboy leader and D.H. I passed both not knowing blood was up. One with hand in breast pocket, and the other probably ready. Earp's just beyond. Crowded street, and looked like another battle. Police vigilant for once, and both disarmed. The venue was Allen Street, near the Grand and Cosmopolitan hotels in front of the Occidental Saloon. For a few seconds, a fight between the 2 most feared men in Tombstone, John Ringo and Doc Holliday, seemed certain. Everyone who was there remembered it as a tense moment almost certain to erupt in gunplay, but contemporary accounts were cryptic at best, especially about the preliminaries. Over time, a web of recollections developed that reflected the interests and prejudices of the various factions. The tale that emerged from that morass of accounts was pure melodrama, with Ringo offering to fight a handkerchief duel with Holliday, who was all too willing to oblige him, declaring in one version, "I'm your huckleberry. That's just my game," before the authorities stepped in to prevent another gunfight on Allen Street. Some accounts, especially those partial to the Cowboys, had Ringo publicly berating the Earp crowd and challenging Wyatt to settle things one-on-one. Billy Breckinridge claimed that Ringo approached Wyatt Earp and said to him, "Wyatt, let's end this row. It has gone on long enough. Let Holliday and me get out here in the middle of the street and shoot it out. If you get me, the Cowboys will go home and consider the feud ended. If I am the winner, you agreed to do the same and it will be all over." Ringo then turned on his heel and started for the middle of the street. But, said Breckinridge, this arrangement was not acceptable to the Earp party, and they all went into the saloon. Other old-timers would dismiss the entire Earp crowd as cowards for walking away and portrayed Wyatt cringing with fear at the very thought. Still other versions portrayed Wyatt as coolly and wisely refusing to fight in order to defuse the situation. But, as Wyatt turned away, Doc stepped forward to accept Ringo's challenge. In Wyatt's own accounts of the affair, he claimed that Ringo's challenge was made directly to Holliday, who responded by preparing to fight. He claimed that Chief of Police James Flynn grabbed Ringo by the arm at that point and that men in the crowd shouted, "Turn him loose." Wyatt said he then stepped through the crowd, took Doc by the arm, and led him away. Billy Breckinridge even claimed that the crowd broke up after the Earps went into Hatch's billiard parlor and that he later arrested Ringo himself. Doubtless, Tombstone narrowly avoided another shootout. George Parsons recalled that as he passed through the crowd, he heard Holliday tell Ringo, "All I want of you is 10 paces out in the street." But the credit for preventing further trouble went to Chief of Police Flynn, who had not yet turned his duties over to newly elected David Nagel. It was his moment in the Tombstone story. The Nugget recounted, "A difficulty occurred yesterday afternoon in front of the Occidental Saloon, Allen Street, between John Ringo and Doc Holliday, that very nearly terminated in bloodshed. The parties had been on bad terms for some time past, and meeting yesterday morning, words were exchanged and both parties stepped back, placing their hands on their weapons with the intention of drawing and using them. Fortunately, Chief of Police Flynn was at hand and placed both parties under arrest. They were taken to Judge Wallace's court and fined $32 each for carrying deadly weapons. Some little feeling was evinced by the occurrence, which fortunately died out before anything serious occurred. The streets were crowded at the time, and had the shooting commenced, it is probable that more than one life would have paid the penalty, and another serious tragedy been enacted in our streets. Actually, Flynn arrested Wyatt Earp as well as Ringo and Doc for carrying concealed weapons, which suggests he was involved somehow, but Wyatt was released because he was a federal officer with the right to carry a pistol. The other two were fined and released. Lou Rickabaw's encounter with the cowboy partisan Ben Maynard was also clearly related to ongoing troubles. Rickabaw was himself a feisty partisan with a quick temper who had been involved in more than one scrape in Tombstone. On November 15th, during the Spicer hearing, he got into an argument with C.D. Dill during a faro game. Dill struck him on the head with a six-shooter, which discharged. Chief Flynn arrested both men, and Judge Wallace fined Dill $20 for carrying concealed weapons and Rickabaw $15 for using profane and indecent language. Rickabaw's fight with Maynard on January 17th let everyone know where he stood. Maynard, for his part, had not seen the last of the Earps. Ringo's arrest on January 17th was sufficient to remind Judge William H. Stilwell that Ringo had not been tried for the Galeyville robbery, and the judge decided that given his behavior, the bond in his case was insufficient. On Friday, January 20th, Ringo was taken into custody and lodged in the county jail, where he remained over the weekend. During the same day, Dake deposited the $3,000 he received from Wells Fargo in the Hudson and Company Bank, minus $15 for use to arrest all parties committing crimes against the United States. The following day, John Thacker of Wells Fargo went with Wyatt to the bank to authorize his use of the account. The Earps and their friends were quietly making plans to track down the men who had shot his brother. With his new authority as a deputy U.S. Marshal, Wyatt sought and received warrants through Judge Stilwell, and Mayor Carr issued a proclamation calling on the citizens of Tombstone not to interfere with his efforts. Some people were surprised at Carr's stance on the matter, and the Nugget placed the proclamation with other legal notices rather than give it prominence. It also editorialized that a large majority of our citizens believe that the recent killing in our streets was a murder in reality, but done under the cover of a city marshal's authority. To again place such power, in a slightly different form, in the hands of the perpetrators of the former act is an outrage upon the public that could only be committed by a stupid or vicious magistrate. Judge Stilwell was neither stupid nor vicious. He was one of a growing number of citizens who were put off by the failure of Behan's office to deal with recent criminal activity in Cochise County. The warrants were issued to duly constituted officers of the law. On January 23rd, Wyatt left Tombstone with a party of men, including Morgan and Warren Earp, Doc Holliday, Texas Jack Vermillion, Sherman McMaster, Creek Johnson, and 2 others. Wyatt carried warrants in his pocket for Ike and Finn Clanton and Pony Deal, but his destination was not announced. Ringo was still incarcerated when the Earp posse left Tombstone, so he called for his attorney, Briggs Goodrich, to expedite his bail. Goodrich advised Sheriff Behan that bail would be granted shortly, and Behan released Ringo before the judge had officially acted. Ringo immediately left town to warn his friends of Earp's posse. James Earp, seeing Ringo leave, filed an affidavit calling Ringo an escaped prisoner who left the custody of the sheriff of said county without the approval of any bond. He charged further that Ringo's purpose was to intercept Wyatt S. Earp, a marshal entrusted with the execution of warrants for the arrest of divers persons charged with violations of the laws of the territory and duly issued for the arrest of said persons, and deponent believes that the purpose of said Ringo is to obstruct the execution of said warrants. At that juncture, a second posse was formed under John H. Jackson for the specific purpose of rearresting Ringo. They departed on January 24th at 4 o'clock in the morning. Ringo reached Charleston in plenty of time to raise the alarm about the Earp posse, but when Jackson's party arrived, he agreed to return to Tombstone with the posse. His attorney arrived after that, however, and following a conversation with his client, told Jackson that Ringo would surrender to the authorities in Tombstone. Ringo then rode back to Tombstone and was again lodged in the county jail. The following day, a party of more than 30 riders from Tombstone, led by Charlie Bartholomew, the Wells Fargo guard, joined the Earp group that had been reconnoitering the back country, and together they descended on Charleston. En route, they met Ben Maynard and forced him to return to Charleston with them to help locate the Clantons. By then, because of Ringo's warning, the Clantons had left town. The Earps controlled Charleston overnight, and the following day returned to Tombstone with nothing accomplished, except having created more ill will toward themselves. That day, Sheriff Behan received the following telegram. Charleston, A.T., January 26. To J.H. Behan, Sheriff of Cochise County. Dear Sir, Doc Holliday, the Earps, and about 40 or 50 more of the filth of Tombstone are here armed with Winchester rifles and revolvers and patrolling our streets, as we believe, for no good purpose. Last night and today they have been stopping good, peaceable citizens on all the roads leading to our town, nearly paralyzing the business of our place. We know of no authority under which they are acting. Some of them, we have reason to believe, are thieves, robbers, and murderers. Please come here and take them where they belong. Charlestonian. On January 30th, Ike and Finn Clanton surrendered to a posse led by Bartholomew and were taken to Tombstone, where they were surprised to find they had not been arrested for armed robbery, as they supposed, but for assault with intent to commit murder, the specific offense being the waylaying and shooting of Virgil Earp some weeks ago. After some dilatory moves to delay any action, the Clantons reversed their tactics and boldly decided to face the charges at once. The trial was held on February 2nd. The evidence was circumstantial. Ike Clanton's hat found on the construction site, and Sherman McMaster's testimony that he was at Charleston the night of the shooting and heard Ike say, after he learned that Virgil had not been killed, that he would have to get back and do the job over. Against this was the testimony of 7 men, including George McKelvey, the constable, and J.B. Ayers, the saloon man who apparently worked undercover for Wells Fargo, that the Clantons had been in Charleston the night of the shooting and could not have participated in the attempt on Virgil's life. They were acquitted. Wyatt always claimed that Judge Stilwell told him afterward, "Wyatt, you'll never clean up this crowd this way. Next time you better leave your prisoners out in the brush where alibis don't count." On the same day that the Clantons were arrested, Sylvester Comstock filed charges of perjury against John Behan, though the case was quickly dismissed. Sherman McMaster was also arrested by David Nagel at Wyatt Earp's camp at Pickamup near Tombstone. He was quickly released on bail. Accused of malfeasance in office and distrusted by court officials, Sheriff Behan also found himself under siege. The legal and law enforcement situation in Cochise County was chaotic at best. Parsons noted in his diary on February 4th, "People suspicious on roads. Every stranger I met mounted was cause for me to remove gauntlets so I could handle pistol freely. Some had had enough." On February 3rd, Marshal Williams quietly left Tombstone with a lady of the evening. Later, Wells Fargo determined that he left behind irregularities in his books. Also on February 3rd, Richard Rule replaced Harry M. Woods as editor of the Nugget. Afterward, the paper, though hardly pro-Earp, was more responsible in its views, and Sheriff Behan no longer had immunity from criticism. On February 6th, Frederick A. Tritle, an Arizona mining man and partner of William B. Murray, one of the leaders of Tombstone's Citizen Safety Committee, was named governor of Arizona Territory. On February 7th, Lou Rickabaugh left Tombstone for San Francisco on an extended visit. By then, something remarkable had happened. The continued criticism of the Earps finally had an effect. On February 2nd, the Epitaph and the Nugget published a letter of resignation signed by Wyatt and Virgil, which said in part, "We realize that notwithstanding our best efforts and judgment in everything which we have been required to perform, there has arisen so much harsh criticism in relation to our operations, and such a persistent effort having been made to misrepresent and misinterpret our acts, we are led to the conclusion that in order to convince the public that it is our sincere purpose to promote the public welfare, independent of any personal emolument or advantages to ourselves, it is our duty to place our resignations as Deputy United States Marshals in your hands." Shortly thereafter, Marshal Dake arrived in Tombstone, and after a meeting with local citizens, he appointed John H. Jackson as his deputy in Cochise County. But, curiously and significantly, he did not accept the Earps' resignation. He, at least, had no problem with their style. Wyatt apparently was making some effort to change public perception of him and his motives. At the same time he resigned as a deputy U.S. Marshal, Wyatt sent a message to Ike Clanton asking for a meeting to reconcile their differences and end the animosity between them. Clanton refused. The Nugget reported that Mr. Clanton emphatically declined to hold any communication whatever with Earp. Instead, on February 9th, the Clantons boldly swore out warrants in Contention City for Virgil, Wyatt, and Morgan Earp and Doc Holliday for the murders of Billy Clanton and Tom and Frank McLaury. BN took all except Virgil into custody, and once again, Doc, Wyatt, and Morgan appeared in court to account for their conduct in the Fremont Street fight. Ike wrote to Billy Byers, "I have got the Earps all in jail, and I am not going to unhitch. I have got them on the hip, and I'm going to throw them good." Thomas J. Fitch was out of town, so the Earps hired William Herring as their attorney. He filed for a writ of habeas corpus before T.J. Drum. Drum declined to hear the matter because he had served as Doc Holliday's attorney during the Spicer hearing, and Judge J.H. Lucas refused to act. On February 14th, a substantial party of 12 armed riders accompanied Doc, the Earps, and their attorney to Contention. There, after Herring opened with the statement, "Your Honor, we come here for law, but we will fight if we have to," Justice of the Peace J.B. Smith wisely ordered the hearing moved to Tombstone. Still, people were worried. Parsons wrote, "Earps were taken to Contention to be tried for killing of Clanton. Quite a posse went out. Many of Earp's friends armed to the teeth. They came back later in the day, the good people below beseeching them to leave and try case here. A bad time is expected again in town at any time. Earp's on one side of the street with their friends, and Ike Clanton and John Ringo with theirs on the other side, watching each other. Blood will surely come. Hope no innocents will be killed." On February 15th, the case was postponed again, but this time Judge Lucas granted Doc and the Earps a writ of habeas corpus, declaring, "Whether petitioners are guilty or not, it is apparent to any reasonable being that an examination at this time would serve no good purpose. Unless new evidence or circumstances occur subsequent to the first examination, it would only duplicate the first hearing." Lucas's order would be the last legal action in the case. The legal process was finally over. Trouble was not over, however, a fact that was underscored that day when Ben Maynard and Dan Tipton came close to getting into a fight. The police intervened, and they were fined $30 each for carrying concealed weapons. Free again, Wyatt prepared to take the trail, and on February 17th, he and Morgan, Doc, Sherman McMaster, Creek Johnson, Charlie Smith, Texas Jack, and perhaps one or two others rode out. The Nugget noted, "It is supposed that they are acting in the capacity of U.S. deputy marshals, their resignations not having been accepted, or their appointment revoked by U.S. Marshal Dake, as was generally supposed some time ago." Outside of town, the posse split up, ostensibly looking for Pony Deal, Al Tybott, and Charles Hawes, who were wanted for the January 6th robbery of the Bisbee stage. As it turned out, all three were in jail in Cisco, Texas, but the Earp posse did not return to Tombstone until February 24th. Doc Holliday's life had changed dramatically in the weeks since Virgil was shot. He had exchanged the smoke-filled saloons and gambling halls for the trail. At the very least, his participation in the posse suggested that his health was better than it had been. It had to have been to follow the life of a posse man as opposed to that of a gambler. After the Earp posse returned to Tombstone, Doc returned to the gambling tables temporarily, and by March 10th, Clara Brown wrote, There being a lull in cowboy criminality, which we hope is something more than temporary, and the Indians apparently having left the dragoons, Tombstone people have been obliged to look to other causes for excitement. One was a smallpox scare, and there were fires. But hopes that the Earp-Clanton troubles were over were about to be shattered. On the evening of March 17th, Wyatt saw activities that concerned him. The following day, he met Briggs Goodrich, one of the attorneys favored by the cowboys, on the street and stopped him for information and advice. "I think they were after us last night," Wyatt said. "Do you know anything about it?" "No," Goodrich replied. "Do you think we're in any danger?" Wyatt persisted. Goodrich responded plainly that they were liable to get it in the neck at any time. Earp said, "I don't notice anybody in particular in town now, any of the crowd." "I think I see some strangers here that I think are after you," Goodrich replied, adding, "By the way, John Ringo wanted me to tell you that if any fight came up between you all, that he wanted you to understand that he would have nothing to do with it, that he was going to look out for himself and anybody else could do the same." That evening, a play opened at Shefflin Hall, billed as 2 hours of incessant laughter. Stolen Kisses, staged by William Horace Lingard and Company, seemed a safe outing. And, despite warnings from Wyatt, Morgan Earp, Doc Holliday, and Dan Tipton attended. At the theater, Goodrich warned them, "You fellows will catch it tonight if you don't look out." After the play, Doc went to his rooms, but Morgan and Tipton walked down 4th Street intending to go to Campbell and Hatch's saloon and billiard parlor, which had become the Earps' headquarters since the sale of the Oriental. At the corner of Allen Street, they met Allie Earp, Virgil's wife, out to buy candy for her husband. Morgan inquired about Virgil, then said wistfully, "Wish he'd get better. I'd like to get away from here. Tonight." Morgan escorted Allie back to the Cosmopolitan, then proceeded to Campbell and Hatch's. At the door, he and Tipton met Bob Hatch, and Morgan challenged Hatch to a game of pool. Inside, Hatch and Morgan found a pool table near the back door, and the pair was soon involved in a game. Tipton took a chair next to the table. Wyatt and Sherman McMaster were sitting nearby. Hatch and Morgan finished the first game and started another. Hatch leaned over the table with his back to the rear door, while Morgan stood watching him line up his shot. Suddenly, there were 2 gunshots, and Morgan fell hard to the floor. Wyatt, Sherman, and Tipton quickly pulled him out of the line of fire, while Hatch ran through the card room and into the backyard looking for the shooters. By then, the assassins had fled. Back inside, Morgan was dying. The bullet had struck him in the back to the left of his spinal column, passed through the left kidney and the liver, traveled through his body, and emerged on the right side near the gallbladder. The bullet then struck George A.B. Berry, a mining man who was warming himself by a stove near the front. A second bullet had hit the wall above Wyatt Earp's head, proving that he too had been a target of the assassins. Dr. William Miller ran to the scene after hearing the gunfire, and Doctors Goodfellow and Matthews soon followed. After an initial examination, Morgan was moved to the card room and laid on a lounge. When they lifted him to his feet to move him, he said, "Don't. I can't stand it." Once he was laid on the lounge, he said to Hatch, "I have played my last game of pool." With his brothers and friends around him, including Virgil, who had come to be with him from his sickbed, and Doc, who was awakened, Morgan passed his last minutes. Finally, he said, "It won't be long. Are my legs stretched out straight and my boots off?" Those around him assured him that they were. Then he whispered to Wyatt, "Do you know who did it?" "Yes," Wyatt said grimly, "and I will get them." "That's all I ask," Morgan whispered. "But don't let them get you, brother." That night, the equation in the Tombstone Troubles changed. The story that Doc went on a rampage, kicking in doors looking for the men he held responsible, appears to have been a fanciful latter-day addition to the story, but at the very least, he and Wyatt came to an unspoken agreement. Something had to be done. So far, none of the cowboys had been convicted of any criminal activity. Virgil was maimed for life, and Morgan was dead. Wyatt had never been a violent man, and the street fight had been the exception in his life. But now, what Judge Stillwell had told him finally rang in his ears. Leave your prisoners out in the brush where alibis don't count. It was a solution that a man reared on the antebellum Southern Code of Honor like Doc could appreciate, with the law seemingly impotent, and it likely took no more than a glance at Wyatt to confirm the next step. Others knew what to expect as well. Parsons wrote, "Murderers got away, of course, but it was and is quite evident who committed the deed. The man was Stillwell in all probability. For 2 cowardly, sneaking attempts at murder, this and the shots at Virgil E., when I came nearly getting a dose, rank at the head. Morg lived about 40 minutes after being shot and died without a murmur. Bad times ahead now." The next day was a Sunday, Wyatt's 34th birthday, and he and a group of friends escorted Morgan's body to Contention to be placed on the train. James Earp accompanied his brother's remains home to his parents and to Morgan's wife in Colton, California. Back in Tombstone, Wyatt made plans to send Virgil and his wife home to California as well. The wives of James and Wyatt were also settling their affairs. Wyatt had work to do, and he wanted no distractions. On Monday, Doc rode with Wyatt, Warren, Sherman McMaster, and Creek Johnson to escort Virgil and Allie to Benson. Hearing that Frank Stillwell had traveled toward Tucson ahead of them, and that Stillwell, Clanton, and 2 other cowboys were watching every train with the intention of killing Virgil, Wyatt decided to see his brother through to Tucson and make sure that he departed for California safely. Doc Holliday was the first man off the train at Tucson. Carrying 2 shotguns, he greeted Deputy U.S. Marshal J.W. Evans on the platform and stored the guns in the railroad station. Then the Earp entourage walked to Porter's Hotel, facing the tracks, for dinner. Afterward, Wyatt and Virgil both stopped to speak to Evans before Wyatt escorted Virgil and Allie back to the train. Doc asked one of his companions, probably Sherman McMaster, to recover the shotguns from the station. Inside the train, a passenger told Virgil that men were lying on a flat car near the engine. Wyatt saw them too. He recognized one as Frank Stillwell. He believed the other to be Ike Clanton. He slipped into the space between the tracks and moved toward them. When they saw him, they both ran, and Wyatt chased after them. Stillwell's companion disappeared in the darkness, but Wyatt was intent on catching Stillwell. I ran straight for Stillwell. It was he who killed my brother. Eventually, Stillwell froze in his tracks. Wyatt would later recall what a coward he was. He couldn't shoot when I came near him. He stood there helpless and trembling for his life. As I rushed upon him, he put out his hands and clutched at my shotgun. I let go both barrels, and he stumbled down dead and mangled at my feet. Doc, Warren, Sherman, and Creek caught up to Wyatt about then, and a volley of gunfire followed, riddling the body of the fallen Stillwell. Wyatt looked for Stillwell's companion or companions. He believed Clanton and Hank Swilling were both there, but when he could not find them, he moved alongside Virgil's train car as the train began to move out, holding up a single finger and saying, "One for Morg." Stillwell's body was not found until morning. By then, Wyatt and his companions had walked to Papago Station, where they flagged down a freight headed to Benson. Late in the afternoon of March 21st, they reached Tombstone. Even before their arrival, however, they had been declared fugitives. Stillwell's body was proof enough that Wyatt had never intended to arrest him. George Hand, who saw Stillwell, called him the worst shot-up man I ever saw. A shotgun blast had torn into his abdomen and shredded his liver. A second load of buckshot shattered his leg. A rifle slug had struck him under one armpit and traveled through both lungs to the other side. There were also gunshot wounds in his upper left arm and his right thigh. His left hand was burned, which confirmed that he had grabbed at the shotgun when Wyatt caught up to him. Oddly, Wyatt Earp later claimed that Doc and I were the only ones in Tucson at the time Frank Stillwell was killed. Others remained in Benson. The citizens of Tucson were outraged at such a cold-blooded killing in the old pueblo. The Star pointed out that Stillwell had been in town to appear in court to face stage robbery charges and interviewed Ike Clanton. Clanton, who was in Tucson for Jerry Barton's murder trial, claimed that he was near the depot with Stillwell to meet a witness from Charleston, which gave both men reasons for being in Tucson other than to make another attack on the Earps. Clanton said that when he saw the Earp entourage, he left at once, and Stillwell walked down the tracks between the cars and hotel. The Star did not hold back in its condemnation of the Earps, although the source of its facts was a puzzle then as now. In regard to the Earp party, no doubt but what they have some warm friends who are good citizens. And undoubtedly it is this fact which has given them so long suffrage in Tombstone. If 1/20th part of what is said of their record is true, they are certainly no desirable acquisition to any community. They are a roving band, their path is strewn with blood. Strange as it may seem, wherever they halt in a settlement, stage robberies follow and human life ceases to be sacred. Their late escapades at Tombstone are only their records repeated in other frontier towns. And if we judge the honest sense of justice and peace-abiding disposition of our citizens, they will never dare another such foul murder as was committed last Monday night. If they must take human life, they must seek other localities than our city. It will not be tolerated. Notably, the same papers that announced the death of Stillwell also reported that Jerry Barton had been acquitted, giving further substantiation to the claim of Earp partisans that the courts had never convicted any one of the cowboy crowd. While a coroner's jury in Tucson found the Earps responsible for a brutal killing in the case of Frank Stillwell, another coroner's jury in Tombstone was determining indirectly that no blow had been struck amiss at Tucson. No one in Tombstone had ever seriously doubted Stillwell's part in Morgan Earp's death, and on the very day that Wyatt and his companions returned to Tombstone, Maria Duarte Spence, the wife of Pete Spence, gave damning testimony concerning the plot to kill Morgan and Stillwell's critical part in it. Maria Spence identified Morgan Earp's killers as Frank Stillwell, Pete Spence, a man she identified as Freyas, who was actually Frederick Bode, and two Indians, one of whom she identified simply as Charlie. The Indians were identified later as Florentino Cruz and Hank Swilling. She testified, 4 days ago, while Mother and myself were standing at Spence's house, talking with Spence and the Indian who came home with him, Charlie, Morgan Earp passed by. When Spence nudged the Indian and said, "That's him, that's him." The Indian then started down the street and got ahead of him to get a good look at him. On the night of the shooting, she said, she and her mother heard the shots. A few minutes later, Stillwell and Charlie came into her home, and a short time later, Spence, Bode, and the other Indian followed, all very excited. She testified that the following morning Spence told her that if I said a word about something I knew about, he would kill me. that he was going to Sonora and would leave my body behind him. She concluded, Spence didn't tell me so, but I know he killed Morgan Earp. Based on the evidence, the coroner's jury concluded that Morgan had been murdered at the hands of Pete Spence, Frank Stillwell, a party by the name of Freyas, and two Indian half-breeds, one whose name is Charlie and name of the other was not ascertained. For one final twist, Briggs Goodrich testified that Stillwell had told him that there were some boys in town who would toe the mark, and the worst of it was the Earps would think he was in it, as they did not like him. Goodrich said, I told him I would tell the same for him as I did for John Ringo. And he said no, that he would rather die than let them know that he cared a damn what they thought. Parsons succinctly offered his appraisal of what had happened. A quick vengeance and a bad character sent to hell, where he will be the chief attraction until a few more accompany him. He was not alone in his verdict. A Tombstone correspondent wrote, on receipt of the news of the killing of Stillwell, many people said the right man had been killed. He was seen on the night of the killing of Morgan Earp, and the next day was in Tucson, having ridden there that night. Even cowboy partisans would affirm that Stillwell traveled to Tucson on a fast horse after Morgan's murder. So when the Earp party entered Tombstone on the afternoon of March 21st, the stage for high drama had been set. The Earps rested and gathered their belongings at the Cosmopolitan. That afternoon, the local telegraph office received a telegram from Tucson for Sheriff Behan, advising him that the Earps were wanted for the murder of Stillwell. The office manager, who was a friend of Wyatt's, showed him the telegram first and agreed to delay giving it to Behan until the Earps were ready to leave town. Near 8 o'clock, Behan got the telegram and proceeded to the Cosmopolitan to arrest them. William M. Breckenridge would later claim that Behan told him and David Nagel to get their shotguns because he had to arrest the Earps. We had not gone a block on our way to get our weapons when they came out of the hotel, he recalled. Behan met them on the sidewalk as they were getting on their horses and tried to arrest them alone. As the Earp party passed through the Cosmopolitan's office, they encountered Behan at the door. As Wyatt advanced to the front and approached Behan, the sheriff said to him, "Wyatt, I want to see you." Wyatt replied, "You can't see me. You've seen me once too often," or words to that effect. He passed out into the street and turned around and said, "I will see Paul." And then the party passed on down the street. Wyatt later claimed that as they passed Heyman Solomon's bank, the banker stopped him and asked if he needed anything. "Yes," Wyatt replied. "Doc Holliday has no gun." Solomon went into the bank and returned with his own Winchester, which he gave to Wyatt along with his best wishes. Wyatt's posse, joined by Charlie Smith and Dan Tipton, saddled their horses at P.W. Smith's Corral at the corner of 3rd Street and rode out of town. They set up camp at nearby Watervale and slept that first night within easy reach of Sheriff Behan. Behan claims they resisted arrest, reported Clara Brown, but the bystanders claimed this was all that passed, and that nothing was said about an arrest. He also asserts that every one of the party drew their guns on him, which is denied by the spectators. All were heavily armed, but no motion was made. George Parsons expressed his disgust with Behan. The Earp party returned this afternoon, and Behan tried to arrest them tonight upon a telegram. They refused arrest and retired from town, first, though, waiting for Behan and Nagel to do what they threatened. Bad must this. Sheriff is awake now that one of his friends is killed. Couldn't do anything before. Things are very rotten in that office. Fine reputation we're getting abroad. The following morning, Behan left Tombstone with 6 men. At Contention, they met Sheriff Bob Paul from Tucson. Paul then proceeded to Tombstone, and the papers reported the whereabouts of the Earps is unknown. That was about to change. The Earp party rode straight for Pete Spence's wood camp off the Chiricahua Road below South Pass in the Dragoons. They approached Simon Acosta, a woodcutter, and Theodore Judah, a teamster, inquiring about Spence. They were told he had returned to Tombstone that morning to appear in court for an assault charge. The party started back toward Tombstone, then turned off the road. The workers watched as the Earps pursued Florentino Cruz, who was running and jumping from side to side. There was a flurry of gunfire, and the workers watched as the Earp party rode leisurely away. They found Cruz lying face down under a tree. He had been shot 4 times. 2 of the shots were fatal. Wyatt always claimed that before he was shot, Cruz named Curly Bill Brocious, John Ringo, Hank Swilling, Frank Stillwell, and himself as parties to Morgan Earp's death. He did not mention Pete Spence, and Wyatt would believe afterward that Spence was not involved. Cruz reportedly told Wyatt he was paid $25 to hold the horses. That $25 business just about burned me up, Wyatt said. He claimed to have given Cruz a chance to draw against him, although the evidence of Cruz's body argues against such a mano-a-mano duel. This was blood vengeance, not a fast-draw contest. News reached Tombstone quickly, and Pete Spence surrendered to Behan. On the same day, Deputy Sheriff Frank Hereford arrested Frederick Bode, and Deputy Sheriff William Bell brought in Hank Swilling. The rats were scurrying for cover, and Parsons applauded. More killing by the Earp party. Hope they will keep it up. Not everyone agreed, of course. J.S. Browder, a mine owner, wrote, I very much question whether law-abiding people should sanction the kind of justice which is administered from the muzzle of guns in the hands of Doc Holliday and the Earp party. Across the Southwest, even some of the Earp's former supporters agreed. Wyatt left no doubt that vengeance was his motive. Clara Brown reminded her readers that it was not the Earps who first disturbed this quiet, and that their criminal actions since have been from the determination to avenge the murder of a dearly loved brother. I do not present this as sufficient excuse for their conduct, or approve any act contrary to law, but there are certainly extenuating circumstances to be taken into consideration. Ironically, Wyatt's vendetta served to undermine rather than vindicate John Behan's reputation as sheriff. He had been surprisingly impotent as a lawman since the street fight, so much so that even the Nugget eventually took him to task. He opened himself to further criticism when he assembled a posse of 25, including a dozen Charleston-based cowboys that numbered Curly Bill, John Ringo, and Finn Clanton among them. Breckinridge explained that he took those men knowing that the Earp party would resist arrest, and on account of the feud between them, he believed the cowboys would stay and fight. That dubious logic prompted Bob Paul to refuse to join Behan's posse. Paul explained that Behan persists in cloaking the most notorious outlaws and murderers in Arizona with the authority of the law. I will have nothing to do with such a gang. Even the Tucson Star approved of his decision, stating, he refused to pursue the parties as he felt that they could not be taken with the posse raised, inasmuch as they are most all hostile to the Earps, and a meeting simply meant bloodshed, which he believed ought to and could be avoided, and yet get the parties into custody. All things considered, we do not see how Sheriff Paul could have done otherwise. Brown wrote that Paul had explained that he was assured by friends of the Earps that the men would, in a few days, either give themselves into his hands or leave the country. Parsons added his own perspective on Paul's conduct. He is a true, brave man himself and will not join the murderous posse here. If the truth were known, he would be glad to see the Earp party get away with all these murderous outfits. Bean will get it yet. Bean did arrest Charlie Smith and Dan Tipton, who had returned to Tombstone. Because they had left the Cosmopolitan with the Earps, they were held for resisting officers and conspiracy. A Tombstone correspondent of the Tucson Citizen advised Tucson readers that the charge cannot be sustained as Sheriff Bean made no attempt to arrest anyone and made no mention to any of the Earp party that he wanted to arrest them. The Earp's allies quickly came to the aid of Smith and Tipton. William Herring arranged bail. Robert J. Winders, Bob Hatch, James Earp's son-in-law, Thaddeus S. Harris of the Tombstone Foundry, and Frank Walker, the superintendent of the Sycamore Springs Water Company, acted as sureties. And on March 25th, Judge Andrew J. Felter released them, because at the time of Bean's attempt to arrest the Earp party, he had no legal process. Smith left at once to rejoin the Earp party. Tipton remained in town. Bean's cowboy posse, which appears to have divided into two separate groups, was back in the field, and before the end of the day on the 25th, word reached Tombstone that Curly Bill had been killed in a fight with the Earps. George Parsons provided an overview. A very disagreeable day indeed. Tip and Smith discharged this AM. Rumors of a battle and 4 of the Earps' party killed received this AM. Discredited. I got strictly private news, though, later, that Curly Bill has been killed at last by the Earp party, and none of the latter hurt. Sheriff Bean has turned all of the cowboys loose against the Earps, and with this lawless element is trying to do the worst. I am heartily glad at this repulse and hope the killing is not stopped with the cutthroat named. Feeling is growing here against the ring, sheriff, etc., and it would not surprise me to know of a necktie party some fine morning. Things seem to be coming to this pass. Then let it come. The time is ripe and rotten ripe for change. The death of Curly Bill was a result of an unexpected collision between Earp's party and the Charleston posse of cowboys. George Hand spotted the cowboys and described them in his diary. They are well-mounted, well-armed, and seemed intent on biz. They are in search of the Earp party who took breakfast 2 miles above here this morning. In the meantime, Wyatt Earp was running out of funds. He met Charlie Smith near Tombstone and sent him to ask E.B. Gage for a $1,000 loan. Smith was instructed to deliver the funds at Iron Springs in the Whetstone Mountains the following day. Smith was taken into custody by Marshal Nagel, and Tony Craker and Whistling Dick Wright were picked to deliver the money to Warren Earp at Iron Springs. The following day, March 24th, Wyatt, Doc, Sherman, Texas Jack, and Creek were approaching Iron Springs unaware that Curly Bill and his cowboy posse were camped there. As Wyatt and his companions neared the springs, the cowboys opened fire on them. In the first blast of gunfire, Texas Jack Vermillion's horse went down, pinning Jack to the ground, while the rest of the party, including Doc, scattered in retreat. Only Earp held his ground. He dismounted, threw his reins around his arm, and unlimbered his shotgun. With his horse plunging about nearly out of control, Wyatt recognized Curly Bill blasting away at him. Some accounts claim that McMaster and Doc yelled, "Curly Bill," at first fire. Wyatt, who had not realized that every mother's son, including my old pal Doc Holliday, one of the bravest men I ever knew, had turned tail in the first volley and gone scampering into the distance as fast as their horses could run, returned the fire. Curly went down with a yell, his chest torn open by buckshot. Earp had loosened his gun belt to be more comfortable during the ride. When he realized how exposed he was, he found that the belt had slipped down his legs so that when he attempted to remount, he could not swing into the saddle. As he tried to pull the gun belt up with one hand, bullets tore off the saddle horn, hit one of his boot heels, and shredded his coat tails. Finally remounted, he stopped long enough to help Texas Jack get free, and then rode for cover. Doc met Wyatt, and expecting him to be wounded, prepared to help him from the saddle. "You must be shot all to pieces," Doc said. Everyone, including Wyatt, thought he had been shot, and they were amazed to find that he had not been hit. Doc then suggested that they make a charge on the cowboys, but Wyatt said, "If you fellas are hungry for a fight, you can go on and get your fill." With that, the Earp group fell back. Doc later provided his own account. The facts are these. We were out one day after a party of outlaws, and about 3 o'clock on a warm day after a long and dry ride from the San Pedro River, we approached a spring which was situated in a hollow. As we did so, 8 rustlers rose up from behind the bank and poured from 35 to 40 shots into us. Our escape was miraculous. The shots cut our clothes and saddles and killed one horse, but did not hit us. I think we would have been all killed if God Almighty wasn't on our side. Wyatt Earp turned loose with a shotgun and killed Curly Bill. The 8 men in the gang which attacked us were all outlaws, for each of whom a big reward has been offered. So the Earp party withdrew. Later, Craker and Wright rode into Iron Springs expecting to find Warren Earp. Instead, they found themselves looking down the barrels of cowboy guns. Craker caught them off guard by yelling, "What are you doing here, you lop-eared Missourian?" Whistling Dick quickly concocted a story about looking for lost mules, and he and Craker ended up eating a meal with the cowboys and listening to an account of Wyatt Earp's one-man charge against them. Afterward, they returned to Tombstone without delivering the money and gave a Nugget reporter an account of the gunfight. The shootout at Iron Springs happened. The various accounts agreed on the main particulars to an amazing degree. The only real point of dispute was the outcome. Did Wyatt Earp kill Curly Bill Brocious? Wyatt and his companions believed he did. That is certain. Wyatt, Doc, and Warren all gave separate accounts that agreed on that, and Johnny Barnes, who was wounded in the same fight, confirmed it to Fred Dodge. However, the Earps did not retrieve the body, which left room for doubt. And the cowboys and some of the area newspapers chose to question whether Brocious was even there. One plausible story told by old-timers was that Bill was seriously wounded and was carried by wagon to Frank Patterson's ranch, where he died and was buried. This would explain one discrepancy between the first accounts. The Earps claimed 8 or 9 cowboys present, while Craker and Whistling Dick found 4 men at Iron Springs. This would also explain why the cowboys did not tell Craker and Wright of his death. Wyatt Earp later claimed that he told John Thacker of Wells Fargo of Brocious's demise, and that Thacker had a man dig up and identify the body. No body was produced for the public to see, however, leaving the debate over Curly Bill's death to become a staple Wild West controversy, beginning with the Nugget saying that the notorious and wily William is, beyond a question of doubt, alive in New Mexico, and the epitaph responding, "Suffice it to say that Curly Bill is as dead as 2 loads of buckshot can make him." Across the West, others took up the debate. The San Francisco Exchange used sarcasm to note how he would be missed, but concluded, "This makes the 4th the Earp party has scored to the Cowboys' 1. We are beginning to doubt the courage and invincibility of that much-talked-of class and are willing to give long odds on the murderous superiority of the Earps." What the Curly Bill debate did do was to draw attention back to the cowboy question and the real source of lawlessness in southeastern Arizona. Bill's name had become synonymous with the rustlers, while Stillwell and Cruz did not have that association outside of Cochise County. Killing Curly Bill in an open gunfight somehow made Wyatt Earp seem less a rogue lawman on a path of personal vengeance and gave his supporters more of an argument in justification of their course. On March 24th, proceedings were to begin against Pete Spence in the murder of Morgan Earp before Justice A.O. Wallace, but the dilatory actions over the next few days gave little reason for optimism, and by April 4th, all the remaining conspirators named by the coroner's jury had walked, confirming the Earp's fears and providing for some citizens' validation of his course. On the night of March 25th, the murder of Martin R. Peel at the Tombstone Milling and Mining Company near Charleston by cowboys made the case of the law and order crowd even stronger, especially after Peel's father, Judge Bryant L. Peel, sent this public letter to the epitaph. To the people of Tombstone, perhaps I am not in a condition to express a clear, deliberate opinion, but I would say to the good citizens of Cochise County that there is one of three things you have to do. There is a class of cutthroats among you, and you can never convict them in court. You must combine and protect yourselves and wipe them out. Or you must give up your country to them, or you will be murdered one at a time as my son has been. B. L. Peel. Such a public endorsement of vigilantism by a judge had its impact, and Parsons summed it up. Now that it has come to killing of upright, respectable, thoroughly law-abiding citizens, all are aroused, and the question is now, who is next? Even earlier, a Tombstone correspondent of the Tucson Citizen reported, feeling is rapidly changing to sympathy for the Earps since the coroner's jury rendered a verdict in the case of the killing of Morgan Earp. On March 27th, when Governor Frederick A. Tritle arrived in Tombstone, he saw at once that dramatic measures had to be taken. Tritle was the former partner of William B. Murray, a leader of the Citizen Safety Committee, and he stayed at the home of Milton Clapp, another prominent vigilante, who was handling money for Earp's posse while he was in Tombstone. After consulting with these and other Tombstone leaders, Tritle organized a posse to go after the cowboys. Significantly, he did not put this group under Behan's control, but under the command of Deputy U.S. Marshal John H. Jackson, with directions to restore order. In fact, Behan's failures were cited as justification for the creation of the group. Tritle urged local citizens to set up an emergency fund to pay special deputies. He then wired President Arthur, pinning the troubles on the utter failure of the civil authority and the anarchy prevailing. The international trouble likely to grow out of this cattle thieving along the border, the fact that business is paralyzed and the fairest valleys in the territory are kept from occupation by the presence of the cowboys. Behan took considerable heat for his seeming indifference to Peel's death, and he was still in the field in his ineffective pursuit of the Earps when E.M. Harley, the chief deputy in charge in Behan's absence, dispatched Billy Breckenridge to Chandler's Milk Ranch to capture Zwing Hunt and Curly Bill's kid, Billy Grounds, who were believed to be Peel's killers. On the morning of March 29th, a gunfight ensued in which Hunt and Grounds were wounded, Grounds mortally, and Deputy Sheriff John A. Gillespie was killed. With two more of the well-known cowboys taken for their criminal activities, the focus was shifting back to their depredations rather than the Earps. Calky times vary, Parsons recorded on March 30th. 14 murders and assassinations in 10 days. More than one a day. A hanging bee anticipated tonight, but not carried out. Cowboy raid on town expected tonight. A regular epidemic of murder is upon us. What and when the end will be, God only knows. 9. The Out Trail. The claim I make is that some few of us pioneers are entitled to credit for what we have done. We have been the forerunners of government. If it hadn't been for me and a few like me, there would never have been any government in some of these towns. Doc Holliday, New York Sun, 1886. In March 1882, John Henry Holliday was a more robust and tougher man than he had been when he first arrived in Tombstone in September 1880. It was more than notoriety and a healthier climate that explained the difference. Doc had changed. For the first time in a long time, perhaps since before he left Georgia, he had a sense of purpose that extended beyond survival or self-indulgence. He did not see himself as a killer or even as a vigilante. Rather, he saw himself as an instrument of justice and an agent of progress. Perhaps it was a rationalization, but if it was validated by important men and forces all the way from Tombstone to Washington, D.C. He had a new perspective that would have surprised his relatives back in Georgia, a Republican, business-oriented perspective in tune with the spirit of the Gilded Age. Doc and the rest of the Vendetta posse shared the role of federal marshals, Pinkerton agents, company men, and other enforcers of the new industrial establishment, and, like them, Doc may have been viewed by his patrons as a necessary evil. Even so, he had a part in the search for order that gave his life a fresh meaning. He was more than a mercenary, as he had been in the Royal Gorge War. This time, he had a stake in what happened that was consistent with the lingering code of honor and a half-forgotten sense of right and wrong that even his father would have understood. In the saddle for a cause, and with friends and comrades around him, he had finally stepped beyond the preoccupation with self that had characterized his life since he left Georgia for the West. His link to the Earps, beginning with the street fight and especially after Morgan's murder, went far beyond loyalty to a friend. He had a sense of belonging he had not known since those long-ago family gatherings. John Henry's life had a new meaning in his own mind, quite apart from the measure of Doc Holliday by other men. What they made of him was another matter, not bound by the truth of things. Already he stood on the edge of legend. Legends grow, and rarely by design. Like the wisteria in Doc's native Georgia, they spread, encircle, constrict, and hide the damage they do to the truth in a cascade of tales that, like foliage and flowers, cause people to forget everything else. But, like the wisteria, they have an unmistakable beauty that makes them nearly irresistible until they become a part of the landscape of history. That spring of 1882, Doc Holliday was swept along by events, caught up in something larger than himself, something larger than a settling of accounts with a friend's enemies. The newspapers and politicians would not let it be that, nor, for that matter, would Wyatt Earp and his compatriots, who saw what they did as justice gained the only way it could be under the circumstances, at gunpoint. Doc saw the changes in his friend, too. Nothing in Wyatt Earp's life, before the vendetta or after it, ever hinted that he was homicidal by nature. The vendetta was the great anomaly in a life as devoid of vigilantism as it was of murder. The man who had protected Curly Bill Brocious and Johnny behind the Deuce took the law into his own hands because he believed the law had failed. He believed that the legal system was so corrupt and impotent that he had no other way to keep his promise to his brother but to go after Morgan's killers himself. He was smart enough, however, to listen to advice and to know there would be consequences, and he kept counsel with men of position and respectability who, privately at least, encouraged and applauded his trail of retribution as useful to their sense of the future. On Saturday, March 25, 1882, The same day that news reached Tombstone of the killing of Curly Bill, the Earp party returned to the edge of Tombstone for a meeting with supporters and apparently rendezvoused with O.C. Charlie Smith and Warren Earp. They may have also met with John Thacker of Wells Fargo. Unfortunately, Tony Craker and Whistling Dick Wright had not returned, so they did not recover the $1,000 sent by E.P. Gage. Instead, they struck north. They ate along the way with a group of miners in the Winchester district and had dinner at Summit Station on the Southern Pacific Line through the Dragoon Mountains, where they apparently boarded a train looking for someone, most likely a courier with the money they expected. Then they proceeded to the ranch of Hugh and Jim Percy. Although sympathetic to the Earps, the Percys feared the cowboys, so they reluctantly fed the group and asked them to leave before morning. Apparently, they were not the only guests at the ranch. The Dos Cabezas Gold Note reported, Barney Riggs informs us that on Tuesday night the Earp party stopped at Percy's ranch for supper. A promising young deputy sheriff, whose initials are Frank Hereford, sought safety in a corn crib near the house. He and Riggs were in the house which the party approached. About 3 o'clock in the morning of March 27th, the Earp posse left the Percy Ranch, moving toward the Sierra Bonita Ranch of Henry C. Hooker, where Wyatt hoped to re-outfit and wait for the Gage loan. Somehow, Wyatt had sent a message to Tombstone, because the Nugget reported that D.G. Tipton, well known as one of their friends, was called out of bed about 4 o'clock and left on the 5 o'clock stage and arrived at Wilcox on the morning train. He immediately obtained a horse and started at a rapid pace to overtake the party, evidently knowing their destination. In the meantime, Earp's group had arrived at Hooker's ranch. The cattleman welcomed them, and when told about the death of Curly Bill, Hooker reportedly said, "Good work, Wyatt. Keep it up, and when you've finished, I'll get you pardoned." Although Hooker told them to make themselves at home, Wyatt told him that what he really needed was fresh horses and that he was willing to pay for them. Hooker fed the little band and allowed Wyatt and his friends to pick fresh mounts, but refused to take any money for them. Late on the afternoon of March 27th, John Behan's posse was spotted in the distance. Hooker encouraged Earp to make his stand at the ranch, but Wyatt decided to move to a hill about 3 miles from the ranch headquarters in the direction of the Galuro Mountains, called Riley Hill. Sheriff Behan and his posse arrived at the Sierra Bonita on the morning of March 28th and faced a very different reception. When Behan explained his purpose and asked Hooker if he knew where the Earps were, the rancher told the sheriff that he did not know where they were and that he would not tell him if he did know. At that point, Behan said to Hooker, "You must be upholding murderers and outlaws then." "No, sir, I am not," Hooker replied. "I know the Earps, and I know you, and they have always treated me like gentlemen. Damn such laws, and damn you, and damn your posse. They are a set of horse thieves and outlaws." At that, one of the honest farmers, as the epitaph derisively called them, spoke up and said, "Damn the son of a bee. He knows where they are, and let us make him tell." A moment later, Billy Whalen, Hooker's foreman, stepped up and pointed a Winchester at the cowboy. "You can't come here into a gentleman's yard and call him a son of a bee. Now you skin it back. Skin it back. If you're looking for a fight and come here and talk that way, you can get it before you find the Earps. You can get it right here." Hooker remained cool and in control, but seeing Finn Clanton, John Ringo, and the other cowboys in the sheriff's posse, he told Behan again bluntly, "These are a pretty set of fellows you have with you, a set of horse thieves and cutthroats." At that point, both Behan and Harry M. Woods responded, "They are not our associates. They are only here on this occasion with us." "Well, if they are not your associates, "I will set an extra table for you and set them by themselves," Hooker replied. After eating, Bean approached Whalen and offered him a diamond stick pin if he would not tell what had happened there. Then he told Hooker, "If I can catch the Earps, it will help me in the next election." With that, he and his posse rode away, but not in the direction of the Earps on the bluff. William Breckinridge would later claim that Bean did not go after them because the Earps were fortified in a stone house up in the mountains. Instead, Bean rode to Fort Grant, where he offered Colonel James Biddle $500 for the services of Indian scouts. During the discussions, he made the mistake of telling Biddle that he had been to Hooker's and that Hooker had told him he did not know where the Earps were and that he would not tell him if he did. At that, Biddle abruptly ended the negotiations, saying, "Hooker said that, did he? Well, if he did, you can't get any scouts here." Bean returned to Hooker's the next day. This time, the rancher told him he would not need scouts to find the Earps and pointed out the hill where they were camped. Bean told Hooker that he was going back to Tombstone instead, because his expenses were pretty high, $13,000 for 10 days of riding. Hooker told him what he thought about his expenses in no uncertain terms, and Bean left. Hooker always expressed the view that Bean was willing to ride anywhere in Arizona except where the Earps were. After Bean left, the Earp party returned to the ranch and stayed for several days. Reportedly, Hooker offered Wyatt Earp the $1,000 reward offered by the Arizona Cattle Growers Association for Curly Bill. But Earp turned it down, saying that he would not take any reward for keeping his promise to Morgan. While Earp, Doc, and the others rested at Hooker's place, Dan Tipton arrived with the $1,000 from Gage and stayed to be a part of the group. Before they left, Lou Cooley, a former stage driver, also rode into Hooker's with another $1,000 from Wells Fargo and Company for Wyatt Earp. All things considered, it was a remarkable moment. While Earp and his riders were enjoying the hospitality of one of Arizona's most prominent ranchers, he received money from one of Tombstone's leading mining men and from Wells Fargo. Such a dramatic demonstration of the establishment's support of Earp and his mission was striking. James B. Hume, in an interview with the National Police Gazette, would deplore the fact that the inhabitants fear and harbor the cowboys rather than incur their wrath. He also accused the sheriff of the county of being in with the cowboys. More dramatically, on March 23rd, in a remarkably detailed review of events in Tombstone, Wells Fargo had taken the astonishing step of publicly defending Wyatt Earp and endorsing his actions. Doc Holliday was even mentioned as part of the company's defense of Earp and his record at Tombstone. And although the officials scarcely gave a ringing endorsement of Doc and his character, they did take care to defend him from charges that he was involved in the Benson stage robbery. Doc Holliday, although a man of dissipated habits and a gambler, has never been a thief and was never in any way connected with the attempted stage robbery when Philpott, the stage driver, was killed. For 3/4 of an hour after the stage passed the Wells, 2.5 miles from Tombstone, he was seen at the latter place, so drunk that he was helped upon his horse, and the robbery occurred 13 miles from Tombstone, so that it was utterly impossible for him to be there. Neither did he form a part of Agent Williams and Detective Paul's posse afterward. The statement that he was present on the occasion of that robbery was put forth by the cowboys and their friends to throw further discredit upon the Earp brothers and their friends. Wyatt had conveyed his intent to Bob Paul earlier when he sent word to him that he would either surrender to him or leave the country. Paul was now back in Tucson, content to let events follow their course. By the end of March, it was clear that Wyatt had decided to leave the country. But it was also clear that he was consulting with powerful forces with respect to his plans and the expectation of a full pardon. Wyatt's posse rested at Hooker's briefly, then prepared for a final sweep in search of cowboys. A member of the posse, likely Doc, although others in the posse had the skill, wrote a letter to the editor of the Tombstone Epitaph. In camp, April 4th, 1882. Editor Epitaph. In reply to the article in the Nugget of March 31st relating to the Earp party and some of the citizens of Graham and Cochise counties, I would like to give you the facts in this case during our trip to Cochise and Graham counties. Leaving Tombstone Saturday evening, March 25th, we went into camp 6 miles north of town. Next morning, we were overtaken by 3 prospectors on the road from Tombstone to Winchester District, who asked us to partake of a frugal meal, which we ate with relish, after which we traveled in company with them on the main road to Summit Station, where we had dinner and awaited the arrival of the passenger train from the west, expecting a friendly messenger. From here, we continued our journey on the wagon road to Henderson's Ranch, where we had refreshments for ourselves and horses. Here we were informed that a gentlemanly deputy sheriff of Cochise County, Mr. Frank Hereford, for whom we have the greatest respect as a gentleman and officer, was at the ranch at the time of our arrival and departure, and have since learned the reason for not presenting himself was fears for his safety, which we assure him were groundless. Leaving this ranch, we went into camp on good grass 1 mile north. At 7 next morning, we saddled and went north to Mr. H.C. Hooker's ranch in Graham County, where we met Mr. Hooker and asked for refreshments for ourselves and stock, which he kindly granted us with the same hospitality that was tendered us by the ranchers of Cochise County. As regards to Mr. Hooker outfitting us with supplies and fresh horses, as mentioned in the Nugget, it is false and without foundation, as we are riding the same horses we left Tombstone on, with the exception of Texas Jack's horse, which was killed in the fight with Curly Bill and Posse, which we replaced by hiring a horse on the San Pedro River. In relation to the reward offered by the Stock Association, which the Nugget claims Mr. Hooker paid to Wyatt Earp for the killing of Curly Bill, it is also false, as no reward has been asked for or tendered. Leaving Hooker's ranch on the evening of that day, we journeyed north to within 5 miles of Eureka Springs. There we camped with a freighter and was cheerfully furnished the best his camp afforded. Next morning, not being in a hurry to break camp, our stay was long enough to notice the movements of Sheriff Bean and his posse of honest ranchers, with whom, had they possessed the trailing ability of the average Arizona ranchman, we might have had trouble, which we are not seeking. Neither are we avoiding these honest ranchers, as we thoroughly understand their designs. At Cottonwood we remained overnight, and here picked up the trail of the lost Charlie Ross, and a hot one. We are confident that our trailing abilities will soon enable us to turn over to the gentlemen the fruits of our efforts, so they may not again return to Tombstone empty-handed. Yours respectfully, one of them. The Earp posse did not immediately leave the area, choosing instead to scout the watering holes of the area with the hope of encountering other cowboys. For more than a week they sought their quarry, but the cowboys had scattered. The Earps returned to Tombstone for one last consultation with members of the Citizen Safety Committee before making a final sweep of the area on their way out of Arizona. Thacker was there, and Judge William Herring advised them to leave the territory while legal options were explored. By then, Jack Stillwell, the brother of Frank Stillwell and a famous and respected character noted throughout the West as a scout and Indian fighter, the hero of the Beecher's Island fight, had arrived in Tombstone and was searching for the Earps with a new posse that included Ike Clanton, John Ringo, and close to 30 others, mostly cowboys. There was some safety in numbers, after all. Stillwell apparently sensed the kind of men he was riding with, though, for he soon gave up the chase, perhaps realizing at last what his brother had become. Afterward, several of the cowboys headed south to Mexico for safety. Through all of this, the papers were filled with rumors and inflammatory rhetoric, but most people were simply sick of the whole affair and ready for it to be over. The Star did not slow its attack on the Earps, but it did admit that there was a greater problem. The officials of Cochise County, with all of the available strength they can muster, seem to avail nothing in putting down the bloodthirsty class infesting that county. Ex-city and United States officials have taken to the hills as so many Apaches. A lot of loose, marauding thieves are scouring the country, killing good, industrious citizens for plunder. The officials are out in every direction, but nothing is accomplished. And the San Diego Union declared, "We cannot escape the conclusion that the people of Cochise County are incapable or unfit for self-government." The Earps had stepped over the line, and the simple fact that they were Deputy United States Marshals, sworn to protect and sustain the laws of the country, overshadowed everything else. What most saw was simply a spirit of revenge. The cause was immaterial. What mattered was the impact of the daily reports on public opinion. The Los Angeles Express blamed the Earps for circumstances that had existed long before the vendetta ride began. The Earp vendetta, with its train of bloodshed, is more damaging to the territory than would be a protracted Apache war. It has brought people to believe that there is no security whatever for life there, and that the law is utterly impotent as against the desperadoes who ride around the country killing whomsoever they please. It is not a pleasant or inviting picture to a contemplating settler in Arizona, nor will it tend to make capitalists feel safe in investing in mining enterprises in that territory. Money will not go freely into any country where the laws are set at defiance and life is at the mercy of every ruffian who delights to pull the trigger. The impunity with which the Earp gang has carried out its program is anything but reassuring to persons who have put their money in Arizona property. It is but a step from this kind of outlawry that destroys human life to that other kind that has no appreciation of the ownership of property, and men of means who have been entertaining propositions to invest in Arizona enterprises will refuse to risk their substance in a territory where there is no protection outside of the strong arm. The Los Angeles Herald, with more awareness of the complexity of the situation in Cochise County, added its view that the law should be supreme in Arizona as elsewhere. Every man who is going about with arms in his hands, whether he belongs to the Earps or the cowboys, should be made to lay them down, and to submit his case to the arbitrament of a jury of his peers, even if it should require the whole power of the federal government and the whole force of the people of Arizona. These sentiments doubtlessly pricked the sensibilities of even the warmest allies of the Earps. The businessmen of Tombstone may have approved of Wyatt's vendetta, even applauded or conspired to support it, but they were businessmen. They needed the lifeblood of investment, and the vendetta had stirred up such a firestorm that they worried about its economic and political consequences. The message conveyed to Wyatt on his last visit to Tombstone by the vigilantes was likely very simple. "We appreciate what you've done, but it is time to end it all. When things cool down and we have a chance to show the good you've done, you can come back." The Earp party stopped at Camp Grant on their way out of the territory. Wyatt asked for a notary public. He met with Henry Morgan, who reported that Earp signed some properties over to his sister and then mailed the documents. Afterward, Wyatt and the others met with Colonel Biddle, who told them, "Wyatt, I'm going to have to hold you here. They're looking for you, and there are warrants out for your arrest. We're going to have to hold you. But come in and have something to eat first." Wyatt and the others sat down to eat, expecting to be arrested. But then Colonel Biddle suddenly excused himself. When they finished their meal and walked outside, they found fresh horses waiting for them by the gate. Wyatt, Doc, and the rest rode away bound for New Mexico. The departure of Wyatt Earp and his men from Arizona was part of a plan. Behind them, the next phase of the plan was already in motion. Despite the anti-Earp tone of the press, a combination of forces was at work to see that Wyatt Earp and his companions would not be brought to trial in Arizona or otherwise to be called to account for what they had done. A conspiracy of sorts was afoot, involving prominent Tombstone businessmen, Arizona's U.S. Marshal, the governors of Arizona and New Mexico, officials of Wells Fargo and Company, and even the Southern Pacific and Santa Fe Railroad companies. Personally following up the company's interest in the Cochise County troubles, John J. Valentine, the general superintendent of Wells Fargo, arrived in Arizona in April and is believed to have consulted with James Hume and John Thacker about the situation. These consultations produced the $1,000 that Lou Cooley carried to Wyatt Earp at Hooker's Ranch. Cooley, a former Wells Fargo employee, became a go-between for Earp and the company. On April 14th, Cooley reported to Valentine in his railroad car at Benson. At Wilcox, after leaving Valentine, Cooley was arrested by Sheriff Behan for aiding and abetting the Earps. He was held only briefly, and Valentine proceeded east into New Mexico by rail following the Earp party. Wyatt, Doc, Warren, Sherman McMaster, Turkey Creek Jack Johnson, Texas Jack Vermillion, Dan Tipton, and Charlie Smith reached Silver City, New Mexico on April 15th, as described by the New Southwest and Grant County Herald. Last Saturday evening, at about 10 o'clock, the Earp Boys Party and Doc Holliday arrived in Silver City. They went at once to the Exchange Hotel to find the stage agent to make arrangements to leave the next morning on the Deming coach. They slept in some private house uptown and took breakfast next morning at the Broadway restaurant, and as they had not registered at any hotel, it was not known they were in town until after their departure. The party came on horseback and put up at the Elephant Corral. They were all well mounted and armed to the teeth. One of the men, when asked his name, answered John Smith, and another Bill Snooks. This excited the suspicion of Mr. White, proprietor of the corral, and the next morning, when they offered to sell him their horses, he refused to buy them, fearing to get himself in trouble. They offered 6 of their horses for $300, but as the horses were worth much more than that, this offer was also looked up as unfavorable to them. They finally sold the 6 horses to Mr. Levi Miller, who is about to start a livery stable here. This done, they spoke to Mr. White about hiring a team to take them to Fort Cummings, but he advised them to go by stage, which they decided to do. The saddles and 2 horses they failed to sell were left here with Charlie Bagsby. The network of support was already at work. On the afternoon of April 15th, O.R. Smythe, the local stage line manager, had received a telegram from Wells Fargo requesting a special coach to Deming for the Earp party on April 16th. Wyatt went directly to the agent when he arrived. One unverified source later claimed that most of the Earp party slept that evening in the basement jail of the Grant County Courthouse as the guests of Sheriff Howard Whitehill, while Wyatt stayed at the sheriff's home. The private house uptown could have been the home of D.P. Neff, a relative of Earp's mining partner from Tombstone, A.S. Neff. Charlie Smith said his goodbyes to the rest of the Vendetta posse at Silver City and returned to Arizona. Wyatt, Doc, and the others rode the stage as far as Deming and then boarded a train for Albuquerque. By then, Superintendent Valentine was already in Albuquerque, and in fact, he dispatched Agent Frank Stevens to Deming on the morning of April 16th to replace the agent there who had been injured in an accident at Rincon, but who was in a position to be a messenger to Wyatt Earp, since the Earp party changed trains at Rincon that same day. After one more brief stop at Socorro, the Earp posse completed the trip to Albuquerque. Curiously, the destination of the Earps was well known before they arrived. On March 28th, before the Earp party left Arizona, the Albuquerque Morning Journal reported, "Last night, at a late hour, a Journal reporter learned that the famous Earp boys were headed for Albuquerque, and that they were on the Atlantic Express, which arrives in this city this morning at 6:18. It is not likely they will remain in this city if they stay at all, because they are too shrewd to stay in this locality. Perhaps a plan was already in motion after the Powder House meeting in Tombstone on March 25th. When the Earp posse did reach Albuquerque on the Atlantic and Pacific train on April 16th, Wyatt found Frank McLean, also known variously as McLean, McLean, and McLean, an acquaintance from Dodge City, waiting for him at the station. McLean took the Earp party under his wing in Albuquerque, later giving Earp $2,000, which suggests that McLean was acting as an agent for forces in collusion with Wyatt, most likely the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad, which had always had strong ties with the old Dodge City crowd. In John H. Flood Jr.'s manuscript written with Earp's collaboration in the 1920s, the author cryptically noted, "At Albuquerque, Earp visited a friend." Doubtless this was McLean. The Earp party remained in Albuquerque for close to 2 weeks and managed to keep a surprisingly low profile that was possible only with help. During that time, Wyatt conferred with Valentine and possibly C.C. Wheeler, the general manager of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad, who was also in town. He may have been involved in the discussions of these men with Governor Lionel A. Sheldon about the Earps remaining in New Mexico, at least for a time. Sheldon shared concerns about the cowboy problem and had asked the territorial legislature for assistance in January 1882. In fact, Major Albert Jennings Fountain was even then in the field with the 1st Battalion of Volunteer Cavalry of the New Mexico Territorial Militia, searching for cowboys in Socorro, Grant, and Sierra counties. Also most likely drawn into the discussions was Don Miguel Antonio Otero. Otero was a leading Democrat in New Mexico, with strong connections in Washington, but he was also a banker and railroad man, with interests in both the Southern Pacific and the Santa Fe. As vice president of the Santa Fe, he had overseen the building of the road into New Mexico, and he was eventually responsible for the connection with the Southern Pacific at Deming. He also knew of both Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday through his mercantile operations in New Mexico and Kansas, and had knowledge of both men through the first-hand accounts of his son, Miguel A. Gilly Otero, Jr., who had befriended Doc in Las Vegas in 1880. Interestingly, Otero had arrived in Albuquerque early in April for a brief period while Governor Sheldon was in town, before returning to Las Vegas for festivities at the dedication of Montezuma's Castle at the Hot Springs near Las Vegas. Shortly thereafter, both Otero and his son departed for Denver, where the elder was taken in by a con man named Charles Doc Baggs at about the same time the Earps arrived in Albuquerque. Still, Otero may well have been the person who made the accommodations for Wyatt, Doc, and company with the local establishment before the Denver trip. After securing Baggs' arrest, Gilly apparently returned to Las Vegas and proceeded to Albuquerque, where he acted as a go-between for the Earps. In 2001, the historian Chuck Horning discovered a letter apparently written by Gilly Otero in 1940, which, while still controversial, appears to throw new light on the Earp Party's Albuquerque sojourn. In it, Gilly recalled that Father sent me to see to the comfort of the Earp posse because his railroad supported the boys. Specifically, he said that Blonger and Armijo kept watch over the boys. Sam Blonger was the marshal of Newtown. He was out of town during most of the Earp's time in Albuquerque, in Denver, interestingly enough, but his brother and Chief Deputy Lou Blonger was acting as marshal in his stead. Perfecto Armijo was sheriff of Bernalillo County. He had appointed Blonger marshal, subject to the approval of the new Albuquerque Board of Trade. Another of Don Miguel Otero's friends and associates in Albuquerque was Henry N. Jaffa, a prominent Jewish merchant with operations in Trinidad, Colorado, and Las Vegas, New Mexico, as well as in Albuquerque. Jaffa competed with the Otero family in the mercantile business, but he was also their political ally. He likely was also familiar with Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday because of their Trinidad and Las Vegas connections. He was exactly the kind of man the elder Otero would have called on for help. While in Albuquerque, Gilly said, Earp stayed at Jaffa's home and the other boys were around town. The weather was very cold that spring, and Otero recalled that Jaffa gave Earp an overcoat from his store. Earp's had been ruined in a fight with the cowboys. I remember that cold wind even today. I do not remember that the boys had much money. He also claimed to have driven Jaffa and Earp to the river to see the work being done on the new bridge, noting that Earp remarked how it reminded him of the big bridge at Wichita. Eventually, Wells Fargo arranged safety in Colorado, and the Santa Fe provided passage from Albuquerque to Trinidad. Before that happened, however, Doc and Wyatt quarreled, and Doc left ahead of the rest of the posse in company with Dan Tipton. According to the Albuquerque Evening Review, Doc became intoxicated and indiscreet in his remarks, which offended Wyatt and caused the party to break up. Doc later downplayed the incident, saying, "We had a little misunderstanding, but it didn't amount to much." Still, over time, the incident did precipitate speculation. Kate Elder would claim years later that the split had to do with a steel vest allegedly worn by Wyatt Earp, which prompted Doc to say, "You should take the same chances I take. I'm out." How Kate knew that, she did not explain, nor did she clarify why the falling out would take place after they were well out of harm's way. The steel shirt story first appeared in print in the William Breckinridge's Eldorado. According to him, two cowboys named Pink Truly and Alex Arnold claimed to have been at Iron Springs when the Earp party approached, and that they, not Curly Bill, fired on the Earp party. They said that one of their shots struck Wyatt and that he was saved by a steel vest. Other old-timer accounts, including Kate's, appear to have derived from Breckinridge's story. Wyatt Earp was infuriated when the story appeared in Eldorado, insisting, "I never wore a steel vest, and I never had such a thing in my possession." Another one of his damn lies. Perhaps more to the point, such contraptions, although available, were hardly practical by 1882, and as an explanation for the dispute between Wyatt and Doc, it never had credibility. Gilly Otero provided a completely different explanation in his 1940 letter. Earp and Holliday had a falling out at Fat Charlie's one night. They were eating when Holliday said something about Earp being a Jew boy. Something like, "Wyatt, are you becoming a damn Jew boy?" Earp became angry and left. Charlie said that Holliday knew he had said it wrong. He never saw them together again. Jaffa told me later that Earp's woman was a Jewess. Earp did moo, illegible, apparently a misspelling of mezuzah, when entering his house. What makes Otero's comment even more interesting, if his letter is authentic, is that in 1940, when he wrote it, Wyatt's early connection to Sadie was not well known. Even Allie Earp, Virgil's wife, did not remember her being in Tombstone. In March 1882, following Morgan Earp's murder, Wyatt's wife Mattie had gone to Colton, California with other members of the Earp family, but by then Earp was clearly interested in, if not involved in, an affair with Sadie Marcus. That would explain his interest in Jewish custom. Holliday's remark, if indeed he did make it, was more likely based on Wyatt staying in better quarters and spending extended periods of time with Jaffa than on some deep-seated anti-Semitism. Doc may also have disapproved of Sadie, either because of her earlier connection to John Behan or because he disapproved of Wyatt's disloyalty to Mattie. Most likely, the comment was an unguarded remark fueled by too much alcohol, but it was exactly the sort of indiscretion that would best explain Wyatt's reaction and the subsequent split between him and Doc. The split was serious enough that news of it spread rather quickly. Within a short time, the Tombstone Epitaph reported, "It is pretty well understood that a row has taken place in the Earp camp." About the 1st of May, Doc left Albuquerque ahead of the others in company with Dan Tipton, but the circumstances were not clear. Doc may have left angry, and Tipton decided to join him. Wyatt may have feared that Doc would cause trouble for the negotiations underway, so he sent him on to Trinidad with Tipton, either to make preparations for the posse there or simply to get him out of town to where he could do less harm. The Albuquerque hiatus of Wyatt, Doc, and friends, far from bringing an end to the debate over the Cowboy War, merely exacerbated it. Speculation and diatribe reached new levels in waves of justification and condemnation that pushed the names of Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday beyond the news and into the realm of legend. It was then, in late April and May 1882, with Earp and Holliday out of public view, that the vendetta began to transcend the narrow confines of history. Even before the Earp posse left Arizona, the reputation of the Earps was undergoing a reconstruction. In an article portraying Frank Stilwell as an honest citizen, the Tucson Star acknowledged that the Earp brothers had some warm friends who are good citizens, but added, "If 1/20th part of what is said of their record is true, they are certainly no desirable acquisition to any community. They are a roving band. Their path is strewn with blood. Strange as it may seem, wherever they halt in a settlement, stage robberies follow, and human life ceases to be sacred. Their late escapades at Tombstone are only their records repeated in other frontier towns." Such a gratuitous misrepresentation of the record transformed the Earps into the cause of Cochise County lawlessness and minimized the cowboy problem that had been the subject of public outrage and editorial commentary for more than 2 years. Even the ambush attack on Virgil and the murder of Morgan were lost in the coverage or rationalized as the fruit of their own misconduct. The reversal of roles for the Earps in the press did not pass unchallenged. On April 24th, a Tombstone correspondent replied to a strongly worded editorial of the Los Angeles Express, blaming the Earps for the troubles. Things are in an anomalous condition in Cochise County. The Earps are hunting assassins and robbers, and the sheriff with a set of cowboys and cutthroats are hunting the Earps, on the suspicion that they had a hand in the killing of a stage robber in Tucson. Said stage robber was supposed to have assassinated Morgan Earp. but there is no proof that the Earps killed the robber. However, the friends of the robbers have made complaints against the Earps and sent a warrant to our sheriff. Our sheriff is so anxious to avenge the death of the stage robber that he seems to have forgotten all other duties. The day after M.R. Peel, son of our esteemed townsman, Judge Peel, was assassinated, the sheriff with 18 or 20 deputies left in search of the Earps, leaving the warm and bloody corpse of poor young Peel at Tombstone. And from that day to this, if he or any of the cowboy deputies have ever done one thing towards detecting the murderers, no one in Cochise County has heard of it. Judge Peel declares that the sheriff has never spoken to him or noticed him since the death of his son. All of the good people are shocked at such conduct. The governor has equipped 30 men and put them under a United States Marshal. They and the people are doing all they can to detect the assassins. Since the Earps left the county, there have been 5 or 6 cold-blooded murders and robberies, and if our sheriff or his gang have ever noticed or made the least effort to arrest one of the fiends, no one knows about it. It is now said that the Earps have left the country, and we expect to have a series of crimes soon, as the Earps were the only men here that these fellows were afraid of. The citizens are thinking of petitioning the governor to recall the Earps and put 30 men under their control. Responding to further criticism of Doc and the Earps in the Las Vegas Optic, the same correspondent challenged the charges and added, "Another petition is being quietly circulated requesting the governor to recall the Earps, as the citizens claim they were the only ones who dared cope with the cattle thieves and stage robbers. I find the feeling is universal among the law and order party that the Earp party are the only ones that can restore order and security of life and property." As far as the Arizona press was concerned, only the Epitaph and the Tucson Citizen actively reminded readers of the history that had led to the vendetta, and that changed in April, after the Earps left Cochise County, when John P. Clum and Charles D. Reppy sold the Epitaph. The Epitaph had been the great defender of the Earps, and more important, because the Epitaph had controlled the Associated Press wire service, it had been largely responsible for the positive view of the Earps nationally. The new editor, Sam Purdy, a friend and former partner of James A. Riley, an old enemy of Wyatt Earp, came to Tombstone from Yuma, where he had published the Yuma Free Press. Purdy's arrival on May 1st marked a dramatic shift in the Epitaph's editorial position. Indeed, Purdy was the primary architect of the anti-Earp view of the Earps as stage robbers, thugs, and murderers who victimized the cowboys, and he promoted the lie that there had been no cowboy problem. Purdy was a newcomer to Tombstone. As such, his viewpoint had to come from Riley and the other enemies of Wyatt Earp. Purdy now gave editorial sanction to the lies that Ike Clanton had first told on the witness stand at the Judge Wells Spicer hearing. This left the Tucson Citizen as the single strong editorial voice in Arizona to remind other journals of the history of cowboy depredations in their own back files, while the Democratic papers used the Earps to attack the Republicans, suggesting that the rope that hangs the Earps will strangle the Republican Party. Even before Purdy arrived in Tombstone, the Democratic press intimated that the Republican Party supported the Earps. Littleton Price, the Republican district attorney in Tombstone, had been under fire from the Tombstone Nugget from the beginning of his tenure in 1880. As early as November 8, 1880, the Nugget complained in a criminal case that, as is usual in Price's prosecutions, the defendant was discharged. During the Spicer hearing, Will McLaury expressed the view that Price's prosecution of the Earps and Doc Holliday was less than enthusiastic. On April 1, 1882, in one of the last blows against local authorities before Richard Rule replaced Harry Woods as editor, the Nugget attacked Price directly for his handling of cases involving the Earp party, especially Milt Joyce's case against Doc. Probably the district attorney of Cochise County will arise and explain to the people why so many straw bonds have been accepted and the criminals allowed to escape. Maybe he will explain why an indictment against Doc Holliday has not been placed on the criminal calendar. And while on this subject, why did he not present it at the last term of court when requested to do so by a leading prosecuting witness? Significantly, under the editorship of Richard Rule, the Nugget, though no friend of the Earps, became more moderate in its tone and steered clear of the political excesses of the Tucson Star and the propaganda of the Epitaph. The Tombstone commercial advertiser took a somewhat different and practical view of the Earps. It seems that at this time the people and city have lost their old staunch champions, and perhaps it is just as well that it be so, and better that both city and people look out for themselves and fight their own battles. Some of the Earp's old allies, at least, thought that good advice. The Earp posse had already left Tombstone when William Tecumseh Sherman, the general of the U.S. Army, arrived on April 7, 1882. He stayed long enough to talk with some of the locals on both sides of the controversy, although that was not his mission, and he advised the U.S. Attorney General that the civil authorities have not sufficient force to make arrests to hold prisoners for trial or punish when convicted. He supported the Gosper-Trital plan, which called for federal funds to create a suitable posse to aid the sheriff and marshal, or a revision of the Posse Comitatus Act to allow federal troops to be used. Sherman's opinions contributed to President Chester A. Arthur's decision to follow the advice of Governor Frederick A. Trital and to issue his proclamation respecting disturbances in Arizona on May 3, 1882, which authorized the use of troops to enforce the laws and ordered the insurgents to disperse. The proclamation declared that it had become impractical to enforce, by ordinary course of judicial proceeding, the laws of the United States. The reaction to the proclamation was swift and strong. Sam Purdy and the Epitaph set the tone by announcing that indignation meetings were planned to protest the proclamation and declaring, "Cochise County is as peaceful a state as any other section of the country. There is no outlawry, no outrages, no resistance offered to the exception of the law." In reprinting the article, the San Diego Union interjected at this point, "Let us wait a minute and get our breath." The Epitaph went on to declare that Tombstone is as peaceful a city as there is in the Union, having a perfect police system and efficient officers. Public opinion is unanimous in calling the president's action an outrage. The Union proclaimed, "For absolute steel-plated cheek, the foregoing dispatch has never been equaled," adding, "It is, however, surpassed by the one that follows." The Union then published a long editorial from the Tucson Star that deplored the proclamation and blamed federal authorities for any difficulty there. There has been no time when the law could not have been executed in Arizona with the assistance of federal officials, and criminals at any time could have been brought to punishment with their help. There has been no terrorism and no difficulty in the administration of justice, save that inaugurated by them. The Star went on to assert, "The origin of this scandalous condition is simply this: a band of Deputy United States Marshals engaged in the most wanton and criminal practices under the color of their official authority. They murdered innocent people, and when the sheriff of the county in which these crimes were committed sought to arrest them, they interposed their official position and resisted the execution of the law. These are the facts." These editorials aroused other reactions to their bald-faced effrontery. The cattle thieves and stage robbers of Arizona are in a state of virtuous indignation. The proclamation of the president has seriously wounded their feelings, declared the Union in response. It then expressed this firm opinion. Now it is perfectly useless to enter into any serious argument with people who gravely utter such expressions as we have quoted, in the face of the actual occurrences in southeastern Arizona in the last 6 months. The very fact that gamblers, murderers, stage robbers, and cattle thieves of that section are strong enough to be represented in the local administration of affairs and to obtain the sustenance of a portion of the press tells its own story and needs no comment. The San Francisco Exchange dripped sarcasm in its review of cowboy outrages. It is pleasant to hear that these pastimes no longer exist in Cochise County, but we believe they do all the same. The Tucson Citizen observed, "To read the Tombstone papers, one would imagine that the great enemies of the prosperity of the country were not the robbers and murderers, but those who punish and denounce the crimes." In subsequent issues, the Citizen quoted at length from the back files of the Star and other papers to expose the hypocrisy of their stance. Their news columns give the lie to such editorial utterances, the Citizen declared. It is a notorious fact that lawlessness prevails, and it is equally well known that a reign of terror exists in the city of Tombstone that makes it next to impossible to correct the existing disorder of things by the ordinary means of civil justice. The Citizen went on to point out Sam Purdy's reaction in the Yuma Free Press about Tritl's visit to Tombstone and his proposals. He has come to the conclusion that law and order must prevail at any cost, and is taking sensible and energetic steps in the direction of such a consummation. There, Purdy had deplored the existing lawlessness in Cochise County. The President's proclamation was not an infringement upon the rights of individuals and local governments, the Citizen proclaimed. Rather, we are inclined to the opinion that the quiet which these papers now declare to exist is due to the establishing of some authority which will not be deterred from enforcing the law either through fear or favor. On the evening of May 10th, the promised indignation meeting was held at Tombstone with Marcus Aurelius Smith, a Republican from Tombstone, and Judge Robinson, a Democrat from Tucson, as the primary speakers, prompting the San Diego Union to ask, "Are murder, robbery, and gambling so firmly entrenched in the Tombstone section that their endorsement is nonpartisan?" Actually, the meeting was disappointing to its sponsors, so much so that the Tombstone Nugget could not resist belittling it for falling flat as a cold potato. And the Phoenix, Arizona Gazette called it a complete farce. And when Charleston announced an indignation meeting, the Citizen had its say. If any place in the territory is entitled to indignate, Charlestown is that place. It is there that the cowboys have broken whiskey glasses just as they were raised to the lips of terror-stricken citizens, broken the tops of beer bottles and snuffed out candles with their revolvers. It is in Charleston that clergymen have been compelled to dance and sing in the midst of religious services to gratify the humor of Curly Bill et al. It is here that merchants have been compelled to open their safes and turn over their ready cash to the festive cowboys. It is here that the Clantons and McLowrys tied up and disarmed a peace officer for attempting to arrest one of them for disturbing the peace. It is here that M.B. Peel and a half dozen others have been murdered in cold blood within the past 5 months. We would suggest that they embrace these facts in the preamble to the resolutions they will be called upon to pass. It will establish their knowledge of the characteristics of the festive cowboy and strengthened their statement that no lawlessness exists. One of those who directly challenged Sam Purdy's portrayal of peace in Cochise County was Deputy U.S. Marshal John H. Jackson, just back from 20 days and 400 miles through the countryside with his rangers. He pointed out that 2 years earlier there were ranches, livestock, and development. Then he wrote, "Yes, Mr. Epitaph, there is peace, and the reason is evident. There is nothing more to steal." The rancheros were literally broken up by the thieves and had to abandon their homes and corrals and move into town to save their own lives, because their lives were threatened if they reported on the thieves. Is it to secure the favor of the vandals who committed these outrages that the Epitaph is advertising to the world that we have so much peace and quiet in Cochise County? The Nugget endorsed Jackson's letter by saying that it was written by a gentleman of integrity and unquestioned veracity, a resident of over 3 years' duration, and who knows whereof he writes. Purdy retaliated by blaming the deserted ranches on federal Indian policy, not on the depredations of cowboys, and belittling Jackson for spending 20 days in the field and finding nothing but grass and timber, not even a cowboy or an Earp. He accused Jackson of being politically motivated and set off another controversy in Cochise County. That was another story, however. Not all those who criticized the proclamation followed the Star Epitaph line. Some simply thought it was the wrong solution. Judge Bryant L. Peel of Tombstone, a staunch Democrat who was still bitter over the murder of his son, addressed the issue directly. "I have read these editorials until I am disgusted. I know the object of such articles. It is to cover the deficiencies of a set of county officials in Cochise County. The most outrageous crimes have been committed by the wholesale, and not an arrest made, nor an attempt made to arrest. Farmers at their homes, engineers in their offices, teamsters on the road, and miners in their camp had been murdered in cold blood, and our county officials took no pains to ferret out the perpetrators of these crimes. These things caused the best citizens of Tombstone to appeal to the governor for relief. I was one of that number. The governor had 2 classes of advisors when he came here. One advised him to call out 100 militia and head them and take this class of outlaws as a class and shoot them wherever found, which I think is the only way to deal with fiends. A more conservative class advised him to call on the general government for aid. He took the advice of the latter and asked the president for $150,000 and permission to remove inefficient officers. The president asked Congress for permission to use the military to aid the civil authorities, a thing that nobody asked for, nor no one wanted. But that was not the fault of Governor Tritle, nor shall he be blamed for it. All that Governor Tritle said is true, and we stand ready to prove it to the world. Criticism from the Virginia City, Nevada enterprise prompted Tritle to write to the editor there, pointing out that he had requested help because the territory could not provide needed funds, and that all the criticism was from the Democratic press. The Republican press has no indignation meetings, he wrote. Those were held only where cowboys abound. Like Peel, the Enterprise thought the president's use of martial law was unnecessary, calling it ridiculous. But, it added, those acquainted with the character of the depredations committed by the cowboys understood very well that all that was required to bring the desperadoes under subjection was the exhibition by a few determined officers of a bold front toward them. The Earp brothers nearly succeeded in bringing them to terms, and had they been backed by the sentiment of the community in which they operated, their success would have been complete. In the mind of moderate editors, including the newly balanced Tombstone Nugget, which never played down the levels of violence that prompted the proclamation, or the Republican press, Trital was not to blame for the president's overreaction. By May 16th, Trital was claiming that the proclamation was serving its purpose. Even the threat of a federal military presence had had a salutary effect. The press was still debating whether the cause was the governor's action or the fact that the Earps were gone, but there were at least fewer claims that southeastern Arizona had been peaceful before the vendetta ride. Now the questions were overtly political, which meant, simply, determining who had been to blame. What happened was giving way to what best served the parties. That political controversy would be around for a while. The one thing missing from most of this public debate was the Earp posse. Nothing was clear about its movements during late April and early May. The same Epitaph article that reported the row in the Earp camp also reported Dan Tipton killed en route to Colorado with Holliday. He was allegedly thrown from a train. Texas Jack was also reported killed riding on a train near Las Vegas. According to this account, Jack defended the Earps as brave, honest men and true patriots. In fact, that they were anything that was not bad. He also attacked the cowboys as a pack of murdering thieves, villains, and stage robbers. When someone expressed a contrary view, the story alleged that Jack left the car, and a few minutes later, the conductor returned to say that he had jumped from the train traveling 60 miles an hour. Both of these tales apparently derived from the Las Vegas Optic report that an unknown man was murdered on a freight train between this place and Otero, and the remains were thrown off the cars. To cap off all of this, another source reported that Sherman McMaster had been killed and Wyatt Earp seriously, if not fatally, wounded. When it finally got around to describing the Earp stay in Albuquerque, the review reported, notwithstanding the fact that the newspapers did not speak of their arrival here, it became known in Arizona, and Tombstone supplied a party of manhunters who, it appears from Arizona papers received this morning, at last found their prey. The Epitaph gives an account of the killing of Wyatt Earp near Hookers, Arizona last Monday by a party which ambushed and attacked him. While the Citizen endorses the news, adding the statement that Tipton was killed last week while with Doc Holliday, no particulars are published of the killings, as both papers received their information through private sources. Wyatt met his death while returning from a visit to his wounded brother at Colton, California, who had but the week before assured a citizen of Tombstone that all of them would, as soon as he was well, return to Arizona and stand trial on the charges preferred against them. Clearly, the rumor mill was in high gear. In another story, Virgil Earp supposedly told the press that he had received a letter from his brothers in Illinois. The wire service reported, "The boys say they left the country for fear of killing some good men." The rumors provided some cover for the Earp posse as they prepared to leave Albuquerque in pursuit of an arrangement to provide an unofficial sanctuary in Colorado. The elder Otero was a friend and business associate of Frederick W. Pitkin, the Colorado governor. Pitkin was a pragmatist, but he apparently saw no problem with the Earps taking refuge in the state so long as there was no push for their extradition, which seemed unlikely, given Governor Tritel's predisposition to favor the Earps. On May 13th, well after the Earp posse had left New Mexico, the Albuquerque Review got around to publishing its account of their sojourn in Albuquerque, which supported the belief that powerful forces were working on behalf of the Earps. On the morning after their arrival in Albuquerque, and before more than one or two knew of their presence, Wyatt Earp called at the Review and Journal offices and had an interview with the reporters of both papers. He stated that they had come to Albuquerque to escape persecution while awaiting the result of an effort by Governor Tritel to secure their pardon from the president, that they were being sought for by their foes, and that they would not give themselves up to the Arizona officers without resistance. In view of these facts, Earp requested of both papers that their temporary sojourn in Albuquerque remain unnoticed until they could be assured that the knowledge of their whereabouts would not bring a party of cowboy avengers down on them. To back his assertions regarding Governor Tritl's feeling toward them, Earp presented the Review several convincing documents, and his request was accordingly granted by this paper as it was by the Journal. The Review indicated that about 50 people knew of their presence in Albuquerque. The Journal denied that the Earp desperados called at its offices, but the Review offered a contrary view of their character, noting, "The party, while in Albuquerque, deported themselves very sensibly, performing no acts of rowdyism, and in this way gained not a few friends for their side of the fight." Doc Holliday would have enjoyed the newspaper dialogue in Arizona had he been able to follow it, but at the very least, he realized that he had become involved in something much larger than revenge for the death of a murdered friend and brother. It was never simply that, and through the early months of 1882, he witnessed the whole process becoming more complicated, involving corporations and government officials as well as his new friends. Doc found himself on the side of the consolidating power of the new industrial order. With 6 dead cowboys, possibly more never recovered in the brush, as rumor always claimed, and many scattered into Mexico, New Mexico, and other points, the vendetta ride could fairly be called a success. There would be political costs, mainly for Wyatt Earp himself, but he knew, and so did his supporters, that he and his riders had given the business development of Arizona a bloody shove toward the stability and order his supporters sought. The vendetta touched ancient issues about law and justice that resonated with people far beyond Tombstone and Arizona. There was something primal in what became known as the Earp-Clanton feud. Violence is most likely to occur where the authority structure is insufficient, where the authority structure is undermined by inefficiency, corruption, or lack of public support, and where the authority structure itself feels threatened. All 3 factors played a role in the troubled region of southeastern Arizona. The cowboy troubles originally derived from an insufficient law enforcement presence. Over time, inefficiency, corruption, and a general distrust of both Sheriff Behan and Marshal Earp led to a lack of public support for the legal systems of Tombstone and Cochise County. The authority structure itself, the new order represented by mining, shipping, and banking interests, saw its interests threatened, and it was willing to support a heavy hand to set things right. The new industrial order was redefining class relations in ways that challenged traditional assumptions and justified violence in defense of the community. The same arguments that played out in Arizona over what Doc and the Earps were doing were part of the debate not only over events like the Lincoln County War and the Johnson County War, but also over events like the Great Strike of 1877, the suppression of the Molly Maguires, the Homestead Strike, and the Haymarket Riot, with one side condemning the violence and the other justifying it as necessary for the establishment of order. The managerial philosophy adopted by most business leaders during the Gilded Age encouraged the quick suppression of perceived threats to the new order, while more traditional thinkers worried about the possible abuse of law presented by the resort to force too quickly, which made the cure worse than the disease. Few Arizonans doubted that there was trouble in southeastern Arizona. The question was whether the Earps were part of the cause or the cure. Many Arizonans deplored the Earps' vendetta as ruthless vigilantism of the worst sort, for which there was no justification. They believed the Earps posed a serious threat to the rule of law. Many others, including most of the business elite in the territory, pointed to the failure of the law to deal with the cowboy scourge as justification for what the Earps did. What is the relationship of law and justice? At what point, if ever, can men justify going outside the law to achieve justice? This debate was not confined to Arizona in 1882 or in other times before or since. Violence attended growth, and the right or wrong of it depended on whether it was perceived as a necessary agent of change or a needless usurpation of law. The citizen offered one view. The only way to make the country safe and secure for immigration and capital is to wipe out the lawless element by any means possible. The Star offered another. The question is, law or no law, which shall prevail? The people say the former must. And while that debate went on, Wyatt Earp, Doc Holliday, and the rest were simply pawns in the larger game. They had served their purpose, and now they withdrew as heroes or villains, depending on the point of view, to await the vindication they had already been promised. 10. A Holiday in Denver. Doc Holliday, I Have You Now. Perry Mallon, Denver Tribune, May 16, 1882. Trinidad was southern Colorado's door to New Mexico through Raton Pass. In 1882, it boasted a population of 6,500. Its businessmen, ranchers, and miners were ambitious, calling their town the Pittsburgh of the West. But like many such places in the West, the real motherlode for some was found in the gambling halls and saloons rather than in the mine shafts. On April 17, 1882, about the time that Wyatt Earp's posse reached Albuquerque, Bat Masterson became the marshal of Trinidad. Only a day before, the former Dodge City policeman John Allen mortally wounded cockeyed Frank Loving, John Henry Holliday's old buddy from Dodge, who had also killed his man, as the expression went. Masterson calmed things down and soon won the praise of the town fathers and a skeptical press. He had just begun to settle in when Doc and Dan G. Tipton arrived from Albuquerque amid the press speculations that Tipton had been killed. Bat doubtless got his first real accounts of the past weeks from them, but shortly thereafter, the rest of Wyatt Earp's posse slipped off the train at El Morro, just outside of Trinidad, for a brief reunion before disbanding. It was the end of the Vendetta Trail. Wyatt, Warren, Doc, Texas Jack Vermillion, Turkey Creek Jack Johnson, Tipton, and Sherman McMaster said their goodbyes, and by May 3rd, most of them had departed. Wyatt enjoyed his reunion with Bat, recounting the bitter months just past, and Doc found congenial company in smoky, more familiar climes, free of trail dust and cowboy posses. The town had more than a dozen gambling halls and saloons, and a number of familiar faces from his earlier days at Trinidad in 1878, and from Dodge City, Las Vegas, and other points in his past, which made the experience something of a reunion for him as well. Doc and Wyatt parted company there. Perhaps the strain on their friendship from the incident at Albuquerque was still fresh. Perhaps Doc had already made his plans to visit the silver mining camps in the Wood River country in northern Colorado. More likely, the deal struck at Albuquerque simply meant that Wyatt did not need him anymore, and they parted company at Trinidad on good terms. Wyatt, Warren, and Tipton left about May 4th, bound for Gunnison in the mountains, but not before the Trinidad News reported, Messrs. Wyatt and Warren Earp are still with us. Their brothers went south Wednesday morning. Again, the News takes great pleasure in saying they are all way up boys, gentlemen of the first water. Bat probably accompanied the Earps as far as Pueblo to attend the prize fight scheduled there on May 5th between the pugilists Thomas B. Walling and Brian Campbell. Despite reports that both fighters were in good trim, the match turned into a debacle when the only man the principals could agree on as referee refused to take the job. A riot seemed imminent until some promoter cooked up an impromptu dogfight that lasted until one of the dog's backers threw up his tail for lack of a sponge. The affair was the occasion for an editorial on the brutality of prize fighting, and to add to the sporting men's woes, the police made a raid upon all classes of gambling and houses of prostitution in South Pueblo that night and pulled all the inmates, between 40 and 50 all told. Said the Pueblo chieftain, "It is very evident that the South Pueblo authorities mean to root out the evil which has been let alone so long, and in this the best class of citizens back them up. Nearly all parties arrested put up for their appearances this morning." In this righteous atmosphere, Bat said goodbye to Wyatt and returned to Trinidad and his duties. The Earps stayed in Pueblo a day or two longer, minding their manners, before catching the train to Gunnison with Tipton. Doc lingered in Trinidad a few days longer than the others, gambling and renewing acquaintances with companions from his past. Relying on the arrangements made at Albuquerque, he gave little thought to danger arising from the vengeance trail he had recently traveled, although he knew that warrants had been sworn out for him in the Frank Stillwell and Florentino Cruz killings. On May 8, 1882, in Tombstone, the old case against him in the matter of his fight with Milt Joyce was called before Judge William H. Stillwell, and when Doc did not appear, Stillwell declared his bond forfeited and closed the books on that matter. About May 10th, John Henry moved on to Pueblo. He continued his gambling in South Pueblo, where things were back to normal after the short-lived crackdown on the sins of the flesh. There, too, he introduced himself to local authorities and spent considerable time with Pat Desmond, a constable, former Pueblo chief of police, an acquaintance of Doc's from the days of the Royal Gorge affair. He behaved himself and made sure that everyone knew that he had been acting as a peace officer during the Vendetta ride. As in Trinidad, he made no effort to conceal his identity, and when questioned as to his doings in Arizona, said he had nothing to fear from that quarter, as he had received full pardon from the governor for his bloody work in consideration of the effective services he had rendered to the authorities. Doc would have had no reason to notice the brief item in the Chieftain of May 11th, which noted simply, "Perry Mallon, Esquire, of Ogden, Utah, is in the city on his return from Los Angeles, California, and autographed at the Lindell." But it was a name he would soon be unable to forget. On the night of May 12th, a small man with reddish face and bearing, with small ferrety eyes, and not an inviting cast of features, approached him in Tom Kemp's Variety Theater. The man introduced himself as Perry Mallon and thanked Doc for once saving his life in Santa Fe. Doc replied that he must be mistaken because he had never been in Santa Fe. But the little stranger persisted with his story and warned Doc that he had seen Josh Stillwell, the brother of Frank Stillwell, on the train, and that Stillwell was gunning for him. Mallon then curiously threatened to kill Doc if he said anything, and capped off the encounter by taking down his clothes to show Doc what he claimed were scars from gunshot wounds. Doc laughed, shrugged Mallon off as an eccentric of some sort, and promptly forgot the incident. On Sunday, March 14th, in company with Texas George Robinson and Sam Osgood, two gambler friends, Doc departed Pueblo for Denver. The chieftain announced why. The races began in Denver yesterday, and there was quite an emigration of sporting men from this point who hoped to see some of the proceeds of the pool box. On the train, Doc and his friends ran into Bat Masterson, who was also on his way to the races. Arriving in Denver on May 15th, Doc checked into the Windsor Hotel and, as he had done in Trinidad and Pueblo, announced his presence to the authorities. He spent the day at the fairgrounds in company with Masterson and his gambler friends, but he also talked with David J. Cook, the head of the Rocky Mountain Detective Agency, and Chief James Lomery of the Denver Police Department, among others. He certainly did not act the part of a fugitive, and in fact was not even armed. That evening he planned to meet John N. Vimont, the superintendent of the big Pittsburgh mine in Leadville, at the Windsor Hotel. Vimont was a friend from Tombstone, a mining speculator who had pulled out in 1881 before the trouble started, and had gone to work for Horace A.W. Tabor, the father of the Leadville boom, Lieutenant Governor of Colorado, and brother of Maxie Tabor, whom Doc had met during the Royal Gorge War. Vimont had apparently agreed to loan Doc money for his planned trip to the Wood River country. Why he was willing to finance Doc was a question never answered. But he and Tabor may have expected Doc to investigate investment opportunities in the North. At any rate, Doc never kept the appointment. Instead, near 9 o'clock in the evening, as Holliday walked along 15th Street toward the Windsor, a small, strange-looking man stepped up to him, pointed 2 revolvers at him, and shouted dramatically, "Throw up your hands. Doc Holliday, I have you now," as 2 deputy sheriffs, Charles T. Linton and Barney Cutler, took Doc into custody and hustled him off to the sheriff's office a short distance away. Only after arriving at the sheriff's office did Doc recognize the man who had accosted him as Perry Mallon, the eccentric he had encountered in Pueblo. The scene in the sheriff's office was chaos multiplied. Even there, Mallon continued to nervously point his revolvers at Holliday, causing Doc to remark, "Oh, you can drop that. Nobody's trying to get away from you. I have no weapons." This set off a heated verbal exchange between the two. Mallon dramatically declared, "No, you won't get away from me again. You killed my partner, you bloodthirsty coward, and I would have taken you at Pueblo if the men I had with me had stood with me." Disgusted, Doc made it clear that he did not intend to be abused and appealed to a growing number of men gathering in the room that he be allowed to make a statement. The officers were visibly nervous about the crowd, and Deputy Linton impatiently reminded Doc, "This is not a court or jury." Doc persisted, demanding to know if it is customary in this country to deny a citizen the right of speech. Is it right? Is it justice? The melodrama continued as Doc told the onlookers he could expose Mallon as a fraud, and Mallon flourished his pistols again. "I can show you his reason for bringing me here," Doc exclaimed. "I can show—" At that point, Linton cut him off, but Mallon rambled on about Doc having killed his partner until Holliday was hustled into a hack and taken to the county jail. As the officers started out the door with their prisoner, a Tribune reporter asked Doc if he could come along. Doc responded, "Come on, you are just the man I want to see." The news of the arrest had spread quickly because the Tribune reporter was only one of several reporters there, along with a number of citizens, including what the Tribune described as rough-looking characters from out of town whom no one seemed to know. Once he arrived at the jail, Doc grew more reticent, declaring that he wanted to speak with Bat Masterson and an attorney before he said any more. Not until Doc was pushed into a cell did the reporter hear someone call him Doc and realize who the prisoner was and why the sheriff's department was so officiously nervous. Bat Masterson must have caught wind of what was happening early on. Doc had hardly been lodged at the jail before Bat and Frank A. Naylor a prominent Denver attorney, moved to secure a writ of habeas corpus. En route to see the judge, they encountered the Tribune reporter. Bat told him that Holliday was a responsible man, a deputy United States Marshal, and for a time deputy marshal of Tombstone, and that the cowboys only wanted to assassinate him as they had Verge and Morgan Earp. Bat also told the Denver Republican's reporter, "I tell you that all this talk is wrong about Holliday. I know him well. He is a dentist and a good one. He was with me in Dodge City, where he was known to be an enemy of the lawless element." By 3:30 a.m., Bat and Naylor delivered papers signed by Judge Victor A. Elliott to the sheriff's office, ordering Sheriff Michael Spangler to have Doc in court later that very morning. Clearly, Bat was prepared for action and already acting as manager of the situation on Doc's behalf. Denver residents awoke to a flurry of reports about the celebrated prisoner and Perry Mallon's manhunt. Over breakfast and throughout the day, Doc Holliday was the main topic of conversation. At the outset, most of Denver's papers took Mallon's story at face value, and it was a dramatic one at that. Mallon claimed to be the sheriff of Los Angeles County, California, and said that the story had begun 7 years earlier when Doc Holliday murdered his partner, Harry Wyatt, in St. George, Utah. Mallon laid it on thick. At his hands, Doc became one of the most noted desperados in the West. The Denver Republican declared, "In comparison, Billy the Kid, or any other of the many Western desperados who have recently met their fate, fade into insignificance. The murders committed by him are counted by the scores, and his other crimes are legion. For years he has roamed the West, gaining his living by gambling, robbery, and murder. In the Southwest, his name is a terror. In fact, he is no other a personage than the leader of the murderous gang of cowboys who have been lately operating in the vicinity of Tombstone, Arizona, and the head of the lawless element of Tucson, Arizona." Mallon gravely showed reporters a missing little finger on his left hand that he attributed to Doc's marksmanship, adding, "And 6 other bullets from his pistol have perforated my body." He claimed that Doc had callously killed his partner as a result of a quarrel over cards. "A more cold-blooded murder never came to my knowledge," Mallon intoned. "Poor Harry never moved. Bullet after bullet was shot into his body, and Holliday had so many friends at his elbow that any resistance on my part would have been useless." Mallon said that he resolved at that point that he would track Holliday down, which led to a manhunt that took him on a trail through Arizona, California, Kansas, the Indian Territory, and eventually to Tombstone. He made Doc, the cowboy leader, turn Frank Stillwell into a martyr, accused Doc of killing a railroad conductor named Clantrey, and capped it all off with this revelation. 6 weeks ago, while a man known as Curly Bill and myself were searching for him in the mountains, we suddenly came upon him, and during the encounter, in which over 100 shots were fired, Curly Bill was killed at my side from a shot fired by Holliday. After murdering 6 men at Tucson, Mallon went on, Doc left Arizona headed for Fort Dodge or the Indian Territory. He followed, he said, noting the outcome. "I stopped at Trinidad and there gained my first clue. I went to Pueblo and one night saw the object of my search in a box at the Comique Theater. Not wishing to show myself, I went out to get an officer, and when I returned, he had gone. I thought he had recognized me and left in consequence. I remained there for several days, but could not find my man again. 3 days ago, I came to Denver. I was taking my chances. Yesterday, I saw him on the street, and you know of the capture." It was a wild yarn, but many Denver citizens, including the sheriff's department, appeared to take it at face value, although Deputy Sheriff Linton was put off by Mallon's style. The Denver Rocky Mountain News proclaimed Mallon a hero and gave him credit for a bit of verbal wizardry so bizarre that it almost had to be deliberate. When it informed its readers that Mallon has been on the track of Doc since the desperate fight he had with the gang by the sheriff's force of Tucson, Arizona, 6 weeks ago, in which Sheriff Stillwell was killed in an attempt of the gang to murder Charlie, a brother of Deputy Sheriff Clintry, murdered by one of the Earps in a billiard parlor at Tombstone a few weeks ago. Sheriff Mallon deserves great credit for the persistence with which he followed up the man, the news intoned. The Republican initially added its voice to the view that Doc's crimes were legion, his murders were counted by the score, and that Mallon was a brave officer. For the moment, Mallon basked in the glory of having brought down the West's most notorious outlaw. His ruse, with all of its calculated fantasies, could not withstand scrutiny for long, but then it did not have to prove true to hold Doc until the processes for extradition in Arizona could be put into motion. It was a bold charade. Not everyone was conned. The Tribune quickly judged that Mallon's story was a very sensational one, and, in fact, too highly colored throughout to bear the impress of truth. The Tribune noted that Mallon had a little silver-mounted revolver such as a cowboy would disdain to carry. The manner in which he handled his pistol showed that he was afraid it would go off every moment, and that he was more frightened than Holliday was evident. It looked like the affectation of a tyro to hold a pistol on a defenseless and unarmed man, as Mallon did in the sheriff's office. The Tribune said that Holliday does not think Mallon was ever a cowboy or in the habit of handling a pistol. By contrast, the paper pointed out that Holliday has not been in hiding, nor has he disguised his name or features. John Henry did not overplay his hand with claims or accusations. His story was understated and reasonable. The Daily Times reported, Holliday claims, with considerable show of reason, that the only fault committed by the gang was a vigorous effort to enforce law and order and bring the cowboys to justice. This claim is sustained by the fact that the epitaph was a firm adherent of Earp and his followers until the proprietors were compelled by threats and attempted assassinations to sell out the paper, and also by the position taken by the federal authorities, which, under orders from Washington, have taken measures to suppress the lawlessness inspired by the doings of the cowboys. It is possible that one part was as bad as the other, but the facts developed and the history of the trouble known to the readers of the daily papers through the Associated Press dispatches point to a different conclusion. Mr. Holliday's story is plausible and is certainly told with an air of candor and straightforwardness that carried conviction. It will not be surprising if it turns out that the matter grows out of the Arizona troubles, and that Mallon's story was made up to give him an excuse for making the arrest and for giving him tone as a 7 years avenger of a friend's death. To the Rocky Mountain News, Doc recounted the rivalry between Wyatt Earp and John H. Behan for the sheriff's position in Cochise County, including Behan's failure to appoint Earp undersheriff as promised. The news reported that Earp is said to have become an active partisan of the United States Marshal in his efforts to suppress lawlessness, while Behan took the side of the cowboys. The cowboys then determined to drive Earp and his friends out of the territory, while the respectable element of Tombstone supported the Earps and Holliday. Eventually, the Earps decided to leave the country with the sheriff and a posse of cowboys chasing them. Doc's appearance and demeanor were also inconsistent with Mallon's portrait of him as a cold-blooded killer. One by one, Colorado's newspapers drew surprisingly consistent word portraits of Doc. When Mr. Holliday came out of his cell, the time said on May 16th, the reporter was surprised to find, instead of the typical Western ruffian, a delicate, gentlemanly man, apparently not weighing more than 130 pounds, perhaps 35 years of age, with a prematurely gray head and a heavy sandy mustache. The Pueblo chieftain described him similarly. Doc Holliday is a man of light weight, rather tall, smoothly shaven, and is always well dressed. Streaks of gray can be seen in his hair, which grows from a head a phrenologist would delight in examining. His eyes are blue, large, sharp, and piercing. He is not over 35 years of age and is straight as an arrow. The Tribune portrayed him as a thin, spare man with a blond mustache and a piercing eye, which glanced covertly and suspiciously from under the brim of a black slouch hat. The stranger's hair was lightly streaked with gray. His clothes were custom-made and such as are worn in civilized communities, and altogether there was nothing to denote that he was the desperate, bloodthirsty, and notorious murderer, stage robber, and villain which he was soon afterward represented to be. Moreover, those who came forward to speak on Doc's behalf added respectability as well as credibility to Doc's version of things. Even the Rocky Mountain News, which tended to support Mallon, noted that Holliday is well known by General D.J. Cook and others of the Rocky Mountain detectives, and has also many other acquaintances in Denver who put a good deal of faith in his story. Some of his friends say that Holliday's arrest is merely a ruse to get him down to Arizona in order to give the cowboys a chance to murder him. Not only did Doc have the support of Bat Masterson, Dave Cook, Pat Desmond, Chief Lomery, and others in the law enforcement community, but respectable citizens like George Tritch and George Reppy, the brother of Charles D. Reppy of Tombstone, spoke out on his behalf as well. Reppy produced a letter from his brother that supported Doc's version of things, and Tritch, who had recently returned to Denver from southern Arizona, told the Times staff that he believed that the story told by Holliday is correct, explaining, during his visit to Tombstone, he conversed with a large number of the most substantial and influential citizens, all of whom told him the story precisely as told by the prisoner. This is an important corroboration of the situation from Holliday's standpoint and affords a strong support for his opinion that if he is taken back to Arizona, it will be not for the purpose of bringing him to trial for an alleged crime, but in order to get him back for the purpose of giving the cowboys an opportunity of murdering him. On May 17th, the Pueblo chieftain provided information that Mallon had conned considerable money from several Akron, Ohio gentlemen, and added, "Those who know him here say he holds no official position whatever, which goes far to strengthen the belief that he is simply after the blood money which may be given to him by the cowboys of Arizona for the capture of Holliday." That view was virtually confirmed by the report in the Republican, almost lost in the melodrama, that as soon as the arrest was made, Officer Mallon telegraphed to the sheriff at Tombstone, and late last night received the following reply. Tombstone, A.T., May 15. Perry Mallon, $500 delivered to me at Denver. Answer when arrested. J.H. Bean, Sheriff. Said the Republican without realizing the implication of its report, the total amount of rewards on his head will reach probably $5,000. It is a big capture and will be hailed with delight by the citizens of Arizona and the Southwest. Unfortunately for Doc, none of this was enough to free him. The sheriff's department remained firm. The sheriff's officers inclined toward the opinion that Mallon's story is the correct one, and that Holliday is the outlaw he is represented to be. They do not attempt to reconcile the opinion, however, with the fact that he was a deputy United States Marshal, contenting themselves with the belief that one party was as bad as the other, which may be the fact without weakening the statement made by Mr. Holliday. Doc's hearing was not held on May 16th as planned. Judge Elliott postponed it until the 18th. Masterson knew that delay worked against Doc, so he concocted another scheme to spring Doc. Under Colorado's extradition law, priority was given to charges against an individual arising within the state. With this in mind, and perhaps brought to mind by Doc's lawyer, Bat contacted Marshal Henry Jameson of Pueblo, and the very next day Jameson left for Denver with a warrant for Doc's arrest on a larceny count in Pueblo that charged Holliday with being an operator in a confidence game, by which a sucker was relieved of $150. On the afternoon of May 18th, Jameson, who was quickly labeled as a friend of Holliday, marched into Sheriff Spangler's office and presented his warrant. Spangler told him that his warrant could not be considered until after the habeas corpus hearing that afternoon. Near 5 o'clock, Doc was transferred to the sheriff's office in the county building, expecting to appear before Judge Elliott. But the judge postponed the hearing again because of illness. A crowd of people, many of them sporting men, had gathered and were witnesses to a bold move on Jameson's part. According to the Denver papers, the Pueblo marshal stepped up to Doc, read the warrant to him, and told him, "You are my prisoner. I want you to go with me." Jameson's boldness caught the sheriff's deputies off guard for a moment, but Sheriff Spangler quickly regained control, seizing the Pueblo marshal by the arm and sending him through the door in the most 1-2-3 bounce-em style, with the command, "Here, you get out of here, and D quick, too." Spangler then turned on the bystander. "I don't want any money acting, and all of you men who have no business here will get out in quick order." Jameson denied that he had trouble with Spangler. He said he had words with Mallon, but that he was on the best of terms with Spangler and his men. Spangler, though, expressed the view that the arrest by the Pueblo parties is a put-up job to secure Holliday's release. The sheriff was suspicious enough of the whole situation, however, to say that he would not surrender Doc to Arizona officers without the proper authority. Whatever the truth of Jameson's encounter, and Spangler seemed to have the best of it, Doc was returned to the county jail, and the Tribune reported that the sheriff had a good reason to fight all efforts to release Holliday. He has received stacks of telegrams from the California and Arizona officers to hold Holliday at all hazard, and by fair means or foul. This he now intends to do. Already the story was shifting to Mallon's true purpose, which could not be hidden by his tale of a 7-year manhunt. Ironically, a report that Sheriff Behan was en route to Denver with a requisition from the governor of Arizona to Governor Frederick W. Pitkin of Colorado led the Republican to assert that it settled Mallon's standing. He has been attacked here by certain newspapers as the enemy of law and order and a cowboy representative, all of which insults he has borne in silence, the paper declared. He has been relieved of this odious notoriety by the Dispatch. Yet the truth was that Mallon was already becoming a curious footnote in the larger story. The Pueblo chieftain noted that the Denver reporters have nearly all arrived at the conclusion that Mallon, the man who did the arresting, is an imposter and a deadbeat. The Pueblo paper also announced that Mallon would probably be arrested if he returned to Pueblo for obtaining money on false pretenses. There was no shortage of opinions about the right and wrong of things. One unidentified gentleman, recently from Arizona, told the Rocky Mountain News that the Arizona War was simply a struggle between bunco steerers and cowboys. He claimed that the better class of citizens preferred the bunco men to the cowboys, because of the rowdiness of the latter. The bunco steerers were, in general, a peaceable, quiet class of people who, outside of the bad habits of lying and stealing, would make quite respectable Sunday school superintendents. They had treated the cowboys treacherously, however, and the Earps and Doc Holliday were associated with the bunco men. He even claimed that Virgil Earp was shot, killed, he erroneously reported, because of a con game. This explained why Denver's confidence men generally supported Doc, said the news, but it did not explain the fact that there are many men in Denver, thoroughly respectable and having no possible connection with crooks, who believe the doctor thoroughly. Despite the journalistic war in Colorado, the real battle had shifted to Arizona. Sam Purdy's epitaph announced that Holliday's arrest was due entirely to the exertion of Sheriff Behan. Purdy claimed that Behan had spared no effort in trying to locate the Earps, and that when he learned that the Earps were headed for Colorado, he had contacted Sheriff Spangler. Spangler had then advised Behan that he had Holliday in custody, and Behan, who apparently believed that the Earps were in custody as well as Holliday, advised Spangler to hold them securely until he could get the necessary papers and make the trip to Denver. Later, Spangler reportedly sent the following dispatches. Denver, habeas corpus served. Can hold them 3 days. Can you get here in time with papers and reward? Answer quick, specifying crime, so we can hold them. M. Spangler, Sheriff. Denver, have arrested Doc Holliday. The Earps are here. As soon as you come, we'll take them. Answer, Sheriff. Behan responded that he would start at once, and then he applied to Governor Frederick A. Tritle for the proper extradition papers. He then received the following telegram from Tritle. J. H. Behan, Sheriff. Cannot issue requisition until indictment and warrant are presented to me. Am ready to issue requisition at once. District Attorney absent at Benson. Have not at present the proper papers. When it is issued, the requisition must go to Prescott for the territorial seal. F. A. Tritle. Behan immediately wrote to the governor, underscoring the importance of the case and urging him to act quickly. Later in the day, he received another dispatch from the governor. John H. Behan, Sheriff. Mr. Horton, acting for District Attorney, asked for the requisition in the name of Sheriff Paul, F. A. Tritle. This was followed by another telegram from the Assistant District Attorney of Pima County, which brought surprising news. John H. Behan. Farley not here. Paul has made application for a requisition and will leave tomorrow morning for Denver. W. B. Horton. Behan was stunned, and Purdy was convinced that Governor Tritle is conniving with Sheriff Paul. The epitaph declared, the friendship of Paul for the Earps is notorious, and it is a well-known fact that he has made no effort to effect their capture. On the other hand, Sheriff Behan left no stone unturned to effect their capture. He has offered large rewards and went to much personal expense to bring the outlaws within range of justice. The opinion is advanced by a great many that the action of the governor has not been fair to Behan, and that he has favored Paul for political or individual reasons. The matter was not quite that simple. Papers could be issued only if there was an arrest warrant, and the only warrant was the one issued by the Pima County Grand Jury's indictment of the Earp posse in the death of Frank Stillwell. Tritle claimed that if Behan had submitted papers for a requisition first, he would have had no choice but to grant them. However, after the governor's telegram to Behan, W. B. Horton, acting on behalf of Hugh Farley, the Pima County District Attorney, urged that the requisition be granted to Paul. Horton's request was supported by 2 Pima County supervisors, based on the argument that as the expenses of the arrest and delivery of the prisoners would devolve upon this county, Pima, it was right that a resident officer of this county should have the work to do. District Attorney Farley explained. Now, for the governor, under such circumstances, to have gone around the sheriff of this county and appointed someone else to have brought the Earps here would, to say the least, have been an unusual and unfounded deviation. The supervisors also pointed out that Behan had already presented a bill for more than $2,000 against Pima County for his cowboy posse's expenses. The Star openly questioned why Behan had not requested a requisition on a Cochise County warrant, and Farley openly speculated that it was to put the costs on Pima County. Trital agreed with the Pima County arguments. Even so, the epitaph charges were doubtlessly true that Trital favored Paul over Behan, because Trital had no confidence in Behan and may well have delayed long enough to allow the Pima County intervention. More important, Trital was content just to see the Earps gone. Had it not been for the seemingly serendipitous arrest of Doc by Mallon, Pima County likely would not have pressed extradition. Trital had no plans for extradition proceedings until Mallon forced the situation, and Pima County authorities moved quickly to block Behan in an after-the-fact gesture. Once set in motion, Paul and Pima County acted in good faith, but few outside Cochise County were anxious to see the return of any of the Earp party. Paul started for Denver without the requisition in hand, but with assurances that the papers would follow by express. The Republican erroneously reported that Behan was en route to Denver, based on a statement by Mallon, who claimed to have received a telegram from Tombstone. He may well have received such a telegram, but if Behan did send it, he was stopped dead in his tracks by the governor. Trital seeming to give preferential treatment of Paul over Behan set off an angry exchange between the epitaph on the one hand and the Star and the Citizen on the other, giving the Tucson papers common cause for the first time in months. The Citizen went so far as to claim that Behan had notoriously failed to arrest criminals in Cochise County and had allowed the escape of a half-dozen prisoners. The epitaph reported that Paul was known to be a friend of the Earps and had in fact conspired in their escape from Arizona. The Star, so recently in common cause with the epitaph, reacted strongly to the implication, declaring that the impression shared by many that Sheriff Paul will not bring the Earps to Tucson but will permit them to escape in transit, the Star considers an injurious suspicion, which is not justified by the high reputation of the officer. In the meantime, Sid Byers, the marshal at Gunnison, Colorado, had telegraphed Marshal David Nagel at Tombstone and Sheriff Paul at Tucson and asked if those officers wished him to arrest the Earps. The epitaph, which believed that the Earps were under arrest in Denver, denounced Byers as a fraud and a delusion. Spangler had left the impression that the Earps were also in custody with the broad statements, "Have your men in jail," and "The Earps are here." Spangler denied having ever said that he had the Earps under arrest, and the feeling was widespread in Colorado that the arrest of the Earp boys, the Arizona outlaws, is not desired for some reason or another. It is believed that it would not be a difficult thing to get them if they were wanted. All of this demonstrated, as the Denver Times put it, that the whole affair is badly mixed. Bob Paul arrived in Denver on May 19th and ratcheted up the drama at once. In company with Deputy Sheriff Barney Cutler, Paul met Mallon at the Windsor Hotel. After about 15 minutes, the trio was joined by Bat Masterson. Reporters deduced that Mallon was concerned that he was being pushed out of the picture, which led to a discussion of Mallon's claim that he had been trailing Doc for 7 years for the murder of his partner. Masterson stood him down by stating that Doc had never been to Utah, and Mallon finally acknowledged that he might have been mistaken. Paul initially tried not to take a public stance, but the Times immediately said that he confirms the truth of Holliday's story. The Tribune agreed. He is reticent and does not desire to commit himself in the affair, the paper declared, but the simple fact as to where his sentiments and personal opinions lay cannot be concealed. Paul would not be able to maintain a low profile. His career and character would be explored at length. The Republican reviewed his heroics at the attempted holdup near Drew's Station in March 1881, without any mention that some had accused Holliday of having a part in that episode. His career with Wells Fargo, his reputation on the Pacific Slope, and his record as sheriff of Pima County won kudos aplenty. Bat Masterson concluded, "That's the kind of man who will take Holliday back, and you can bet they will have to kill him before they kill his prisoner." On Monday, May 22nd, the Denver Rocky Mountain News carried an extended interview with Paul, which was yet curious in its ambiguous slant, given Paul's known sympathies. The paper observed that Paul was reticent to talk about the affair, but he did comment about Doc in the following exchange. "Mr. Paul, have you known Doc Holliday for a considerable length of time?" "Yes, I believe about 3 years." "Was he a member of what is called the Earp gang, which created so much excitement in Tucson by their desperate encounters with the cowboys?" "He was, and in fact was one of the leaders. The so-called Earp gang, or faction if you please, was composed entirely of gamblers who preyed upon the cowboys, and at the same time, in order to keep up a show of having a legitimate calling, was organized into a sort of vigilance committee, and some of them, including Holliday, had United States Marshals commissions." Was Holliday regarded as a desperate character? Not by any means. He was always decently peaceable, though his powers when engaged in following his ostensible calling, furthering the ends of justice, made him a terror to the criminal classes of Arizona. There followed a review of the quarrels between the Earps and the cowboys, somewhat garbled in that it implied that Morgan Earp had been killed and Virgil fatally wounded in a fight with the cowboys that led to the killing of Stillwell in Tucson. The interview then continued. "What is the sentiment of the people of Arizona in regard to the crime and its alleged perpetrators?" "That, sir, is a difficult thing to answer. The feeling is, however, very strong, especially among the more respectable citizens who have been terrorized for years by the cowboys and the Earp gang, and justice will no doubt be meted out to Holliday and his partners." The news's slant created a strong impression that contrasted sharply with Paul's view as presented in the other papers. The Tribune had reported Paul as saying that the fight was a factional and political one. The cowboys, who represented the worst element of Arizona, were Democrats to a man. Holliday and the Earps represented the Republican element of Tombstone and the best class of citizens. The Daily Times went further. Sheriff Paul was selected instead of Sheriff Bien of Cochise County because of the fact that under him the prisoner was reasonably certain of being protected from the designs of the cowboys or rustlers, while with Sheriff Bien his life would not be worth a hobble. Sheriff Paul confirms the truth of Holliday's story in regard to the affair. Holliday was formerly a deputy under Paul, and while acting in that capacity was engaged in the effort to suppress the depredations of the cowboys, which have made life a burden in that part of the territory. It is more than probable that Holliday will have a fair trial. Under Sheriff Paul, he is likely to reach the jail in safety, and will doubtless take a change of venue from Cochise County, as in the disturbed condition of affairs there, it will be almost impossible to secure a fair jury. On the same day that the Paul interview was printed, the Denver Republican published the first real interview with Doc Holliday. Doc finally got to speak for himself, and it was a masterful performance. The Republican's reporter noted that Holliday's appearance was as different as could be from the generally conceived idea of a killer, and described him as follows. Holliday is a slender man, not more than 5 feet 6 inches tall, and would weigh perhaps 150 pounds. His face is thin and his hair sprinkled heavily with gray. His features are well formed, and there is nothing remarkable in them save a well-defined look of determination from his eyes, which the veriest amateur in physiognomy could hardly mistake. His hands are small and soft like a woman's, but the work they have done is anything but womanly. The slender forefinger which has dealt the cards has dealt death to many a rustler with equal skill and quickness, and the slender wrist has proved its muscles of steel in many a deadly encounter, when a quick motion of a six-shooter meant everything. Holliday was dressed neatly in black, with a colored linen shirt. The first thing noticeable about him in opening the conversation was his soft voice and modest manners. Doc was then allowed to tell his story, which was understated for the most part, but included a few misstatements that had to have been calculated. The men known as cowboys are not really cowboys. In the early days, the real cowboys, who were wild and reckless, gained a great deal of notoriety. After they passed out, their places were taken by a gang of murderers, stage robbers, and thieves who were refugees from justice from the eastern states. The proper name for them is rustlers. They ran the country down there, and so terrorized the country that no man dared say anything against them. Trouble first arose with them by the killing of Marshal Wyatt by Curly Bill. Marshal Wyatt fell into my arms when he was shot, and I arrested Curly Bill. The trouble since then is familiar to all. "Do you apprehend trouble when you are taken back?" asked the visitor. Holliday paused for a minute and gazed earnestly out of the window of Jailer Lambert's room into the rain outside, and then said slowly, "If I am taken back to Arizona, that is the last of Holliday." After a pause, he explained this by saying, "We hunted the rustlers, and they all hate us. John Behan, sheriff of Cochise County, is one of the gang, and a deadly enemy of mine, who would give any money to have me killed. It is almost certain that he instigated the assassination of Morgan Earp. Should he get me in his power, my life would not be worth much. But Sheriff Paul of Tucson will take you to that place, will he not?" "Yes, and there lies my only chance for safety. I would never go to Tombstone alone. I'd make an attempt to escape right outside this jail and get killed by a decent man. I would rather do that than be hung by those robbers there. Cannot Paul protect you?" "I am afraid not. He is a good man, but I am afraid he cannot protect me. The jail is a little tumble-down affair, which a few men can push over, and a few cans of oil thrown upon it would cause it to burn up in a flash, and either burn a prisoner to death or drive him out to be shot down. That will be my fate." "Haven't you friends there who would rally to your assistance?" "Yes, the respectable element will stand by me, but they are all intimidated and unorganized. They will never do anything until some respectable citizen is shot down, when the people will rise and clean them out, as they did at Fort Griffin, where 24 men were hung on one tree when I was there. The Tombstone rustlers are part of this Fort Griffin gang." And so the interview went. When asked about the killing of Frank Stillwell, for which he was charged, Doc said simply, "I know that Stillwell was a stage robber and one of Morgan Earp's assassins, and that he was killed near Tucson, but I do not know that I am in any way responsible for his death." He accused Behan of instigating Morgan's murder because he was affiliated with the cowboys and because he had quarreled with Morgan on several occasions and hated him. He recounted his personal disagreements with Bean and claimed that the proof that Bean was involved with the outlaws was that he had 5 rustlers under him as deputies, including John Ringo, doubtless a reference to the cowboy posse. Doc then recounted his initial meeting with Perry Mallon and described him as a crank, adding, "One thing which Mallon tells gives him away bad. He said in your paper that he was standing alongside Curly Bill when the latter was killed." He then recounted the facts. "We were out one day after a party of outlaws, and about 3 o'clock on a warm day, after a long and dry ride from the San Pedro River, we approached a spring which was situated in a hollow. As we did so, 8 rustlers rose up from behind the bank and poured from 35 to 40 shots into us. Our escape was miraculous. The shots cut our clothes and saddles and killed 1 horse, but did not hit us. I think we would have been all killed if God Almighty wasn't on our side. Wyatt Earp turned loose with a shotgun and killed Curly Bill. The 8 men in the gang which attacked us were all outlaws, for each of whom a big reward has been offered. If Mallon was alongside of Curly Bill when he was killed, he was with one of the worst gangs of murderers and robbers in the country." Doc then told the interviewer that the Earps were in Gunnison and that his quarrel with Wyatt was a little misunderstanding, but it didn't amount to much. When asked if the Earps would help him, he replied, "Yes, all they could, but they are wanted themselves and of course couldn't go back with me without putting themselves in danger without doing me any good." He concluded by belittling Mallon's claim that he had killed his partner in Utah, pointing out that at the time he was supposed to have murdered the man in Utah, he was in Denver dealing for Charlie Foster in Babbitt's house, where Edward Chase is now located. It was a tour de force performance on the very same day that the news declared that Doc's hope was vanishing into thin air. Holliday's habeas corpus hearing, scheduled for that Monday, was postponed yet again. But at 10 o'clock on the morning of May 23rd, Doc appeared in court before Judge Elliott, who examined the papers by which Doc had been held after Mallon's dramatic arrest, and announced that there was no evidence to hold him and ordered the prisoner discharged. One paper said a faint smile crept over Doc's face, but Deputy Sheriff Linton stepped forward with a warrant authorizing the arrest of John Henry in the murder of Frank Stillwell. Doc was remanded to the jail to await the requisition from Arizona Territory, and Doc's lawyers, from the firms of Decker and Yonley and DeWeese and Naylor, immediately filed for another writ of habeas corpus. The hearing on that motion was scheduled for Friday, May 26th, based on news that Sheriff Paul had received a telegram that the Arizona requisition had been sent and should arrive at any time. These developments pushed Perry Mallon completely out of the picture. But on the day that the charges growing out of his arrest of Doc were thrown out, Mallon wrote a letter that did throw fresh light on how he had become involved in the case. He claimed that he had visited Tombstone, and while there, Sheriff Bean had offered $500 to anyone who would arrest Doc. He said that he offered to do it, whereupon he gave me undoubted authority. The county commissioner also offered a reward of $1,000, who also clothed me with proper authority. He said that when he arrived in Denver, he told Sheriff Spangler and explained the situation, and that Spangler had given him permission to proceed. When Doc arrived in Denver, then, Mallon telegraphed Bean, who replied, "Arrest him immediately." Mallon's card offered a plausible explanation for what had happened except for 2 things. First, if Mallon did make arrangements in Tombstone, as he claimed, why would Behan have singled out Doc rather than the Earp party in general? If Behan did do such a thing, it would appear to confirm Doc's statement that Behan had a special grudge against him, and it would also suggest that the county commissioner in question was Milton E. Joyce, Doc's nemesis, the only commissioner with a reason to single Doc out. Second, if the plan was concocted in Tombstone, how could Behan and Mallon have known that Doc Holliday would be in Denver, separate from the rest of the Vendetta posse? A more likely scenario is that Mallon saw Doc in Pueblo and telegraphed Behan, making the arrangements by telegram. Once he had confirmation of the promised rewards from Cochise County, he followed Doc to Denver, contacted Sheriff Spangler as he said, telegraphed Behan again, and then made the arrest. The papers from Arizona did arrive on Thursday, May 25th, which produced an unexpected result. The newspapers expected the habeas corpus to be decided first, but the extradition proceedings before Governor Pitkin took precedence over the habeas corpus hearing, and owing to the absence from the city of Governor Pitkin, the hearing of the case was postponed to Monday. The Republican expected Doc to be returned and acquitted in the murder of Frank Stilwell, but it believed he would face a tougher time if sent to Cochise County for trial in the murder of Florentino Cruz. The editor wrote, as Sheriff Paul is an open friend of the Earps, who as officers assisted him in suppressing lawlessness, Holliday will be protected at all hazards. In Tucson he is safe, and there will be no call for him to go to Tombstone, as his lawyers can swear that his life is not safe there, and secure a trial in Pima County in the same judicial district. Curiously, the papers reported that the debate over the case had fallen largely silent. Mallon is still in the city, but is keeping quiet, while Holliday's friends have entirely disappeared. It was also reported that Bat Masterson had left the city, and that there was a rumor circulating that he is organizing a party to guard the train upon which Holliday will be taken back. This was likely true, because the Las Vegas Optic had already announced that Bat Masterson, the new marshal of Trinidad, went south today, presumably on business connected with the arrest of his friend, Doc Holliday. And precautions were warranted, because the Albuquerque Review had said that the cowboys have all left Tombstone, and it is thought that they have gone out in order to intercept Sheriff Paul as he returns from Denver with Doc Holliday and assassinate his prisoner. They have threatened that Holliday will never again enter Tombstone alive. On March 26, the Rocky Mountain News made its final case for the return of Holliday, who the paper reported was completely broken up by the arrival of the requisition to Arizona. The News doubted that Judge Elliott would surrender Holliday without assurances that he could be protected from mob violence. This, the paper alleged, was viewed by Paul as a piece of impertinence, and Paul's conduct was an excellent refutation of the statement that the arrest is simply for the purpose of getting Holliday into the hands of the cowboys. The News took another strong slap at those working to help Doc. Desperate efforts are being made by Holliday's friends to prevent his removal, not the least disreputable of which is the circulation of a story intended to prejudice the authorities here against Arizona authorities. This is that Holliday and the Earps were Republicans and acted under the United States Marshal, while the local authorities were Democrats, and that the troubles arose from this fact. The News concluded that there was no real reason to defeat the ends of justice by not honoring the requisition. With that flourish, the public debate was largely over. The newspapers had taken their stands, but the behind-the-scenes activities on Doc's behalf went on. From the beginning, Doc's public advocates were numerous, including Bat Masterson, Dave Cook, and Chief Lomery, all affiliated with law enforcement. George Tritch, a prominent hardware merchant, George Reppy, Charles Reppy's brother, and more. The Denver Tribune, which initially went along with the portrayal of Holliday as a dangerous criminal, soon became his champion. And was John J. Valentine's presence in Denver the week before the case was settled a coincidence? That Doc was represented by attorneys of the caliber of W.S. Deckard, Frank Naylor, and Colonel John T. DeWeese did not fail to impress the observant, although it might have also raised questions about where a frontier gambler on the run for more than a month found the resources to hire them. Masterson had Naylor working on Doc's behalf within an hour of his arrest, and a Pueblo paper curiously noted that several United States officers, as well as the Marshal of Trinidad, are making strenuous efforts to secure his liberty, raising the instant question of which federal officials were involved and why. Governor Pitkin was in a difficult spot. In all probability, given their mutual connections, he and Governor Trudell of Arizona had already arranged sanctuary for the Earps in Colorado, which would account for the string of newspaper reports that the Earps already had been pardoned by Trudell before they arrived in Colorado. Malin was the fly in a carefully prepared ointment. The arrest of Doc Holliday in such a sensational, public way forced both governors to consider the political implications of pushing forward with the private deal. That was the reason so much energy had to be expended on Doc's behalf. The Earp's friends could take no chances. Lieutenant Governor H.A.W. Tabor might have been expected to be a spokesperson for Holliday, given his association with Doc's friend, Jean Vimont, and other associates of Doc and the Earps, but he kept a low profile, most likely because he and Governor Pitkin were involved in a political squabble at the time. It is also likely that U.S. Marshal Crawley P. Dake was applying pressure on his counterpart in Colorado, which would account for the United States officers whom the chieftain mentioned. Just how much Wyatt Earp knew about what was going on from his haven in Gunnison was never clear, but almost certainly the management of Doc's situation was out of his hands. In the meantime, Paul's delay in returning to Arizona and reports that only Holliday was actually in custody produced anger even in papers like the Tucson Star that had argued for his right to act over Beans. But this concession is based on the presumption that Paul had the intention and the courage to perform his duty, the Star fumed. His return with only Holliday in custody will be simply an outrage upon public decency. Governor Pitkin returned to Denver on Sunday, March 29th, to find a cauldron waiting for him. George Tritch called on him that afternoon and advised him that from his knowledge of the cowboys and their hatred of Holliday, he was confident that the latter would be killed by them were he taken back there. Tritch also made a statement to the Daily Times to the same effect. Pat Masterson returned to Denver on Sunday as well, and having no direct access to the governor, visited the offices of the Denver Tribune, where he pleaded Doc's case to E.D. Cowan, the paper's capital correspondent. He insisted as well that Doc would be murdered if he were returned to Arizona. Late that evening, Cowan called on the governor and presented the case against granting extradition. Cowan later claimed that his presentation persuaded the governor to order a public hearing. Still another advocate on Doc's behalf was Lee Smith, his friend from Georgia. Smith was living in Denver at the time, speculating in mining properties. He too called on the governor and made the case that it was certain death to Holliday to go back to Tombstone. However, the critical voice may have been that of his friend and business partner George W. Crummy. Crummy was a saloon keeper, but he also had mining investments in Custer and Hinsdale counties southwest of Denver in the San Juan district, along with Pitkin. Wyatt Earp later claimed that Crummy was also his friend, and when he received word from Bat Masterson that it would be necessary to use the last resort as the papers were flawless, he spoke to Crummy, who left at once for Denver. Wyatt recalled, as he stepped into the governor's office, the governor was glancing over the requisition papers trying to find a flaw. "Governor, can you drive a four-in-hand?" inquired Crummy. The governor replied that he could. "Well then, drive a four-in-hand through that," said Crummy, pointing at the papers, and the papers were returned to Arizona. Whether Crummy's influence with the governor was the deciding factor or not, it certainly was consistent with other pleas on Holliday's behalf and may have swung the balance, although, as it turned out, the papers were not flawless, as Earp later said. Clearly, though, Crummy was one of the key players, as he would later prove. On May 30th, Governor Pitkin made his decision. Assistant Arapahoe County District Attorney I.E. Barnum, Deputy Sheriff Linton, and Sheriff Paul attended to present the case for extradition. Barnum presented the state's case, arguing that John Henry Holliday should be delivered to the Arizona authorities as they were demanding him on a clearly worded indictment for a capital crime and with a direct requisition from the governor of the territory. He argued that as a matter of equity, the case against Holliday in Arizona was of greater significance than the larceny case against him in Colorado and should take precedence. Holliday's lawyers argued, by contrast, that a person arrested for a crime in one state should be held to answer for that crime before being turned over to another jurisdiction. They argued further that the indictment from Arizona was faulty. When Deputy Sheriff Linton pointed out to Barnum that the warrant against Doc in Pueblo was dated a day after Doc had been arrested in Denver, Barnum made the point to the governor, who replied, "You forget, Mr. Barnum, that he is not to be tried on the warrant, but on the complaint." With that, Governor Pitkin announced that he would not grant extradition. First, he claimed that the Arizona papers were not in order. An act of Congress required that the governor of the state or territory making demand for a fugitive should certify the authenticity of the indictment attached. In this case, Governor Trudell had not authenticated the indictment, and the certificate of the clerk of court was defective. He asserted his belief that the indictment would not hold up in any court of record in the country. Since the papers did not conform to the requirements of an act of Congress, he could not hold the prisoner if a writ of habeas corpus had been applied for. Furthermore, Pitkin ruled, a warrant was in the hands of officers for the arrest of Holliday for the crime of larceny in the state of Colorado, so that even if the Arizona papers had been in order, Holliday was first subject to trial in Colorado. Accordingly, Pitkin refused to grant extradition. With that, Holliday was carried before Judge Elliott, where Barnum stated that he had no reason for holding Holliday on the charge in question, and Under Sheriff Farmer, who was called on to answer by what right he held Holliday, declared that he had no proof of crimes in Arizona, nor papers under which he could be held. With that, the writ of habeas corpus was granted, and Elliott ordered Doc discharged. Before he could be processed, however, an arrest warrant for the crime of larceny at Pueblo was presented, and he was remanded to custody yet again. On the morning of May 31st, Doc Holliday, in the custody of Deputy Sheriff Linton and accompanied by Bat Masterson and Bob Paul, took the train to Pueblo, where that same afternoon he was taken before Judge McBride on the charge of having swindled Charles Wyatt out of $400. Holliday waived examination and was bound over to the July term of court. Bail was furnished in the amount of $300, and Doc was released from custody for the first time since Mallon's dramatic arrest in Denver. Bob Paul attended the proceeding at Pueblo, and the following day he made preparations for his return to Tucson, arriving home on the evening of June 2nd. On the day after Pitkin's decision, the Rocky Mountain News claimed that Sheriff Paul gave Governor Pitkin a piece of his mind yesterday in strong but temperate language. That would have been characteristic of Paul, because he believed the governor's decision would set a bad precedent. Paul spoke with a reporter for the Tucson Star on the evening of his return and gave a more detailed and revealing view of the whole affair. He explained that he had indeed had an appointment with the governor before the governor made his decision. Pitkin had advised him of the Pueblo charge. Paul said that Pitkin also said that he had been informed by prominent citizens of Denver that if Holliday was placed in my custody, he would be murdered by cowboys before reaching Tucson. Paul advised the governor that he already had men in place at Deming, Wilcox, and Bowie to advise him of potential trouble, and even proposed to take Holliday back to Denver by way of San Francisco to throw off any cowboys who might have murder on their minds. Pitkin refused to honor the writ, however, because Governor Trudell had not signed it. Paul also provided other new insights into what had happened. He said that when he arrived in Denver, he received a telegram from Gunnison advising him that the Earps were there, with Wyatt ill, and that they could be arrested at any time. Paul purchased a ticket to Gunnison, but was influenced to remain in Denver and look out for Holliday. He telegraphed the sheriff at Gunnison for more information and was told that Wyatt and Warren had left town in a wagon but could be caught if he had papers. I hadn't the requisition papers and hence could do nothing, Paul said. Interestingly, he claimed that Holliday had told him that he intended to return to Tucson to face the charges against him when the court opened. He then provided Holliday's statement about the Stilwell killing. He does not deny or acknowledge the killing of Stilwell. He, however, states that when his party were at the depot in this city, some of them were standing on the rear platform of the train. Two men approached. One he was sure was Stilwell, and the other, it was presumed, was Ike Clanton. The latter leveled their guns at the Earp party when he and his friend dodged into the cars, procured guns, and jumping from the train started down the track after the other two. At this point, Holliday stopped the story and would not say what occurred afterwards. Bob Paul had acquitted himself well, winning the unanimous praise of the Colorado press, even the Rocky Mountain News, which had pointed out his friendship with the Earps. That was no mean accomplishment, but the Arizona papers could not resist a parting shot or two. The tombstone epitaph quipped, "Sheriff Paul's trip to Denver, although intended for a holiday, proved to be anything but an enjoyable one." The Star called him a remarkable man, then added, "He resembles the distinguished soldier who never fought a battle nor won a victory." In yet another piece, the Star got closer to its real complaint. Sheriff Paul's return to Arizona without the prisoner he ostensibly went to secure really creates no surprise. It was not expected he would bring them. It was not believed that those who commissioned him to do so intended that he should discharge his duty. The Republican officials could not afford to have the Earps or any of their crowd return for trial, and of course the papers were defective. It was the easiest way out of the difficulty. The Star struck closer to the truth than perhaps even it realized, although probably not for the overtly political reasons that it imagined. The Earp vendetta was not simply a mission to avenge the murder of Morgan, nor was it about party politics. The forces that came together to support the Earps, corporations like Wells Fargo and the Santa Fe Railroad, government agencies from U.S. Marshal Dake's office to cabinet-level departments in Washington, Business leaders from 3 states and 2, possibly 3 governors made the Earp posse quite literally a force for order when the legal establishment appeared to have failed. What happened was consistent with appeals to violence in other milieus of American history, and especially in the age of incorporation of which it was a part. This was not simply about cowboys and gamblers, cattle rustling and stage robbery. It was about mining and industry and the search for order, issues that were easily lost in simple and simplistic views of the misnamed Earp-Clanton feud. The Earps and Doc Holliday were at best tools of larger forces at work. The Earps initially did not realize how things had changed. On June 4th, less than a week after Doc was discharged, Wyatt Earp broke his silence. Asked about the future, he told a reporter, "My lawyers will have a petition for a pardon drawn up. Everybody in Tombstone knows that we did nothing but our duty. Anyway, I'd do it over again under like circumstances, and all the best people there will sign the petition. Governor Pitkin knows the facts pretty well and will sign it too. We look for a pardon in a few weeks, and when it comes, I'll go back. But if no pardon is made, I'll go back in the fall anyway and stand trial. I'd go now, but I know we would have no show. They'd shoot us in the back as they did my brother." Asked if he anticipated trouble if he went back, Wyatt replied, "I don't know. I suppose so. I'm going to run for sheriff this fall. Bean knows he can't get it again, and that's what makes him so hot towards me. I hear the gang is breaking up, and a good many are going to other parts of the country." In California, Virgil Earp also said that Wyatt would return to Tucson in the fall, arguing that they did not want to languish in jail through the summer, but asserting that when the court sits again, they will give themselves up and with fair play will be acquitted. Both Doc and Wyatt promised at one time or another to return to southern Arizona to face the charges against them, and they most likely meant it. They did not return because the men who had sponsored them and appreciated what they had done also believed that they had served their purpose, and that for them to return would generate political problems too great to master. They had restored order, and the case could be made that they had broken up the cowboy combination, but their return could itself be a fresh threat to order. Republicans could continue to defend the Earps, as papers like the Tucson Citizen did, and still be glad the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday were gone. Politics triumphed in the end. Pitkin's decision may well have been a foregone conclusion. Trital's failure to sign the documents may well have been deliberate, to provide Pitkin with an easy way to dispose of the case for both of them. The Star could declare that the Republican Party in Arizona has taken shelter under the Earp umbrella, and then confess that in the matter of the Earps, it had only treated the political aspect of the Earp difficulty and has not sought to prejudge their personal responsibility for individual crimes. Virgil Earp lamented the political turn of the controversy. "I am sorry to see the thing taken into politics as a personal measure, because the true aspect of the trouble will be lost, and new enmities are likely to be created." But that was the way of things in Arizona, and history would soon be rewritten to fit a simpler scheme, with the Earp's voice largely missing. Doc Holliday and Wyatt Earp were now linked forever, and yet, in an ironic way, because of the Denver episode, Doc was, at least briefly, the better known of the two to the public at large. Because of Perry Mallon, Doc was approaching the edge of legend. The wild tale Mallon told of his pursuit of Doc over 7 years and his characterization of Doc as a bloodthirsty villain of the worst sort put the spotlight on him, although it was, as the Tribune put it, a cock and bull story, full of absurdities and monstrosities. At least two of the Denver papers initially bought Mallon's tale at face value. The Tribune was more careful and soon raised questions about the tale. Mallon miscalculated, though. He was an experienced confidence man with a reputation larger than he himself imagined. He had been recognized by several men from Akron, Ohio, as a confidence man from their home state. But Mallon did not expect that the publicity he gained in the Holliday case would itself expose him. Not long after Denver became enthralled with the Mallon-Holliday melodrama, an elderly gentleman named A.H. Rubley, living in Denver, who had been conned 2 years earlier in Omaha, Nebraska, in a deal involving a threshing machine purportedly invented by Mallon, recognized him and brought the earlier scam to the attention of the Tribune, which reported it. Mallon boldly challenged the Tribune to produce proof, which it was able to do, since Rubley lived in Denver and still had the papers drawn up for the deal by which Rubley was cheated out of $50, along with copies of other documents relating to his efforts to reclaim the money. Eventually, Rubley confronted Mallon at the sheriff's office. Mallon offered him $50, but Rubley turned the matter over to Frank Naylor, who was also Doc's lawyer, to secure $100 as provided in the contract. On May 24th, the Daily Times announced, Perry Mallon, who arrested Doc Holliday, has been made to pay W.H. Ruble of Omaha $100, which the latter alleges Mallon swindled him out of by the sale of a patent threshing machine. Once it was clear that Mallon was not going to claim the rewards promised to him by the Cochise County authorities, he decided to leave town. Before doing so, however, he borrowed 2 revolvers from a man named Kent and a third from another named Greenstreet, then borrowed $310 from Julia Schweighardt, one of the owners of the Great Western Hotel. He also borrowed another $130 from Charles Morgan, a friend of Schweighardt's. Mallon had letters of introduction to Schweighardt from Los Angeles businessmen who may have been the object of a swindle from the beginning. At any rate, he told Schweighardt that he was en route to Kansas City to arrest a criminal and claim a reward of $1,500, and Mallon offered him a part of the reward in exchange for the loan. Schweighardt accompanied him to Kansas City, where they registered at the St. Jane's Hotel and called on the chief of police. Then Mallon told Schweighardt that he was going to Wyandotte to make the arrest. After several days, Schweighardt realized he had been conned and returned to Denver, where he reported what had happened to the police. When Morgan learned that he had been conned, he boarded a train for Albuquerque, pursuing a report that Mallon had gone to New Mexico. Mallon, a career thief and con man, was gone. He was born in Akron, Ohio in 1855, and from the time he was admitted to the Lancaster Reformatory in Akron for incorrigibility and vicious conduct, he was an intelligent but troubled and troublesome person. He eventually made his way west to Nevada. He later turned up in Ogden, Utah, where in 1880 he abandoned a young wife and infant daughter. In January 1882, his wife divorced him for unkind, harsh, and cruel behavior and a roving disposition. She had not seen him in more than a year, and the divorce was granted only 2 months before his encounter with Doc Holliday. Mallon was a small-time confidence man who was able to move at ease between his native Akron, Ohio, and the West Coast, because he was also an employee of the Central Pacific Railroad for at least part of his career. Colorado would be glad he was gone. Mallon left a trail, though. On May 29th, the Cincinnati Enquirer published a sensational story about Doc that would have embarrassed Ned Buntline, the dime novelist. Datelined Denver and signed Winston, its beginning was enough to raise the most gullible eyebrow. Now that Jesse James' body lies slumbering in the grave, and the excitement of his death considerably subsided, one would naturally suppose that any incident, however sensational, would cause but a slight ripple of excitement in comparison. This is not true, however, for here in Denver, in a crowded thoroughfare at night, was made one of the most important captures the world ever saw, and one that will cause a fervent thank God to arise from the lips of all in this southwestern country. The story went downhill from there. He was called Doc, so the story went, because of a peculiar dexterity he had in the care of gunshot wounds. He was described as a tall, dark-looking man of about 40 years of age, with a form Herculean in its activity and strength. One could not look at him, Winston intoned, without feeling that he is enjoying the society of a human tiger, only more fierce and relentless than that animal. Doc started his outlaw career in Missouri because of his socialistic ideas concerning the ownership of various cattle in that section, which caused a slight misunderstanding with the presumed owner. Doc fled Missouri with a posse after him and landed in St. George, Utah, where he murdered George Wyatt, the bosom friend of Perry Mallon. Doc fired shot after shot into poor Wyatt, but Mallon could do nothing because Holliday was secure among his friends. When Doc moved on to Fort Yuma and a lucrative career as a cattle rustler, Mallon took up his trail as part of a sheriff's posse. Pursuing Doc's gang into the Calico Range, the sheriff's posse was defeated, with Holliday killing 3 men and severely wounding Mallon. Mallon did not give up, however, and pursued him through Southern California, and from there to Fort Dodge, Kansas, where Doc murdered a judge. From there, Holliday led the heroic Mallon into the Indian Territory, where he headed a gang of thieves and cutthroats, until he followed the mining fever to Tucson, Arizona, in 1877, where he became the leader of the murderous gang of cowboys, which has since proved the great terror of that country. It was there that he became a devil incarnate, and truly his horned godfather had no cause to feel ashamed of his namesake. Shot 6 times by Holliday over the years, Mallon persisted and eventually caught him in Denver. Winston then claimed an interview with Mallon in Denver, who treated him with true border civility. "Who is this Doc Holliday?" "Well, that's hard to say," said Mallon thoughtfully, "unless perhaps that he is the greatest scoundrel that ever went unhung." Precisely what they said of Jesse James. Which was the greatest villain of the two? Why, Doc Holliday, of course. He has not one germ of true manhood. He is vain as vanity itself, and his heart is as a stone. No cry of anguish or suffering deterred him from his purpose, and like a savage wild he gloried in his deeds of blood. How many lives has he taken? That is a hard question to answer, but they approach close to 50. And so it went. The Denver Republican published this preposterous tale in full, with appropriate commentary declaring that for a genuine romance of crime with detectives, bloody avengers, bulldogs, and dark lanterns thrown in, the country has never produced anything half as good as the Doc Holliday case. Referencing the Enquirer's piece, its editors added, "These facts round off the hideous tale with a burst of laughter and turns what was nearly a tragedy into a roaring farce." The Republicans summarized the case well. The villain of the first act becomes the hero of the second, and the avenger and the detective in one, the man who has devoted his life to his dead comrade, and has been shot so often that he has trouble in retaining his food, proves to be a petty swindler. A copy of the Cincinnati Enquirer also reached Pueblo containing the column of twaddle devoted to this case, and the chieftain observed, "The article in question has caused much amusement among Holliday's friends." That same bunch must have also enjoyed the Denver Republican's note that Doc was resting quietly at Pueblo in the bosom of his constituency. A hard lot, to be sure, but not half as bad as Mallon. On June 6, Mallon was reported to have been arrested in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where he was expected to be held until a requisition from Colorado could be forwarded to Pennsylvania. Doc rested a few days at Pueblo, but after about 10 days he left for a reunion with Wyatt and Warren in Gunnison. He was quickly recognized on the streets of that mountain town, dressed in a dark, close-fitting suit of black, and wore the latest style of round-top hat. His hair was seen to be quite gray, his mustache sandy, and his eyes a piercing dark blue. The reporter appreciated his strong, free, and friendly grip of a hand, which said very plainly, "Here is a man who once a friend is always a friend. Once an enemy is always an enemy." Doc, half jokingly and half in seriousness, told the reporter, "I'm not traveling about the country in search of notoriety, and I think you newspaper fellows have already had a fair hack at me." Doc gave a congenial, free, and open interview that revealed more about himself than he had ever told in any public forum, including details of his background, education, and travels. It was an interesting, if not entirely candid, discourse that provided clues to his past and personality. Doc was asked about Mallon, and he said that Mallon left when he realized that Doc would be released. Asked if he would appear at Mallon's trial, he responded, "No, that is not my way of doing. I avoid trouble. My father taught me when young to attend to my own business and let other people do the same. I shall let him alone if he does me." He expressed the view that Mallon would be sent to prison for a few years because the fraternity will spend $1,000 if necessary to send him there. Mallon did not remain in custody in Pennsylvania, however. By the end of June, he was in Vienna, Michigan, where he represented himself as an heir to a fortune and married a young woman. He then announced that he had to leave to go to his mother's deathbed in the West. He and his new wife showed up next in Toledo, Ohio, where he cheekily entertained the police with great stories of himself and what he was going to accomplish as a detective. He represented himself as a U.S. Marshal from California. The next day, he beat his new wife, threatened to kill her if she did not sign over to him property she owned, and found himself arrested after a disturbance at the Union Depot. Mallon pled guilty to being a suspicious person and creating a disturbance on July 30th, 1882. He was fined $65. He did not have the money, so he served 4 months in jail at hard labor, while the father of his bride tried to have him charged with assault and battery. His exploits in Toledo won him mention in the National Police Gazette, along with a portrait. While he was incarcerated, authorities in Indiana contacted the police in Toledo and requested his photograph concerning a case arising from Mallon's marriage to a woman in that state. Doc remained in Gunnison for the rest of June. The rift with Wyatt seemed resolved, and the men enjoyed the time together. Judge Riley, who was on the police force at Gunnison, later recalled, "The bunch was well heeled and went armed. Earp was a fine-looking man, tall with a drooping mustache that curled at the ends. He was quiet in manner and never created a bit of trouble here. In fact, he told us boys on the police force we could call on him if we needed help at any time. He was a dead shot, I guess. Always wore 2 guns high up under his arms, but he never used them here. Doc Holliday was the only one of the gang that seemed to drink much, and the minute he got hilarious, the others promptly took him in charge and he just disappeared. Doc was still in Gunnison on July 1st, but he soon parted company with the Earps to make his court date in Pueblo. The Salida Mail recorded on July 8th that Doc Holliday, late of Arizona, is in town with Osgood and Robinson. They will remain several days. The Arizona authorities tried to get Holliday back to that territory on a charge of murder, but Governor Pitkin refused to honor the requisition. On July 11th, the grand jury indicted Doc on a charge of larceny, whereupon the judge issued a capias for Doc and advised the sheriff that he could admit Doc to bail in the amount of $500. At that point, the district attorney and the said defendant in his own proper person, as well as his counsel, W.G. Hollings, Esquire, also came, and being ready to plead to the indictment, said defendant says that he is not guilty in manner and form as charged in said indictment, and puts himself upon the county and the said people, by their said attorney, say they do the like. On July 18th, the case was continued, and on the very same day, the Leadville Daily Herald announced that Doc Holliday is visiting Leadville. 11. A living and dying legend. This is funny. Doc Holliday, November 8, 1887. Walter Noble Burns, Tombstone. The Tombstone experience was the defining moment of John Henry Holliday's life. Everything before it was prologue, everything after postscript. It was at Tombstone that Doc found a purpose greater than himself. Loyalty to a friend was part of it, and the part most remembered at that. But loyalty, though a character trait he embodied, was not the greater part of it. He saw what he did at the street fight and afterward as a duty, and he never once described what happened as anything less than service to the community. Doubtlessly, such sentiment curled the lips of many who knew him into cynical smiles, as the notion would for many who studied his life later. But honor mattered to him at a level few realized. He needed to be doing more than simply dying. He had lived for so long without hope or purpose that when he took a stand with the Earps against the cowboys, he came to believe that he was doing something right and good. Perhaps it was a delusion, but there was little doubt that he believed it. And when the vendetta was over, he found his sense of purpose atrophying as surely as his lungs. Yet his Denver ordeal made him something more than a gambler, or even a gunfighter. In a way that was much less satisfying personally, the publicity surrounding the extradition effort finally made Doc Holliday a legend in his own time. Before that, he had enjoyed something of a reputation on the gambler circuit as a well-known sport. The OK Corral fight and subsequent events raised his stock as a bad man to tangle with. He was notorious in Arizona by the spring of 1882, but the publicity he received during the extradition proceedings did more than spread his notoriety to Colorado. It ensured that his name would spread across the country. For the first time in his life, the mere mention of his name created an image in men's minds, and the sight of him caused men to stare and whisper. Stories of all kinds, good and bad, proliferated. They were not satisfying to him in the way the experiences in Arizona had been, but they helped him rationalize, justify, and conclude that he had been right after all. Back home in Georgia, Lee Smith was cornered by reporters suddenly interested in these tales of a native son. The reporter for the Atlanta Constitution found Smith at the Markham House on one of his visits home. Smith painted a dramatic portrait of the quiet Georgia boy who became a terror to evildoers in Arizona. His description of the street fight, which he described as one of the most remarkable pieces of fighting that I have ever heard of, quickly parted company with the facts, pitting Doc Holliday, armed with a double-barreled, breech-loading shotgun, and the 4 Earps against the McLaury crowd, consisting of 6 men. Smith went on, "I don't know exactly how the fight first arose, but I know that the marshal and his deputies demanded a surrender, which was answered by a volley. The fire was returned, and almost before you could think, the McLaurys were wiped out. Doc Holliday shot 4 times and killed 4 men. He never missed a single shot. All the 6 were killed. 4 of them died instantaneously, and 2 subsequent to the affray. The McLaury party was absolutely wiped out, and strange to say, not a man of the marshal's party was hurt." Smith then described the retaliation of the cowboys that led to an attempted assassination of Virgil and the assassination of Morgan Earp. He declined to blame Doc for the killing of Frank Stillwell, saying only that Stillwell was a deputy sheriff who was known to have been one of the men who assassinated the Earps. He recounted the fight at Iron Springs and the melee in which Curly Bill Brocious was killed. He would say only, "It was supposed that Wyatt Earp killed Curly Bill." He went on then to describe the arrest of Doc by Perry Mallon and the peril Doc faced as a result. Finally, the reporter asked, "Does Holliday ever speak of coming back to Georgia?" "He would be back here today were it not for the fear that he would be turned over to the authorities of Arizona and Tombstone." The story was appealing, if not accurate. Smith also spoke with the Atlanta Post-Appeal, where he tried to provide a more personal touch. "Well, I guess I do know Doc Holliday," he told the reporter. "I know the whole Holliday family, father, mother, and son, and a finer family never grew up on Georgia soil. And Doc Holliday is one of the best boys that ever lived, if he is left alone. But you mustn't impose on him, or you will smell powder burning." I've a letter in my pocket now from Doc that I expect to answer today, and only a few days since gave Dr. J.H. Holliday, an uncle of Doc, a paper containing an article about his nephew. Smith then recounted Doc's career in even more detail than he had for the Constitution, with the same errors of fact. If anything, he was consistent. He claimed that Wyatt, Doc, and Johnson were escorting Morgan, confused with Virgil, through Tucson when Stillwell was killed. The fact that Holliday was known to be in the vicinity when the crime was committed, together with the fact that Stillwell was killed with a shotgun, was circumstantial evidence enough to convince Stillwell's friends that Holliday killed him, Smith advised, concluding that Holliday will be credited with the killing of every man in that section so long as he lives there, who dies from being shot down with a shotgun. Later in July, Sam Purdy's Epitaph published a response to the Denver Republican's interview with the now notorious Doc Holliday, which had finally made its way to Tombstone. If the statement before us is a specimen of Doc's veracity, Purdy intoned, there is no questioning the strength and power of his imagination. Purdy then reviewed several lies from the interview, including the statement that Doc was an honest, peaceful citizen while in Arizona and contributed more than any other one towards preventing stage robberies and outrages of all kinds. Purdy also objected to the suggestion that when John H. Behan was nominated for sheriff, the cowboys packed the convention and with a flourish of revolvers and bowie knives forced his nomination. The editor was especially peeved by the statement that the cowboys had forced, with a revolver argument, change in the editorial policies of the epitaph to make it a cowboy organ, and that they forced the departure of Charles D. Reppy, the former editor, from the country. The epitaph took special exception to claims that it was the tool of the cowboys, or that Reppy had been intimidated in any way by cowboy threats. The paper published a curious report that contradicted the accounts provided to the Denver papers by Reppy's brother, who had defended Doc using letters from his brother Charles. An epitaph reporter met Mr. Reppy after reading the interview and inquired if he had seen it. An affirmative answer, accompanied by a laugh, was given, supplemented by the statement that Holliday was the most thoroughly equipped liar and smoothest scoundrel in the United States. The reporter then inquired if Mr. Reppy was not a friend of the Earps and Holliday, and was immediately answered in the negative. He said that he was never on intimate terms with any member of the gang, and believed that the greatest blessing ever bestowed on Arizona was their departure from beyond its borders. Reppy said his attention was called to the interview while in Colorado, but it was too absurd and too thoroughly pregnant with glaring falsehoods about the people of Arizona to take serious notice of. And so the legend took shape, with point and counterpoint built loosely on what had happened in Arizona and the notoriety Doc gained as a result of his arrest in Denver. For the moment, he enjoyed more attention than Wyatt Earp or anyone else in the Tombstone story. Almost instantaneously, he went from a relative unknown in the communities where he lived to a hero or an arch-villain, with both views written in purple prose devoted to melodrama rather than to what actually happened. The tales that he had a frontier-wide reputation before Tombstone that writers and chroniclers produced about him in 1882 and afterward were actually after-the-fact representations designed to build his celebrity status in Denver. They implied pre-Tombstone notoriety, but the stories exaggerated his earlier adventures to make him bigger than life. What they really demonstrated was the impact of those tense days in May 1882 on the reputation of Doc Holliday. And at a personal level, he found it hard to decide whether the hullabaloo was a blessing or a curse. On June 14, 1882, the Rocky Mountain News, which had opposed Doc throughout the Denver episode and became Governor Frederick W. Pitkin's chief critic in the aftermath, noted, "A gentleman recently from Pueblo stated to a news reporter yesterday that the notorious Doc Holliday is still in that city awaiting the action of the grand jury on the charge of larceny which has been preferred against him. Holliday is enjoying a splendid time, his numerous friends in Pueblo giving him all that he could desire. He feels perfectly safe against any and all proceedings that may be begun against him in the neighboring territory of Arizona, being protected by Colorado state authorities." The news carried a hint of sarcasm in that report, but it did demonstrate that Doc's life was no longer his own. The Tombstone legend was already swallowing him up, or perhaps his troubles were feeding it. However defined, Doc had become the symbol of the Cowboy War, which had captivated readers in the Southwest and Pacific Slope for months, and which had made its way into the Eastern press and even into the Congressional Record. That would change, of course, but the peculiar circumstance of his incarceration made him the focus of the debate for the moment. Oddly, with Wyatt Earp safe in Gunnison, Doc Holliday became the leader of the Earp gang in the public mind. On July 14, 1882, 2 days after Doc's court appearance in Pueblo, John Ringo's body was found in Morse's Canyon in the Chiricahua Mountains east of Tombstone, with a single gunshot wound to the head. Apparently brought down by his own melancholy despondence, he was one of the few real victims of his .45 Colt revolver. The coroner's jury proclaimed that the cause of death was unknown, and more than a decade would pass before anyone would claim that his death was anything other than a suicide. With time, however, Ringo also became a mythical figure in the Tombstone saga, not unlike Doc in the portrayal of him as an educated loner, honorable, morose, a veritable Don Quixote, lost in mysterious, self-absorbed tortures of the mind. Arguably, in Arizona at least, where he had already been proclaimed the king of the cowboys in life, Ringo was more notorious than Doc Holliday. Over time, the mystery of his death would tantalize old-timers and future generations of writers tempted by what-ifs and might-have-beens. But in 1882, his was an Arizona story. Perhaps inevitably, Ringo and Holliday would become each other's bête noire in the evolving legend of Tombstone, the mavericks on each side of the Earp-Clanton feud, different yet much alike in their brooding, dark ways. This theme had no firm basis in the reality of what happened. It was based largely on the January 1882 confrontation on the streets of Tombstone that was cut short by prompt police work by a man whose name is all but forgotten, and perhaps later on the reported rivalry between the two of them over Kate Elder. The claim would eventually be made that Doc was part of a band of men who slipped back into Arizona and killed Ringo to fulfill Wyatt's promise to Morgan. Some even suggested that he was perhaps the man who fired the fatal shot. But it was a fantasy, born of a need to make Ringo's death more dramatic, more meaningful, and more satisfying in the Tombstone saga. As two lost souls, each reminding the other of his own failed life, Doc and Ringo presented a temptation too great for latter-day mythmakers to resist. That would be a 20th century edition of the ought-to-have-happened variety. The simple fact was that in July 1882, Doc Holliday could not have been a party to Ringo's death, because his presence in Pueblo was clearly documented, and because the risks were simply too great for him, or for Wyatt Earp for that matter, to undertake such an unlikely expedition. At the time, Doc was concentrating on more mundane and practical matters as he prepared to head north to Leadville, or perhaps on to the Wood River country as he had originally planned. It would be hard to say when he learned of Ringo's passing, if he ever did. That summer, Holliday was the man dealing with the attention, although it is doubtful that he either realized it or wanted it. What Doc needed most was money, not fame. Leadville was quite literally a field of dreams. From the time placer miners found gold in California Gulch in 1860, hope flooded the area as high as the 10,000-foot peaks. The real boom began in 1877 when the silver carbonate beds were discovered, and by 1880 Leadville was the queen of the silver camps, boasting a population of 40,000 people and a monthly mining payroll of $800,000. More than a few millionaires walked the town's busy streets as fair game for the sporting crowd, who soon found the hunting good. At its heyday, Leadville boasted 120 saloons, 118 gambling halls, 110 beer gardens, and 35 brothels, besides churches, schools, department stores, a plethora of other businesses, and 3 newspapers. Doc certainly knew of Leadville long before he arrived, because its riches had generated the Royal Gorge War between the Santa Fe and the Denver and Rio Grande railroads, in which he had played a part, and because he had known more than a few men who had sought their fortunes there. The town's boom had already peaked when Doc first arrived. Growth had stalled. The silver mining operations were experiencing trouble, but there were still plenty of opportunities to be had. Along Harrison Avenue at upscale establishments like the Texas House, the Board of Trade, the Monarch Saloon, Hyman's Saloon, and more, Doc saw opportunity aplenty. Besides, he knew people there. He knew the superintendent of the big Pittsburgh mine, John N. Vimont, the acquaintance from Tombstone he had been going to meet when he was arrested in Denver. There were also acquaintances from the gambler's circuit, and horse races were scheduled to start the week after he arrived, which surely provided opportunities to make a little money. For all those reasons, Leadville made perfect sense to John Henry. However, Leadville, Colorado, was the last place Doc Holliday needed to be that summer of 1882. Its climate was deadly for a man suffering from consumption. Even the promotional literature for the region said so. Persons troubled with weak lungs or heart disease should give the new camp a wide berth, advised the tourist guide to Leadville and the carbonate fields. The rare atmosphere accelerates the action of both these organs, and unless they are in perfect condition, serious results may follow. He probably gave the subject little thought. He was in the best shape he had been in years. He had ridden the Vendetta Trail without complaint, and he was in good enough condition when he arrived in Colorado that not a single Denver paper mentioned that he had a lung condition during his incarceration. All of that would change in Leadville. He would not have known that Robert Koch, a German doctor and a pioneer of research into infectious diseases, had identified the tubercle bacillus and had announced in a presentation to the Physiological Society of Berlin just weeks earlier, on March 24, 1882, that all forms of consumption were the product of the bacillus. Other work, particularly a study of cholera in Egypt, prevented him from pursuing his findings for a time, and as a consequence, the importance of his discovery was not immediately realized or spread. For victims of the disease, like John Henry, the delay in the spread of knowledge oddly had benefits. Some researchers in both Europe and the United States explored the implications of the new understanding, which transformed consumption into tuberculosis. The knowledge that tuberculosis was a contagious disease would create a tiziophobia in the late 1890s and early 1900s. For the time being, people like Doc Holliday were spared the discrimination that the next generation of victims would face, while missing some of the changes in understanding the disease and how best to treat it that might have given them greater hope. In the beginning, things went well for Doc. His reputation helped, although he did not make a point of it. He settled in with a lifestyle that was anything but flamboyant. He checked into a hotel and arranged to receive mail at the local Western Union office located at 106 East 2nd Street. He quickly found work as a faro dealer at Cyrus Allen's Monarch Saloon at 320 Harrison Street, and with a little luck playing poker at the Board of Trade and the Texas House, Doc eventually took better quarters at 210 West 3rd. At first, Cy Allen was pleased with the attention his new dealer attracted. Doc Holliday was good for business. During that time, John Henry became acquainted with some of the high rollers, such as John G. Morgan, who owned the Board of Trade, Elman G. Hall, who ran the Marble Hall, Ben Loeb, the owner of a variety theater, Manny Hyman, the owner of Hyman's Saloon, Colonel Sam Houston, and more. Doc made a favorable impression as a fair dealer and a model citizen. He stayed out of trouble and did well. His good behavior doubtless was influenced by his ongoing legal problems in Colorado and the possibility that the territory of Arizona would make yet another attempt to bring him back to Tucson or Tombstone for trial. He simply could not afford to risk trouble that would wear out his welcome in Colorado. His good behavior pleased men like Cy Allen, who could boast the services of the famous Doc Holliday without having to worry about trouble. However, trouble was lurking nearby. The one thing that might have given Holliday pause as he settled in was the discovery that old enemies were already well entrenched at Leadville. The most notable of them was John E. Tyler, the same John Tyler who had crossed John Henry in Tombstone. Tyler had moved to Leadville after his humiliating exit from Tombstone and had ridden the Leadville boom with relative success. The old sloper had not changed his ways, however. He had bounced around for a while and was suffering from a streak of bad luck when Elman G. Hall, a well-known saloon man formerly associated with the Texas House, hired him to run his gambling operation when he opened Marble Hall at 210 Harrison Avenue about the 1st of May, 1882. Hall said later that he was looking for some honest man to manipulate his cards and to handle his cash when Tyler applied for a job. According to press accounts, Hall had known Tyler for 20 years and hired him. Hall even advanced Tyler money to pay off his debts at the time. Hall soon became suspicious when his faro table, perhaps the most patronized operation in his place, consistently lost money. Eventually, one of Hall's friends confided to him that he believed Tyler was dishonest and stealing from him. On Sunday night, May 28th, Tyler was in the lookout chair beside the faro table, and when he took a break, Hall counted the money in the drawer, $50. When Tyler returned, Hall stood nearby, ostensibly in conversation, but actually watching Tyler. He saw Tyler take a $10 bill from the cash drawer. At that point, Hall approached Tyler and asked him how much money was in the drawer. The suddenly uncomfortable Tyler uneasily answered $50. Hall then demanded that Tyler count the drawer. After stammering and stalling, Tyler could produce only $40, at which point Hall accused him of stealing and fired him on the spot. Hall publicly said that he had no idea how much money Tyler had stolen from him, but expressed the opinion that he has been stealing ever since he first went to work. Given Hall's prominence in the sporting community and the very public exposure of Tyler's larceny, that Tyler was not prosecuted or run out of town was surprising. However, Tyler soon found work in another house before Doc arrived a couple of weeks later and even had established something of a following among the gamblers. One of them was Thomas J. Duncan, who had been an associate of Tyler's in Tombstone. He arrived in Leadville sometime in 1881 and soon proved himself to be an unsavory character. He also managed to ingratiate himself with some of the high rollers on Harrison Avenue, which afforded him opportunities for improving his lot. In the beginning, Tyler and Duncan made no public display of their dislike of Holliday, and it seemed for a time that they would let the old troubles stay quiet, if not forgotten. Doc also had friends and acquaintances in Leadville, perhaps one of more recent association than anyone in Leadville imagined. At the time, the press had generally reported that Wyatt Earp's posse scattered after arriving in Colorado, with only Dan G. Tipton lingering in Colorado, but Turkey Creek Jack Johnson was likely in Leadville during the summer and fall of 1882. Johnson had turned against his cowboy friends originally in exchange for Earp's promise to help secure a pardon for his brother, Alan Blunt, who was imprisoned at Yuma. Blunt was pardoned, and Wyatt Earp would later testify that Johnson's name was actually John Blunt, who was himself a fugitive in Arizona when he was known as Jack Johnson. Alan Blunt was in Leadville while Doc was there along with J.W. Ritchie. Ritchie was another alias used by Creek Johnson. In fact, in 1885, Wyatt Earp and a man named Ritchie were arrested in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Wyatt would also later say that Blunt did in fact go by the name Ritchie. Furthermore, later on Lee Smith would specifically identify one of the men with the Earps and Doc in Tombstone as J.W. Ritchie. In view of these circumstances, Doc may well have continued his acquaintance with Creek Johnson in Leadville. Of course, Leadville had more than its share of lowlifes. One of them was a character named Harry C. Neal, a hard case described as a cadaverous-looking fellow with a stringy lock of hair hanging over his forehead in a masher-like way. His face is covered with pots like a cranberry marsh, and he looks like a regular dance hall steerer. Neal bore a striking resemblance to Hyman G. Neal, the old Hoodoo Brown, although not riding quite so high. They could have been the same person, although reports after Neal left Las Vegas claimed that he was arrested in Nebraska in April 1880 and later killed in Buena Vista, Colorado in June of the same year. Other reports suggest that he lived in Kansas, Texas, and Colorado before dying in Torreon, Mexico several years later. If by some chance he did beat the odds, as he had been in the habit of doing throughout his misspent life, he had fallen on hard times by the time he reached Leadville. Leadville's Neal ran with a short, stumpy fellow by the name of Edward B. Dempsey, who looked like a professional leisure man and carried the evidence of hard times on him. Neal and Dempsey were sometimes seen in the company of another rounder called Curly Mack. His name was actually Harvey Rustin, a gambler with a mixed reputation. On April 30th, 1882, these three watched as a miner called General Ward partied at a joint called the Red Light. He made the mistake of flashing a roll of $1,700 in cash, and when he left the place, Neal, Dempsey, and Curly Mack followed and mugged him. Neal and Dempsey were arrested a short time later, and Curly Mack left town on the run. He would be arrested later in Cheyenne, Wyoming, while working in a dance hall under the alias Frank Miller. Reportedly, he was planning to move on to the Wood River country as soon as he had a stake, which would indicate that he had not carried off much of General Ward's poke. The officer who arrested Curly Mack was Marshal T.J. Jeff Carr, Cheyenne's justifiably well-known peace officer. Carr notified Leadville authorities and discovered that the Lake County grand jury had returned a true bill against the unsavory trio. He then loaded Curly Mack on the train without further legal amenities and delivered him to Sheriff Pete Becker of Lake County at the Denver Railroad Station on June 2, 1882, just after Doc Holliday had been released. Curly Mack waived the legal requirements for proper requisition forms and agreed to go with Becker. The Denver Tribune reported that Curly Mack denies all knowledge of the crime with which he is charged and refuses to give any particulars concerning the affair. Back in Leadville, the charges against Neal, Dempsey, and Curly Mack were eventually dropped, and Doc would have dealings with all three men after he arrived. By contrast, Doc Holliday stayed clear of trouble. He had a chance to change some things in his life, and he apparently made a good faith effort to do so. Despite his southern roots, his experiences in Arizona and Colorado had converted him to the Republican Party, and he was an avid student of politics. In 1882, Doc became involved in the political process in a way that also gave him a chance to repay some of those who had helped him. Colorado's Republican Party was divided at the time as the result of a controversy over one of its U.S. Senate seats. In 1878, Jerome B. Chaffee, one of Colorado's U.S. senators, announced that he would retire from politics for health reasons, and Nathaniel P. Hill declared that he was interested in the vacant seat. Later, Chaffee decided to continue in office. Hill got the appointment, but bad feelings were created within the party. When Governor Frederick W. Pitkin announced that he would not seek re-election to the governorship in 1882, Chaffee backed Norman H. Meldrum, hoping eventually through him to return to the Senate. And Hill supported Henry R. Wolcott. At the Republican convention in September, however, Lake County Republicans pushed Ernest L. Campbell, a Leadville attorney, and Chaffee switched horses to support him when it was obvious he had the votes to win. Shortly thereafter, the Democrats nominated J.B. Grant by acclamation. Hill refused to support Campbell and ordered the editors of the Denver Republican, which he owned, not to print anything that could be construed to support the Republican nominee. The Denver Tribune, whose city editor was E.D. Cowan, one of Doc's champions in Denver, followed suit. Lake County Republicans supported Campbell, of course, and Doc might have supported him and joined one of the many Campbell clubs that sprang up to help elect Leadville's favorite son. However, the Republican, and especially the Tribune, had been the Denver papers that had embraced Doc's cause during the extradition proceedings. With Hill and the two Denver papers fostering an independent stance by opposing both the Republican and Democratic candidates for governor, the Lake County Independent Club was organized at Leadville. One of the primary organizers was Dr. John Henry Holliday. Considering his recent arrival in Colorado, his record of attachment to the Republican Party in recent years, and Campbell's being a Leadville mover and shaker, Doc's involvement with the Lake County Independent Club was almost certainly payback for the support of Hill's paper and Cowan's advocacy of his cause. Loyalty still mattered to him. On October 20th, 1882, Doc Holliday presided over the meeting at Turner Hall that adopted a resolution declaring, "Whereas there are numerous political clubs forming throughout this county, we as members of the Lake County Independent Club do pledge ourselves not to consolidate with the same." Along with Doc, 123 men signed the resolution, including John Morgan, Ben Loeb, Ben Pentland, Frank Lowmeister, who would become one of Doc's closest friends in Leadville, Allen Blunt, J.W. Ritchie, Harry Neal, Edward Dempsey, and perhaps most peculiar of all, John Tyler. The resolution's impact was questionable, since it took no stance one way or the other. Campbell won the election, oddly taking every county in the state but Lake County. There, Grant beat Campbell by 115 votes. So perhaps Doc's venture into politics made a difference, at least locally. Doc did not have time to celebrate much, because he had to leave Leadville for a court date in Pueblo. On November 22nd, the Pueblo paper reported that Doc Holliday, who among others has not been to Arizona this fall, is in town attending court. 3 days later, on application of defendant by his attorney H.G. Hollins, Esquire, it is ordered that this cause be continued to the next term of court. The next day, the chieftain stated that Doc Holliday, Charles Utt, and John Nugent went to Denver last night. He wasted little time getting back to Leadville, and he was on hand for a bit of excitement. Early on the morning of December 6, 1882, shortly after the Texas House had closed, a lamp exploded, and the prestigious gambling hall burst into flames. The fire department fought the fire for more than 2.5 hours before bringing the blaze under control. By 8:30 in the morning, what was a few hours before the elegantly equipped Texas house, was a mass of charred and blackened ruins, with nothing but the smoking walls left of what was once the finest gambling hall in the West. The firefighters did manage to keep the fire from spreading, and except for water damage to neighboring businesses, Leadville had avoided a major disaster. The Leadville Evening Chronicle applauded the work of the fire department, but it also noted, "The firemen acknowledge with thanks the services rendered by Sandy McCusick, Doc Holliday, Thomas Flood, Thomas Ransom, and George Fonda." That moment seemed a grand testament to Doc's emergence as a good citizen. But 3 days before Christmas, he apparently was arrested for being drunk and carrying a concealed weapon. The demons from Doc's past were stirring, but he fought them for a time, and the local authorities tried to help after a fashion. On Christmas night, 2 drunks got into a fight over remarks one made about the other's wife. Timothy Breen shot Patrick Mooney. Mooney would linger until March 1883, but he eventually died. Breen was exonerated of blame at that time. 2 days after Christmas, Matt Wells, also known as Charles Perry, shot John Kerr, a faro dealer at St. Anne's Rest, in a quarrel over a debt. Wells would eventually go to prison at the Colorado State Penitentiary for the offense. As a result of these incidents, on December 29th, both county and city officials announced that they would strictly enforce prohibitions against carrying concealed weapons. The announcement seemed to have a salutary effect, because in January, the Evening Chronicle reported, "The sporting fraternity in the city is observing the law in reference to carrying concealed weapons very strictly. It is said that there are nearly 100 revolvers deposited by this class of men in a certain place in the city for safekeeping." Doc took the ordinance seriously, although he may have been the gambler who made the National Police Gazette on March 31, 1883, in a story about an unpleasant guest who crashed a party of tourists at a Leadville hotel. A cowboy who, by some mysterious process, probably stage robbery, had acquired a boodle, had been touring 4 or 5 states of the West getting rid of his money. This tough tourist considered himself one of the party, and in spite of all protests made his way into the ballroom where the festivities were at their height. He displayed murderous weapons in ridiculous profusion and made a thrilling sensation. A little chap, a gambler well known in the town, a mild-mannered little fellow with a cold, glittering steel-gray eye that we read of often in romances but rarely see in life, took the gigantic ruffian down instanter, however, and in the most humiliating manner. Covering him with his pistol, he commanded the ruffian to drop his revolvers, to open his jaws and let slip the buoy he had between his teeth, and to unload of his weapons generally. Then he made him take off his hat and back out of the room, bowing and apologizing according to the dictated phrase as he went. Leadville is no place for cowboys on a lark, as they are doubtless convinced by this time. The description of the gambler fit Doc, and it certainly sounded like something he would have done. Sentiment, at least, argues that it was he. The Pueblo case was still a matter of concern to Doc, and it was finally disposed of in April 1883. Seemingly by design, Doc did not appear. Instead, after being 3 times solemnly called in open court to appear and answer to the indictment presented against him for the crime of larceny, the court declared the bond posted by his sureties, William Brady, possibly from Leadville, and George W. Crummy, the same George Crummy who had pleaded Doc's case with Governor Pitkin, forfeited. And that was the end of that. The deal closed exactly as planned. Everyone knew anyway that the charge was phony. The case did introduce a new word in Colorado legal circles, holidaying, which referred to using fake indictments to prevent the prosecution of an individual on other, more serious criminal charges. Doc kept a low profile through the spring, but he did leave Leadville for a while, and his name was soon highlighting press dispatches again. His old acquaintance from Dodge and Tombstone, Luke Short, had returned to Dodge City and eventually bought Chalkney Beeson's share of the Long Branch Saloon. His partner, W.H. Harris, also a man with a past in Tombstone, decided to run for mayor in 1883 against Larry Dager, the former Dodge City Marshal, who had the backing of ex-mayor A.B. Webster, who also owned the Alamo Saloon, the primary competition for the Long Branch. Running on a reform platform, Dager won, and after taking office, the new city council passed new ordinances against vagrancy and prostitution. The laws, which most saw as a form of taxation consistent with common practice in the cowtowns for years, were instead strictly enforced against the Long Branch, and only the Long Branch. 3 women were arrested there and none elsewhere. When Short realized this, he headed for the city jail to protest. En route, he met L.C. Hartman, the city clerk and special policeman. Hartman, who was no gun player, overreacted to the chance encounter, pulled his pistol, and fired at Short. He missed, and when Short drew his own revolver, Hartman ran. Short's shot missed too, but Hartman stumbled and fell. Short thought he had killed him and surrendered only after being assured that Hartman was okay and that he faced only a fine. When he gave himself up, however, Short was charged with assault and jailed. The following morning, he was released on $2,000 bond, and then immediately rearrested along with L.A. Hyatt, Johnson Gallagher, W.H. Bennett, and Doc Neal, other gamblers and saloonmen. Harris tried to reach Short, but the arrested men were held incommunicado, then marched to the railroad station and told to choose a train east or west. Luke headed east to Kansas City and wired Bat Masterson in Denver to come at once. This was the beginning of an affair that came to be called the Dodge City War. It would be fought largely in meetings, letters, and the press, although the rumor mill constantly and ominously promised a shooting war. George Glick, the governor of Kansas, was reluctant initially to take any action in the matter, but by May 12th, when he realized that Short had been denied due process, he threatened to send the state militia into Dodge if Sheriff George Hinkle could not protect all citizens and guarantee them their rights. Glick suggested that Short return to Dodge, but Short insisted on an escort. Bat Masterson, who had been at Short's side throughout the fight so far, left to provide one, traveling to Colorado for a rendezvous with Wyatt Earp. The gathering place for Luke's escort was Silverton, Colorado. That spring, Wyatt Earp was operating the club rooms of Silverton's new and luxurious Arlington Saloon and Gambling Hall, owned by George Brower of Denver. Initially, Wyatt denied any involvement in the Dodge City troubles and wrote a letter to the Denver Republicans stating that he had no intention of becoming involved. Both the Silverton Democrat and the La Plata Miner affirmed that Earp was a peaceable and law-abiding citizen of Silverton and has not been in Dodge City for the last 4 years. Things were about to change, however. Bat Masterson arrived in Silverton at mid-month, and Doc Holliday most likely arrived about the same time. Local tradition says that Doc checked into the Grand Hotel in May, and Bat Masterson was still receiving mail there as late as June 4th, 1883, well after he had returned to Dodge. Obviously, their intent was to recruit Wyatt as a fighter on Luke's behalf. The press was soon full of stories about gunmen en route to Dodge. Rumors flew hot and heavy through the last 2 weeks in May. On May 15th, the Kansas City Journal announced that Bat Masterson's presence in Kansas City meant that he was preparing for his visit to Dodge City. Masterson precedes by 24 hours a few other pleasant gentlemen who are on their way to the tea party at Dodge. One of them is Wyatt Earp, the famous marshal of Dodge. Another is Joe Lowe, otherwise known as Rowdy Joe, and still another is Shotgun Collins. But worse than all is another ex-citizen and officer of Dodge, the famous Doc Holliday. The journal went on to describe each of them, saying of Doc, "Among the desperate men of the West, he is looked upon with a respect born of awe, for he has killed in single combat no less than 8 desperadoes. He was the chief character in the Earp War at Tombstone, where the celebrated brothers, aided by Holliday, broke up the terrible rustlers. The gathering of these worthies," the journal observed, "means exactly that these men are going to Dodge City," noting, "They all have reason to go back." Masterson says he wants to see his old friends. Short wants to look after his business. Earp and Holliday, who are old deputy sheriffs of Dodge, also intend visiting friends, so they say, and Collins is coming along to keep the others company. Rowdy Joe goes about for pleasure, although it is a very pleasant party. Their entrance into Dodge will mean that a desperate fight will take place. The Kansas City Star provided an even more detailed review, stating that Jonathan Calhoun of Caldwell had arrived, and after conferring with Short and Masterson, left for Topeka, adding another description of Masterson's formidable delegation that included an imposing description of Holliday. Next to Masterson, Doc Holliday has probably the most exciting history and is the hardest man in a fight. He also was a United States Marshal at Tombstone during the troublesome times and has laid away many a cowboy under the daisies, or more properly speaking, cactus. Absolutely reckless of his life, he has unaided cleaned out many a saloon of hard characters, and on one occasion, when a plot was formed to assassinate him, literally shot his way out of a dozen men. So much for the gentle Doc, who is a quiet-spoken man and formerly a dentist, hence his title. The following evening, the Star narrowed its focus to Masterson, Lowe, and Holliday in the feature About Some Bad Men. The description of Doc was blood and thunder from first to last, but it is arguably the earliest account to say that Doc went west because his physician told him he had incipient consumption and would die at home. Although the author made the mistake of making home the state of Iowa. He is the last man anybody would ever take for a killer, the Star observed. Slim, stoop-shouldered, dressed in black, his sandy hair streaked with gray, his complexion sallow, he looks like a professional man who devoted himself strictly to business and did too much desk work for his health. While newspaper readers were fed a steady diet of melodrama, maneuvering of a more serious nature continued. The list of gunfighters prepared to descend on Dodge grew apace. The Dodge City Times added a list of men with nothing but sobriquets: Blackjack Bill, Dynamite Sam, Dirty Sock Jack, Cold Chuck Johnny, and more. Governor Glick sent Thomas J. Moonlight, the Attorney General, to investigate, and a veritable reunion of Dodge City luminaries took place at Caldwell as Frank McLean, Charles E. Bassett, Neil Brown, and others assembled there. Finally, on May 31st, Wyatt Earp arrived in Dodge on the morning train. According to his recollections, a group including Johnny Millsap, George Shotgun Collins, Texas Jack Vermillion, and crooked-mouthed Johnny Green came with him. According to Earp, when Mike Sutton, the district attorney, saw them, he said, "My God, Wyatt, who are these people you've got with you?" Wyatt replied, "Oh, they're just some bushwhackers I've brought over from Colorado to straighten you people out." On June 2nd, an anonymous writer advised in a letter to the editor of the Topeka Commonwealth, Masterson, Wyatt Earp, and all the sports in the country held a meeting at Silverton and decided to take Dodge City by storm. Short is at Caldwell, but will meet the party at Cimarron, 18 miles west of Dodge, perhaps Sunday night or soon after. Horses will be taken at Cimarron, and the whole party will rendezvous at Mr. Oliver's, 2 miles west of Dodge. Doc Holliday and Wyatt Earp are now secretly in Dodge City watching matters. When the time for action comes, a telegram will reach them worded as follows: "Your tools will be there at," giving the time agreed upon. The plan is to drive all of Short's enemies out of Dodge at the mouth of the revolvers. The author insisted that he had the information from undoubted authority, and this may have been the plan. The Commonwealth added, "As if to confirm the report, we learned that Earp and Short were registered at Kinsley on Sunday at the eating house. They probably left Dodge for further consultation with friends and are preparing to carry out the plan outlined above." If there was such a plan, it was never implemented. Wyatt claimed that he laid out terms and refused to compromise until the Dager-Webster faction folded, making an invasion unnecessary. He then left Dodge on June 2nd and met Short, Masterson, and William F. Petillion, the court clerk of Ford County, who had been drawn into the affair by Governor Glick, at Kinsley, east of Dodge. On Sunday, May 3rd, he returned to Dodge with Short, still half expecting a fight. It did not happen, and Masterson arrived the next day. Bassett, Brown, McLean, and others also slipped quietly into Dodge. The Globe reported simply, "Luke Short returned to the city Sunday afternoon, and we believe he has come to stay." On the evening of June 4th, Sheriff Hinkle telegraphed Governor Glick, telling him that he thought it impossible to prevent a fight, explaining, "An agreement was made allowing Luke Short to return to Dodge City on condition he would send his fighters out of town, which he has failed to do. I think a fight imminent." The next day, in a remarkably understated tone, the Ford County Globe reported, "Wyatt Earp, a former city marshal of Dodge City, arrived in the city last Thursday. Wyatt is looking well and glad to get back to his old haunts where he is well and favorably known." But the paper could not resist adding, in another column, "Wyatt Earp has returned to the city. Wonder if it has any political significance. Eh, Deacon?" 2 days later, the Kansas City Star reported, "The much-talked-of band of noted killers who were to congregate here and accompany Luke Short, the exile, back to Dodge City, Kansas, are in part, at least, at that place now. Advices from there state that Luke Short, Bat Masterson, Charlie Bassett, and Doc Holliday at present hold the fort and that trouble is liable to ensue at any moment. The failure of the Short forces to leave led to a proclamation closing all gambling establishments in the city. The arrival of Attorney General Moonlight from Topeka finally settled things when he organized the Glick Guards, a quasi-military organization that included men from both sides of the controversy. By June 10th, most of the fighters had left, and Luke Short himself, his point made, would take leave of Dodge not long afterward. The Dodge City War was over. Whether or not Doc Holliday was actually one of Wyatt Earp's fighters, the Short faction made excellent use of his reputation. He was given a high profile in the feature articles written about Short's allies, and he was subtly mentioned in several of the more understated news accounts. Neither Bat Masterson nor Wyatt Earp mentioned him in their later reminiscences about the affair, and none of his biographers have given him a role. Yet he was certainly part of what transpired, even if he never left Colorado. He was mentioned more often than several of those known to have been involved, and the list of hard cases Wyatt named as getting off the train with him were never mentioned at all in the papers. At the very least, people were conscious of the possibility that he was one of the fighters, and it was a tribute to his reputation in 1883 that the very mention of him made a difference. One additional source suggests that he may have been there. Alice Earp Wells, the daughter of Newton J. Earp, Wyatt's half-brother, recalled years later that Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday visited their home while her family lived at Garden City, Kansas. She said that one afternoon, two riders approached their home. She recognized her uncle and spoke to him, but he barely acknowledged her and went into the house to speak with her father. The other man stayed outside with her. Alice did not recognize the man with her Uncle Wyatt, but he smiled and asked her if he could sit with her. She said yes, and the two of them talked for a while about all kinds of things. She was charmed by him because of his interest in her. Eventually, he asked her if she would excuse him for a little while. She said yes and watched him ride away. A short time later, he returned and gave her a rag doll with his compliments and another smile. When her uncle's visit with her father was over, her uncle and the handsome stranger left, and her father told her as they stood watching them ride away that the man with Uncle Wyatt, who had been so kind to her, was the notorious Doc Holliday. Alice was infatuated with him because of his kindness to her and the interest he took in her, and years later she would proudly show visitors the doll Doc Holliday gave me. She always remembered the visitor as Doc Holliday, a kindly gentleman in contrast to her uncle's cold demeanor. She kept Holliday's gift until she died, and her story was consistent with the behavior of Doc Holliday remembered by Billy Hadditch, who had known him at Tombstone. Alice gave the date of this visit as 1884, when she was 9 years old, but it is difficult to place either Wyatt or Doc in Kansas during 1884. For the record, Newton lived in Garden City from 1880 until 1896, when he moved to Casper, Wyoming. So the visit could have taken place at some other time. In June 1883, after the Dodge City War, the Garden City Irrigator reported that Bat Masterson and Wyatt Earp alighted from the westbound train Sunday and had a confab with Marshal Newton Earp. They were on their way to the recently discovered silver mines at Silver City, New Mexico. Perhaps Alice, being so young at the time, confused Masterson and Holliday. Given Bat's personality, that would have been possible, but she always insisted that her father had called him the notorious Doc Holliday. Whatever the truth about the Kansas adventure, Doc returned to Leadville by midsummer and passed it quietly enough. Leadville's attractions were compelling, as a correspondent for the Boston Post recorded. Leadville by gaslight is a revelation to one unacquainted to the strange life of these western mining camps. Harrison Avenue, the main thoroughfare, is brilliantly illuminated from one end to the other, and from the hotel window I can look down upon throngs of people. The street is fairly lined with pedestrians, and handsome turnouts and fast horses make the boulevards lively. What this town must have been in '78 I cannot imagine. It is so full of life now. This mountain town, which seems so dull and prosaic by daylight, is certainly a most charming and picturesque spot by gaslight. One observer was surprised at the gambling halls. "Enough to say," he wrote, "I saw money, the amount I could only conjecture, won and lost without a change of countenance, but in many instances high up in the thousands." Here the most punctilious regard was observed to the usual courtesies. The utmost order was maintained. Here was nothing to indicate an unusual state of affairs. Not everyone was so impressed. One English writer was astonished that gambling halls abound without the least attempt at concealment. He was also repulsed by the saloons, theaters, and worst haunts still, where vice and dissipation and immorality were rampant. On the morning of September 10th, E.D. Cowan, Doc's champion in Denver, who had recently taken a position as city editor of the Leadville Herald, was most brutally beaten and kicked by Alderman C.C. Joy at the Board of Trade. The altercation occurred when Cowan had claimed that he could name the next street commissioner. Joy bet him that he could not. And when Cowan wrote his choice on a piece of paper and placed it in an envelope, Joy, who wanted him to announce the name out loud, grew angry. The alderman, who had been drinking, struck the editor twice, knocking him to the floor, and then proceeded to beat and stomp his face with his heavy boots in a horrible manner. The brutal beating caused quite a stir, and the press used the occasion to speak out against crime in general, using the Joy Cowan episode as an example because Joy had been quickly released on bail while Cowan remained in critical condition. Doc must have smiled when he read the reaction to the incident in the Chronicle. There is but one remedy. If the agents of the people will not execute the will of the people, then it is time the people should interfere. And a frequent interference on the part of the people with the duties of the courts will produce a most salutary effect, not only upon the courts themselves, but also upon the criminals. So the editors of the Tombstone Epitaph and the Tucson Citizen were not the only ones who felt that way. The Denver Tribune took up the cause as well, announcing that Thomas J. Fitch, of all people, had been hired to assist in the prosecution of Joy and asking, "Is there no rope in Leadville? We can send some if it is necessary and have a committee to escort the rope." Nothing so dramatic ever happened. Joy was suspended from the city council, and when his case came up for trial, he was granted a change of venue to Breckenridge. He went through 2 trials, with both ending in hung juries. After that, the case was dropped, and Joy was reinstated on the city council. For a time, Cowan was out of Leadville, recovering, but he would return to be on hand for other episodes involving the good Doc Holliday. Early in October, an incident occurred at Hyman's between the policeman William Stedman and George O'Connor, which led later to a fight in which Officer Stedman was severely beaten. Later in the month, Frank Gallagher killed James B. Tex Garvin in a gunfight at the boarding house where they both lived. Gallagher would later be released on the grounds of self-defense. However, Doc was not interested in such matters. That October, he received news from home that could not have been wholly unexpected, but may well have affected him deeply. Martha Ann Holliday, his dear cousin Mattie, had written to him faithfully through the years, and she must have told him of her intentions to enter a religious order. However, intending to do something and actually doing it were two different things. Family tradition always said that Maddie was an unreconstructed rebel who blamed the Yankees for her father's premature death. As a result, she would not enter a northern convent. She waited for an opening in the South, and on October 1st, 1883, she entered the religious order of the Sisters of Mercy at St. Vincent's Convent in Savannah, where she took the religious name Sister Mary Melanie. Sisters of Mercy. Doc must have pondered the thought and reflected on the Sisters of Charity he had seen on the streets of Leadville, working to relieve the suffering of men and women there and maintaining a local hospital. The effect of her decision on John Henry can only be imagined, since the true nature of their relationship remains a mystery. And it may have been merely coincidental that her decision seemed to mark a significant shift in his fortunes and quality of life, but it did. In November, a dispatch concerning old-time tombstoners made the rounds of regional newspapers, noting among other things that Doc Holliday is the chief engineer of 3 faro games in Leadville, and Johnny Tyler is holding his own in the same camp. Other old-time tombstoners must have chuckled at the thought of Holliday and Tyler coexisting in the same town, but they had so far kept their animosities at bay. That, too, was about to change. At some point that fall or winter, Cy Allen discharged Doc at the Monarch. Exactly when and why was lost, but it was likely the combination of Doc's drinking and his worsening consumption that caused it. Without a doubt, Doc's social and economic woes deriving from his disease multiplied in Leadville. They were not the result of stigma arising from the disease, but of consumption's debilitating effects on his capacity to work. The stage 2 symptoms of his disease were increasingly obvious. He had a persistent cough, an accelerated heart rate, and a deepening hoarseness resulting from the ulcers in his throat. At times, he could scarcely speak above a whisper, and in his weakening condition, he suffered recurring bouts with pneumonia. Still, the symptoms that were most obvious were likely more attributable to the treatment than to the disease itself. Doc's drinking, which was the standard treatment to relieve symptoms, had surely become alcoholism long before he reached Leadville. And as the symptoms worsened there, he seems to have begun the use of laudanum as well. Nearly all consumptives used some form of opiate to quiet the cough, control diarrhea, and reduce stress. The druggist, J. Miller, at the corner of Harrison and 6th Street, provided Doc with laudanum at no charge. In time, these addictions affected his ability to deal cards, as well as his judgment and self-control. Still, Doc's dismissal from the Monarch may not have been about either his disease or his dissipation. Cy Allen had struck up a friendship with Tom Duncan, Tyler's old sloper buddy from Tombstone, who was also pimping for Molly Price, a madam who operated an upscale whorehouse on West 5th Street. Clearly, he was not a savory character. In January 1884, Duncan got drunk while circulating saloons on Harrison. A friend of his called on Molly and asked her to take him home. She found him at Shea and Hillary's saloon at 423 Harrison. He ignored her efforts to get him to go home with her until she grabbed his hat and started to leave with it. Duncan followed her into the street, where he grabbed her by the hair, dragged her home, and beat her severely. She never pressed charges. Despite this incident, Duncan had managed to ingratiate himself with many of the sporting crowd. He had been one of the greeters who welcomed John L. Sullivan, the heavyweight boxing champion, when he visited Leadville in December 1883. The others were Manny Hyman, John Morgan, and Sam Houston, all notable sporting men friendly to Doc. Among those with whom Duncan had won favor were Cy Allen and A.E. Scott, the owners of the Monarch, so that it was probably not by chance that Doc was fired or that Johnny Tyler replaced Doc at the faro tables in the Monarch. Doc's enemies would later claim that he did not take the firing well. They claimed that he exchanged heated words with both Cy Allen and Johnny Tyler. And based on what Doc himself said later, that could have happened. This incident may have restarted the old controversy in earnest. Without a doubt, Doc believed that the firing was part of a plot of the Slopers against him. Doc was not yet without resources. He was still welcome at other places on Harrison Avenue. He began to hang out at Manny Hyman's saloon, 2 doors down from the Monarch, and he still frequented John Morgan's Board of Trade. He dealt for Hyman for a while, and doubtless would have recovered easily enough had his health not failed. The Leadville winter took a heavy toll. Not only was Doc drinking and combating worsening symptoms of consumption, but that winter his recurring battles with pneumonia increased. Hyman was not a sentimentalist. He expected his dealers to be at their tables. And when they could not be depended on to be there, he replaced them. When Doc did make it to the gambling halls, he was left to find work where he could, mostly bucking the tiger against the house or playing poker when he had cash enough for a game. Still, he struggled on. He lost coordination, dexterity, and powers of concentration. The vigor he had shown when he first arrived in Colorado from Arizona was gone. He was dropping weight as well, to the point that men described his condition as delicate. It was then, when Doc was fragile, broke, and down on his luck, that Johnny Tyler and his crowd began to prod Doc in every way they could, hoping to provoke an incident or to humiliate him publicly. As a Leadville correspondent of the Tucson Citizen would later put it, the old imbroglio was rankling in their breasts here, and Tyler and his friends did everything they could to prejudice the public against Holliday. Though sick, Doc was still game, but they knew they had him at a disadvantage. He did not want to do anything that might cause him trouble with the authorities, and the frail body and the tremor in his hands made a confrontation seem foolhardy. For the first time in his life, Doc asked for help. On several occasions, he complained to the police that a plot was afoot to kill him and requested them to help him. Johnny Tyler showed his true colors then. Despite everything, he was still unwilling to face Holliday directly and alone. The trouble simmered through the spring and was public enough that the Slopers' bully tactics won John Henry friends and supporters. The local police were concerned enough that they frequently searched Doc for concealed weapons, almost to the point of harassment. On July 21, 1884, some of Tyler's bunch accosted Holliday in Hyman's saloon, and several of them called on him to pull his gun. He said he had none, and as he passed out was called filthy names. The next day, the Leadville Daily Democrat reported what had happened. The well-known Doc Holliday claims to have been the victim of a put-up job to murder him in Hyman's saloon yesterday morning, and the place has been on the verge of a shooting match ever since. At an early hour, Holliday and John Tyler, another sporting man, got into an altercation in which the latter used very abusive language. Holliday said he didn't want to have trouble, and Tyler called on him to draw. Friends interfered, and there was no bloodshed. There were some bad threats made during the day, and trouble is anticipated. Tyler killed a man in Frisco and is regarded as bad. Doc Holliday states that the trouble arose over an old grudge in Arizona where Tyler tried to put up a job to kill him but failed to make it work. Tyler's friends say he wants to fight a duel with Holliday. The following day, Doc spoke with a reporter from the Democrat, most likely E.D. Cowan, who had left the Herald and was now working for the Democrat. With tears of rage coming from his eyes, Doc told his friend that they dared to do it because they knew he could not retaliate. If I should kill someone here, no matter if I were acquitted, the governor would be sure to turn me over to the Arizona authorities, and I would stand no show for life there at all. I am afraid to defend myself, and these cowards kick me because they know I am down. I haven't a cent, have few friends, and they will murder me yet before they are done. The reporter did not doubt that what he said was true, nor did most other folks. On July 24th, the Carbonate Chronicle added its opinion about the disturbance at Hyman's. It looks very much as though a gang of would-be bad men had put up a job to wipe Doc Holliday off the face of the earth. There is much to be said in favor of Holliday. He has never, since his arrival here, made any bad breaks or conducted himself in any other way than a quiet and peaceable manner. The other faction do not bear this sort of reputation. All of this made something that had happened earlier somewhat baffling. It seemed to be at least a serious lapse of judgment on Doc's part. Doc had pawned most of his belongings when Lady Luck abandoned him, and sometime in late June he borrowed $5 from William J. Allen, a bartender at the Monarch Saloon. Billy Allen was a former Leadville police officer who now worked as a special policeman and bartender at Cy Allen's place. Leadville's Billy Allen was not Tombstone's Billy Allen, the man who testified against Doc and the Earps in the Spicer hearing, as has usually been supposed. Tombstone's William A. Allen already was safely settled in Arizona when Leadville's William J. Allen became a policeman in Leadville in 1880. Leadville's Billy was from Freeport, Illinois. He was athletic and had enjoyed a successful career as a foot racer, then a popular sport with the sporting crowd, as a young man. Successful enough that he eventually used an alias, Murphy, to be allowed to run in the important races. He apparently had killed a man in Illinois, although Leadville locals did not agree on whether he had been acquitted or had jumped bail in the case. Allen was a tough man who proved his mettle as a police officer. In June 1880, he stood off a mob of miners to protect a militia colonel during a labor dispute. In July 1880, he was shot in the groin while attempting to arrest Charles E. Bakewell, who had already killed 2 policemen. In September, he was involved in raids against several brothels that resulted in the arrest of some prominent local politicians. His role in that affair won him powerful enemies. Afterward, he patrolled the Second Ward, which included the infamous State Street and environs, clearly the most dangerous area of Leadville. There, he was shot in the leg while trying to arrest a man on Chestnut Street, and still later, while approaching a burglar in Cat Alley, a bad place in a bad neighborhood, the burglar shot him in the chest and then stabbed him. He survived all these incidents owing to a splendid constitution. Following the local election in April 1881, he was discharged as a policeman. He worked for a time with the fire department as a fitness trainer, but was never given the opportunity he wanted as the foreman of a hose company, apparently because of the political enemies he had made. Instead, he was given a job as special policeman, first at the Grand Central Theater and then at the Monarch Saloon, where he also became a bartender. He was considered to be fearless, and he may have worked at the Monarch when Doc was a faro dealer there, although he most likely went to work there after Doc left. His only link to Tombstone was Johnny Tyler, who apparently fed him plenty of information about Doc's alleged bad character. Because of Allen's connection to the Monarch Saloon, and thus to Tyler and Duncan, why Doc accepted money from him has always been a mystery. However, since Doc may have worked with Allen at the Monarch before the changes, or simply because Doc knew him as an independent sort of man, Doc probably did not consider him to be a part of the Sloper clique. If he did already consider Allen one of the Tyler crowd, which seems unlikely, then the transaction simply demonstrated Doc's desperation. Given Allen's association with the Monarch Saloon and the crowd that hung out there, and in light of what happened later, some believed it was part of a setup to either humiliate Doc or kill him. More likely, Allen was a late convert to the Tyler camp because his personal disagreement with Doc over the money made him more responsive to Tyler's vicious prattle. At any rate, Doc did borrow the money. He said later that he told Allen he would repay him in 5 or 6 days or a week. He explained to Allen, "There is a young man owing me money, and when he pays me, I will pay you." Unfortunately, Doc's friend, who was at Sowbelly Gulch, a camp outside Leadville, gambled away the money and could not pay Doc. So when the time came for him to repay Allen, he did not have the $5. He insisted to Allen that he intended to pay as soon as he had the funds. Allen was not happy, but he could not do anything about it. When Doc continued to make excuses during the weeks that followed, however, Allen began making very public demands that Doc pay up. Doc did go to Sam Houston, John Morgan's manager at the Board of Trade, and asked him for a loan. Houston refused to give him the money. At that point, Doc's pride took over, and he refused to go through the humiliation of being turned down again. Allen was persistent and increasingly belligerent. The tension in the air prompted the Democrat to question a local police officer about the enforcement of the local ordinance concerning concealed weapons, and asked him specifically what he would do if he saw someone carrying guns. "I wouldn't do anything as long as the man is sober and doesn't draw it," the officer replied. "This country is like Texas. A man may go a long time without needing a revolver, but when he does want it, he wants it at once and damned bad. I don't know why he should not have the right to carry it." His bluntness was far from comforting. After the July incident at Hyman's, if not sooner, Doc believed that Allen was part of the Tyler crowd and that the debt had become a pretext to get him. On August 15th, Doc went to the Monarch. Why he did so was never explained, but he clearly never avoided the place. Given his nature, he most likely wanted everyone to know that he was not intimidated by either Allen or Tyler and his cronies. When he was leaving, Allen came out from behind the bar and approached him. Holliday would later testify that he was wearing an apron and had his hand under the apron as if holding a gun. Doc stopped, and Allen told him, "Holliday, I'll give you till Tuesday to pay this money. And if you don't pay it, I'll lick you, you son of a bitch." Doc replied simply, "My jewelry is in the soak, and as soon as I get the money, I'll give it to you." Allen gave Doc until noon of Tuesday, August 19th, to pay up or else. Doc's physical condition, his obvious hard luck, and the relatively small amount of money involved made Allen's threat seem to Doc's friends to be calculated to provoke a fight rather than to collect a debt. The same day, Allen sent for Pat Sweeney, a gambler friend of Doc's, and told him that he had heard that Sweeney had said that if Allen jumped on Doc, Sweeney would jump on him. Sweeney called it a damned lie and said Doc could take care of himself. But Allen told him that if Doc did not pay up by noon of the 19th, he would knock him down and kick his damned brains out. Allen also made a point of calling Frank Lowmeister, a bartender at Hyman's, Doc's roommate at the time, and arguably Doc's best friend in Leadville, aside that same day and repeating his threat to start hunting for him if Doc did not pay up by Tuesday. Over the next few days, several men warned Doc to be on his guard against Allen because they had heard him to threaten to do or otherwise injure Holliday. Ed Dowd and Patrick Blackie Lorden both said they had heard such threats. James Ryan told Doc that Allen had said that if Doc did not pay up, he would take his gun away from him and pawn it to satisfy the debt. All these men would later swear that Allen had threatened Doc. Why they did not help him with the debt to avoid the trouble was another matter never explained. Most likely they offered, or would have if he had asked, but Doc was too bull-headed to accept it. On Monday evening, August 18th, Officer Charles Robinson approached Doc and told him that someone had told me to search him for a gun and for him not to carry one, because he was a friend of mine and I didn't want to arrest him. It turned out later that the someone was Billy Allen. Nevertheless, Doc took this message to heart. Near 6 o'clock on the morning of August 19th, he retired to his upstairs room at 405 Harrison Avenue in the Star Block after a night's work, knowing he did not have the funds to pay the debt. Doc later testified that he slept until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but that never quite fit the extended pattern of testimony. More likely unable to sleep, Holliday walked to Hyman's shortly after noon. Looking at the clock, he remarked to Manny Hyman in an offhanded way, "The time's up." Hyman did not understand the import of the remark, and Doc went into the card room. Near 3 o'clock, Pat Sweeney came into the saloon and called Doc out of the gambling room. He told Doc that Allen was looking for him, and Doc remarked that he was going to have trouble. He then asked Sweeney to go to his room and get his pistol for him, which Sweeney refused to do. Reportedly, Doc then said, "I'll go get the gun," and the two of them left the saloon together. Doc went to his room, and Sweeney returned to Hyman's. Later, Billy Allen came into Hyman's, walked into the gambling room, looked around, and left. At that point, Sweeney headed to Doc's room. In the meantime, Doc was growing restless and told Lowmeister that he did not want to stay cooped up in his room all day and asked Lowmeister to find Marshal H.S. Fawcett or Captain Edward Bradbury for him because he wanted protection from Allen. Lowmeister left to find one of the officers, and Doc decided to return to Hyman's. He met Sweeney in the stairwell. They returned to Doc's room, where Sweeney told him that he had seen Allen in Hyman's looking for someone and that he was armed. Doc asked Sweeney what to do, and Sweeney said he did not know. Doc then said that he did not think it was right for one man to be able to carry a gun and not another. He then asked Sweeney to find Fawcett or Bradbury. Together, they left Doc's room, and Sweeney left to find one of the officers. En route to Hyman's, Doc ran into Marshal Fawcett in front of Sands and Pelton's and asked him if Allen was in fact a special policeman. Fawcett told him that he was, but said he was authorized to carry a gun only in the saloon where he worked. Holliday declared his intention of defending himself, saying, "I'll get a shotgun and shoot him on sight." Fawcett told Doc that he would locate Allen and end the matter. The marshal headed for the Monarch to find Allen. He missed him by minutes, but Cy Allen pleaded with the marshal to tell Billy to stay out of trouble when he did find him. In the meantime, Doc ran into E.D. Cowan. "I wish you would do me a favor," Doc reportedly said to him. "Bill Allen is after me. I want you to come around and see me wing him when the ball comes off. He isn't worth killing." Cowan declined the invitation, but with the announcement of intent, Doc proceeded to Hyman's. He later said to wait for Fawcett, although he was clearly prepared for other alternatives. There, he explained the situation to Hyman and asked him to look out for an officer, as I would not carry a gun, for I had no money to pay a fine, and I did not want to be murdered. Someone, not likely Doc himself, given his concerns, had taken Doc's pistol to Hyman's and placed it under the bar. While Doc waited, he stood beside the cigar case next to the bar where he could watch the entrance. His revolver, a Colt revolver identified variously as a .41 or .44 caliber, was just under the bar near his right arm. In the meantime, Allen had been looking for Doc. Near 5 o'clock, he had his boots polished and then went to the Monarch to begin his shift, missing Marshal Fawcett by only a few minutes. He was behind the bar when he saw Doc Holliday pass by on his way to Hyman's. He pulled off his apron, put on his coat, and started for the door. Cy asked him where he was going. Billy replied, "I'm going to hunt this party." "For God's sake, don't go into Hyman's," Cy Allen responded, "as Holliday is in there." Moments after Billy left, the marshal returned to the Monarch looking for him. Cy told him that Billy was on his way to Hyman's. Outside Hyman's, Blackie Lorden, an employee, told Captain Bradbury, who happened to be standing there, "If Allen puts his foot inside the door, there will be trouble." As Allen approached, Bradbury stopped him and asked him what the problem was. Allen told him that Doc owed him $5 and would not pay him. Bradbury warned him not to go into Hyman's because there was sure to be trouble, but Allen pushed by the officer saying that he intended to speak to Doc. As Allen stepped through the door with his hand in his pocket, Doc reached behind the counter, pulled out the revolver hidden there, leaned over the cigar case, and fired. Allen, who apparently had not seen Doc, turned at the report and tried to run as the bullet crashed into the door facing next to him. When he heard the shot, he wheeled around, stumbled, and fell, catching himself on his outstretched hands. As he scrambled to get up, Doc fired again. The second bullet tore into Allen's right arm halfway between the shoulder and the elbow. Henry Kellerman, who was mixing a drink behind the bar, jumped and grabbed Doc as he tried to squeeze off a third shot. Kellerman already had him subdued when Bradbury sprang through the door shouting, "Doc, I want your gun." Doc surrendered his pistol without resistance and said to Bradbury, "All right, I want you to protect me," as he was led away. Billy Allen had collapsed into Blackie Lorden's arms, and Cy Allen, who had followed Billy from the Monarch, quickly took charge of him by helping him into a taxi and moving him away to receive medical treatment. The bullet had entered the back of the arm below the shoulder and passed through it, ripping open the artery and cutting the muscles. He was bleeding profusely, but the doctor was able to close the artery and save Allen's life. Immediately, the question was raised whether Allen was armed. He and other witnesses testified that he was not, but several swore that he had his hand in his pocket, and at least 2 said they saw a gun. His quick exit after the shooting did not allow the police to determine whether he was carrying a pistol or not. The Democrats' reporter pressed the issue in his interview with Doc. "What has Allen got particularly against you? He is the tool of the gang? How do you account for no pistol being found on him?" Doc seemed surprised at the question, but he brushed it aside quickly. "His friends spirited it away, that's all." When Allen was asked whether he had a weapon, he replied, "Nothing, not even a penknife." Allen also said that the affair was about the $5 debt. Doc insisted, on the contrary, that was just a pretext. "It is the old trouble, and Allen was picked out as the man to kill me." Some locals agreed, and many expected the trouble not to end with the Allen shooting. One man predicted the biggest free fight Leadville ever saw in one of the gambling houses. "Mark my word," he said, "there's going to be a whole lot of trouble before this thing is over." He suggested that it did not matter whether the fight was over a private grievance or not, because Allen was a friend of the Tyler crowd, and they would use it as a pretext for going after Holliday. As for Doc, the informant said, He would not cause any fight. To do him justice, he isn't trying to get up a fight, but is sick and knows he has 100 times the worst of it and would be glad if they would let him alone. Others derided predictions of further violence as bosh of the worst sort. One observer insisted that Allen would tell his friends to let the matter drop and even predicted that he would not press charges. He added that Allen was a man of sense and isn't going to precipitate any general trouble when a word or two from him can avoid it. He then made an observation that was true beyond a doubt. The proprietors of several sporting resorts have become considerably alarmed over the status of affairs and are not anxious to have a shooting match in their houses. The consequence is they are pouring as much oil as possible upon the troubled waters. The police are also putting a damper on hostilities by frequently searching all the parties and do not propose to permit them to carry weapons. Captain Bradbury arrested Doc on a charge of assault with intent to kill and had him incarcerated in the city jail. In Judge W. W. Old's office on the afternoon of August 20th, bail was set at $5,000, and John Morgan, the owner of the Board of Trade, and Colonel Sam Houston, who was now working at the reopened Texas House, signed his bond. On August 22nd, the Daily Democrat reported that there is some talk of further trouble among the Holliday and Tyler factions, but the police have their eye upon them and will see that they don't do any damage. The report added, "The police are making a quiet raid upon everybody who carries concealed weapons." Allen was reported decidedly on the mend, although because of the excessive internal hemorrhage of the wound, the doctors feared that gangrene might set in. It was an ugly wound, likely to give him trouble in after life. He was confined to his home and expected to suffer a stiff arm for a longer period. Allen takes the matter philosophically, one paper said, and bears his sufferings like a game man. He would not be able to appear at the legal proceedings about to begin. The preliminary hearing was scheduled for Monday, August 25th, and promised to attract a good deal of attention. It was an accurate prediction. When court opened on Monday, an enormous crowd was waiting. District Attorney William Kellogg and C.A. Franklin acted for the prosecution, while attorneys M.L. Rice and Charles L. Fishback represented Holliday. The hearing elicited few surprises. Captain Bradbury testified that he advised Allen not to go into Hyman's. He said that he saw Doc through the window after Allen pushed by him and saw Doc fire. Allen, so far as I could see, made no motion to shoot. However, he also said that he could not see Allen's right hand as his left side was toward me. Curiously, he also testified that at the time he did not know that Allen had threatened Holliday. Dr. Frederick Davignon described Allen's wound and said he was out of danger. Henry Kellerman, the bartender who subdued Doc, said that Holliday had told him that Allen was going to do him up and that he would not be murdered. He testified that he turned at the first shot and saw Doc reach over the counter and fire the second shot. On cross-examination, he told the judge that Holliday said that it was hard to go disarmed when Allen was armed. He also said that Holliday had asked Marshal Fawcett to protect him. With that brief accounting, the prosecution rested. The defense presented a string of witnesses who testified primarily about Allen's threats. Pat Sweeney swore that Allen had told him that he would kick his damn brains out if Holliday did not pay him, and that Allen had a gun in his pocket the first time he came into Hyman's on the day of the shooting. On cross-examination, he said that he had told Holliday of Allen's threats. Kellerman was then recalled and simply said that Allen was a good deal heavier than Holliday. Frank Lowmeister said that he roomed with Holliday and told Doc that Allen had a gun and was looking for him. Lowmeister reported that Doc had told him he didn't want to be cooped up and asked him to find Marshal Fawcett or Captain Bradbury and tell him he wanted protection. He said he went to look for those officers, but that Holliday found Fawcett first. William Reynolds swore that Allen had his hands in his pockets when he came into the saloon earlier in the day, though he did not see a pistol. He did say that he had heard that Cy Allen had tried to head trouble off, and that when he saw Bradbury, he assumed the trouble had been squelched. Officer Robinson reviewed his conversation with Doc Holliday and, over the objections of the prosecution, revealed that Billy Allen had warned him that Doc would be armed on the day of the shooting. James Ryan, a gambler at Hyman's, testified concerning Allen's threats the previous week, and Blackie Lorden testified that Cy Allen had tried to prevent Billy Allen from going to Hyman's, and that he, Lorden, had told Bradbury that if Allen puts his foot inside the door, there will be trouble. He also said Allen had his hand in his pocket, though he did not actually see a pistol. At that point, the defense called Manny Hyman. The laconic Hyman protested that he had not been subpoenaed, but the judge informed him that it did not matter, and that since he was in the courtroom, he would testify. He protested further, but the judge persisted, so he took the stand. In testimony that enlightened observers more about Hyman's nature than about the case, Hyman said simply that Doc Holliday had worked for him in the past and used his saloon as his headquarters. Doc then took the stand. He reviewed the history of his trouble with Allen and tried to introduce the earlier troubles with the Tyler crowd, but the judge ruled that topic irrelevant, which may well have prevented the full truth about what happened from ever coming out. He then described his efforts to obtain protection from the police on the day of the shooting. He admitted to shooting Allen, then added, "I knew that I would be a child in his hands if he got hold of me. I weigh 122 pounds. I think Allen weighs 170 pounds. I have had the pneumonia 3 or 4 times. I don't think I was able to protect myself against him." Under cross-examination, he told the court, "I had been told he had a gun and was looking for me. When he came in, his right hand was in his pocket. He was about 3 feet inside of the door when I shot. When I shot the first time, he turned and fell. I did not see where his hands were when I shot the second time. I supposed he was going to get there if he could, for I thought he had come there to kill me." He said that he saw the butt of a revolver and added, "Of course, I couldn't let him murder me, so I fired." The prosecution called Cy Allen as a rebuttal witness, and he testified flatly, "I took Billy Allen home. He had no pistol. His pistol was behind the bar in the saloon at the time of the shooting." He insisted that he told Fawcett to tell Billy Allen not to cause any trouble, and that in later conversation, Allen told him that he was not looking for trouble. He said he would go in, but just to tell Doc he didn't want any trouble. This was powerful, potentially damaging, and perhaps the most compelling testimony presented against Doc. With Allen's testimony fresh in the judge's mind, Prosecutor Franklin presented closing arguments for the prosecution. Doc's attorney, Fishback, then delivered on Doc's behalf one of the finest speeches ever delivered by that eloquent gentleman, followed by Rice, who spoke for half an hour on the right of a man to defend his life. He pointed out that Holliday had stayed in his room to avoid trouble, that he had tried to find a police officer to protect him, and that Billy Allen was a dangerous man. He concluded by saying that a jury could not be found in Lake County that would convict Holliday on the evidence presented. District Attorney Kellogg spoke last, arguing that Doc's act was premeditated, that it was not self-defense, and that the prosecution had a strong case. Judge Old apparently thought that the district attorney was right, because he bound Holliday over for trial in the criminal court and raised his bail from $5,000 to $8,000. The judge's decision was not popular, but the Daily Democrat gave a perceptive analysis of the situation. After the decision of the court was made, it received some criticism from those illy posted in the law. The judge, when approached by one of these prejudiced individuals, stated the fact, which should be evident to all, that he had nothing to do with anything but the law in that case, whatever his opinion might be as to Holliday's moral guile. The evidence was clear that he had shot Allen and that it was not in self-defense, for Allen had made no break for him, and until he did so, Holliday was not legally justified in shooting, whatever previous provocation he may have had in the way of insult or even threats, so long as no move was made to execute the latter. The public sentiment, however, which has nothing to do with the law, is largely in favor of Holliday. His friends were making every effort up to a late hour last night to secure bondsmen for him, the trouble not being that there was any lack of those willing to guarantee his appearance when wanted, but the difficulty in finding moneyed men on short notice ready to come to the front. Holliday has been, without doubt, an abused individual. The manlier class of the community not only appreciate this, but have little criticism to make as to his action in connection with his trouble with Allen. For whatever the latter's intentions may have been, Holliday had reasons, whether or not they are good in law, for believing that past persecutions were to be concluded by a violent assault. When the judge increased Doc's bail to $8,000 and remanded him to jail, however, he created problems for Doc of a more serious nature than was immediately realized. On August 27th, Doc still did not have bondsmen, and he was still in jail. This raised concern about Doc's health. One reporter observed, should Holliday be obliged to remain behind bars up to the day of his trial, it would probably go very hard with him, as his constitution is badly broken and he has been really sick for a long time past. The judge soon agreed to reduce the bail to the original figure of $5,000 in consideration of Doc's poor health. However, at that point, for reasons never explained, Sam Houston withdrew as a bondsman, so that the process was delayed further. On September 2nd, the Democrat reported that from the appearance of things, Doc Holliday's case will come up inside of 15 days before the criminal court, if he cannot give bond. His friends desire to, illegible, as soon as possible, so as to keep him in jail the shortest time. The case will certainly excite a great deal of interest when it comes up. The next day, the paper announced that strenuous efforts are still being made to secure Holliday's bond. As late as September 6th, the belief was that it now seems to be a sure thing that Doc Holliday will stay in jail until the day of his trial. By then, however, the bond situation had been worked out. Papers were filed on September 5th, naming John Morgan, W.E. Reed, John H. Hillary, and L.H. Carland as sureties in the case. On September 7th, the public learned that Doc Holliday is at liberty again. He was finally released on bond last evening and was about the streets today, the cynosure of all eyes. The trial was set for the December term of court. On September 9th, the Democrat reported, Doc Holliday expresses the utmost confidence over the result of his case. He is busy looking up testimony. The weeks passed quietly enough as Doc worked with his attorneys on his defense. In the meantime, Billy Allen was on the road to recovery. He was again on the streets as early as September 1st, prompting the observation that he is one of the most active, agile, and powerful men in the city. To this, he doubtless owes his swift convalescence. He told reporters that he did not desire to speak of the Holliday case and had not yet determined what he would do. Many thought he would drop the case, as he has thus far showed no desire to prosecute. He told the Chronicle he was still suffering a lot of pain and added, "I have no control over the arm whatever, and not a particle of pulse can be felt in it. As far as use is concerned, that limb is just as good as dead to me." A short time later, he left town for a while to recover from the effects of Holliday's shot. That fall, a report circulated in Arizona that Doc had shot a policeman named Patrick A. Kelly, but it was a confused account of the Allen shooting, and Kelly was still on the force at Leadville unscathed. In fact, he would soon replace Fawcett as Leadville's marshal. On October 26, Doc inadvertently caused a small stir when he appeared at the train station to observe the High Line's inaugural run as a section of the Union Pacific. He caused some consternation and considerable comment among passengers who were on an excursion train to Breckenridge, although the train departed on schedule and Doc was left behind, still on his best behavior. As it turned out, according to the Chronicle, when the excursionists boarded the train at Breckenridge for the return trip, they encountered a crowd of drunken bloods and a dangerous gambler who created some excitement for the travelers. The bloods were rowdy and mischievous, but not particularly dangerous. The gambler, who was drunk and gloried in it, seemed to wish to make himself conspicuous as a desperado. When a political discussion grew somewhat heated, he chipped in, drew a gun, variously described as from 9 inches to 3 feet in length, cocked it, and laid it across his arm, ordering everybody to leave the car. Most of the passengers followed his orders at once, but a small boy, who thought he would stay to see it out, had the cocked pistol pressed against his body to accelerate his movements. The unnamed gambler's behavior soon made the passengers forget about the notorious Doc Holliday. After the shooting, Billy Allen had the good sense to dissociate himself from the Slopers, who were out to get Doc. He insisted throughout that he was not part of a conspiracy. In fact, after an initial attempt on the part of the Sloper crowd to stir up trouble against Doc's element, Johnny Tyler and the rest quietly retreated from view. Allen decided to prosecute Doc, despite efforts of the friends of both men to quietly resolve the matter. It was fair to say that they did not entertain the most brotherly feeling toward each other. On December 15th, Judge George Goldthwait convened the criminal court and scheduled case number 258, The People versus John H. Holliday, for trial on Tuesday, December 23rd at 10 o'clock in the morning. But on December 18th, Doc's counsel requested a continuance. Doc, clad in a huge camel's hair overcoat, sat near his attorney, showing evidence again of the effects of the high country winter on his health. The motion was vigorously opposed by District Attorney Kellogg, the Chronicle reported, but the court reserved his decision until Saturday morning. On Saturday, December 20th, Judge Goldthwait granted the motion and set the trial for the spring term in 1885. Doc's roommate was lauded in the press the next day with the statement that Frank Lowmeister sticketh to his friends closer than a brother. The attention of the public was soon absorbed in several ore-stealing cases, and Doc received a brief respite. Doc's health even improved slightly along with his luck. He was a guest at the first dance sponsored by the Miners' Union on the night of February 27, 1885. The crowd enjoyed an elegant supper, an excellent orchestra, and an evening of dancing. According to the Chronicle, everything went off harmoniously, and all agreed that the ball was a signal success. Also at the end of February, the partnership of A.E. Scott, Cy Allen, and Tom Duncan took over the management of the Opera House club rooms at 308 Harrison, which was part of the Tabor Opera House. There were still little things that galled Doc, but he had little time to worry about them. Every effort was made to compromise the matter before it reached the courts, a Denver paper would report. But Allen stood firm for the prosecution. Doc's trial was at hand. The trial itself, which convened on March 21, 1885, was anticlimactic. J.W. Taylor and Scott Ashton had replaced Fishback and Rice as Doc's attorneys, and Kellogg was assisted by A. Danford and W. H. Dunfield for the prosecution. The lawyers haggled over motions for a while, and considerable time was spent before a jury could be impaneled. Danford opened by declaring that the evidence would show that Holliday had made frequent threats to kill Allen, that Allen had not seen Holliday on the day of the shooting until the shooting occurred, and that Allen gave Holliday no cause to fire, entering the saloon in a quiet and peaceful manner. He read the definition of the crime of assault with the intent to kill, and stated that if the jury accepted his propositions, it would be justified in convicting Holliday. The defense responded that if the evidence proved the prosecution's case, then of course the jury should convict. But, he said, the testimony would not sustain such a scenario. Instead, the evidence would show that on account of a financial transaction, Allen had promised to kill Holliday and walked the streets carrying a deadly weapon with the intent of carrying out the threats. Holliday had talked with the authorities about the threats and asked for protection. Furthermore, he told the jury that Holliday had been repeatedly informed by friends that Allen was looking for him and would kill him. As a result, the defense argued, Holliday would be justified in taking a gun and killing Allen. Billy Allen was the first witness called, and he gave his first detailed public statement of what happened since the shooting. He said that on the 19th of August last, he was at his room until about 4:00 p.m. when he came downtown, and after getting some tickets to go to the theater, went to the Monarch Saloon, where he was tending bar. From the Monarch, he went into Hyman's, and he had no sooner got inside the saloon than someone began shooting at him. After the first shot, he turned to run out the door and saw Holliday leaning over the showcase with a revolver pointed at him. Before he got out the door, he slipped and fell, and as he rose with his hands on the floor, a second shot struck him in the right arm below the shoulder. The effect of the wound was to paralyze the arm and to disable him for a long time. For 2 weeks he was confined to his bed, and 2 months elapsed before he could do any work. Allen swore that he had no particular object in going to Hyman's at the time and did not know Holliday was in there. Under cross-examination, the defense asked if he had not threatened to kill Holliday, which led to an argument over whether the question was proper, with the prosecution saying that the direct testimony did not lay a basis for this improper cross-examination. The court eventually allowed it, and Allen proceeded to deny systematically virtually all the testimony in the preliminary hearing witness by witness. The tactic of denying the existence of a confrontational situation between him and Holliday basically backfired when the prosecution's own witnesses reasserted many of the points Allen had denied. Marshal Fawcett testified that Holliday seemed to think that Allen was hunting for him with a gun. He said that he carried no gun, he had been frequently searched for one, and the boys had never found one upon him. The defense's case was largely a replay of the preliminary hearing with the addition of other witnesses. Edward Donnell even claimed that after the confrontation between Allen and Holliday earlier at the Monarch, Allen had told him that he had taken a revolver away from Holliday and one of his friends and pawned it. If this was true, it was virtually an admission that Allen had recovered his $5 before the shooting. After a number of witnesses appeared, Doc took the stand. He gave his version of the shooting and justified his actions on the basis that he thought his life was in jeopardy. He also recounted some of the stirring events of his life. Officer Charles Robinson was then recalled to rebut Allen's denial that he had told Robinson to search Holliday for weapons, after which Allen was recalled to rebut Donnell, and court adjourned while the judge gave instructions to the jury. Taking a somewhat unusual approach, Judge Goldthwait presented instructions prepared by both the prosecution and the defense as part of his presentation. The key point of the prosecution was that mere threats alone of personal violence will not justify the person threatened with taking the life of the person making the threats. The defense emphasized that it is not necessary in this case for the defendant to prove that William Allen, the prosecuting witness, actually had a deadly weapon at the time of the shooting. It is sufficient if the defendant had reason to believe that he had one. And if the jury find from the evidence that the defendant so believed at the time he fired at said Allen, you must acquit him. The defense also reminded the jury that the law did not require that Holliday should avoid Allen. The judge presented the arguments of both sides on points of law and added a few remarks that took no stance as to Doc's guilt or innocence. The judge then advised the attorneys that they would be limited to 1 hour for each side to present their arguments, and then adjourned until 7 o'clock in the evening. The lawyers proceeded with no surprises. When they were through, the courtroom was then cleared for the purpose of allowing the jury to deliberate, and after a very short time the verdict of acquittal was rendered. Doc was once again a free man. The defense had been able to show that even some of the prosecution witnesses were sympathetic to Doc, and had built a strong case that even if Allen was unarmed, his threats justified Holliday shooting him. Doc was acquitted not because his counsel proved that Billy Allen was gunning for him with the intent to kill him, but because the jurors were convinced that Doc believed that Allen was on the prod with the intent of doing him bodily harm. Allen may well have been unarmed when he entered Hyman's saloon that afternoon, but Doc did not know that. And given the web of rumors and reports that had kept Harrison Avenue abuzz for several days before the shooting, Allen's true intent, whatever it was, became irrelevant. John Henry was convinced that he had done everything he could to avoid trouble, but when Billy Allen stepped through that door, he was also convinced that he had to defend himself. And Leadville agreed, with the jury affirming the no duty to retreat doctrine, plainly and simply. Moreover, Allen apparently never got his $5. The Billy Allen case dispelled two of the most common interpretations of Doc Holliday's character and personality: that he wanted to die and that he was a mean-spirited, obnoxious drunk whom nobody liked. Of course, it is possible that his view of life changed as death approached, but his conduct throughout his Leadville years revealed a man clinging tenaciously to life. Moreover, he received an astonishing amount of public support in a case in which his opponent was a local man who was respected and liked in the community. There was none of the fatalism that later writers would attribute to him, none of the brash temptations of death with other men that legend makers would celebrate. Nor was there evidence at Leadville that he was a social pariah. In his last pitiable, if not pitiful, gunfight, he aroused more sympathy than disgust, more admiration for his fortitude than disdain for his weakness. Doc Holliday was not run out of Leadville after the Billy Allen case, as some of his biographers have alleged. Sentiment and family tradition do suggest that he may have left Leadville shortly after his acquittal, however. In mid-April, Doc's father traveled to New Orleans to attend a reunion of Mexican War veterans. W.A. Zan Griffith, a young resident of Valdosta who had visited Doc in the West, accompanied the aging Henry Holliday on the trip, and later recalled that Doc met them in New Orleans. Griffith said that he was present at the meeting of father and son, and that they sat up most of the night talking. Major Holliday tried to persuade his son to return to Georgia. Doc would not agree, but they parted on good terms, according to Griffith, having laid to rest some of the issues between them. Earlier that month, from April 1st to 4th, Robert Alexander Holliday, Doc's cousin Hub, with whom he once had planned to go into practice, attended the Southern Dental Association meeting at New Orleans. He was the recording secretary for the association and the chairman of the publications committee. Some biographers have speculated that Doc visited him, but given the dates of Doc's trial and the association meeting in New Orleans, they could not have met unless Hub stayed in New Orleans until his Uncle Henry, Doc's father, arrived. The World Exposition was in New Orleans at the time, and Doc could well have slipped into the city without much notice. Although no firm confirmation has been found that Doc met either his cousin or his father, Griffith's confirmation of family stories makes it likely that Doc did visit his father. The stories have a certain sentimental appeal in any case. If he did make the trip, Doc was back in Leadville by June, in time for an episode with a touch of irony in light of the Allen case. Doc's old acquaintance, Curly Mack, the ne'er-do-well gambler who had been in Leadville since his earlier brush with the law, owed him $50. He had apparently owed the debt to Doc for some time when Doc collected it in an unusual way, as the Aspen Times reported. Some nights ago, Curly was seated at a faro bank with a big stack of reds before him. Luck was with him, and he made a winning of $150. Holliday was standing behind him, deeply interested in the game. Just as Curly was about to cash in, his creditor stepped to one side so that Curly could see him, and drawing a six-shooter from the waistband of his pants, he coolly remarked, "I'd like that 50 tonight, Curly." When the player looked up and saw the muzzle of the gun and the cold, hard face of Doc with its determined expression, he shoved the whole pile of chips over and said, "Take them all." Doc counted out his $50 and pushed the others back to the winner and walked out, and that settled it. In October 1885, street gossip revived talk of the old rivalry between Doc's friends and the Tyler Allen group and predicted the possibility of gunplay. Pat Kelly, who had succeeded Fawcett as marshal, kept both groups under close surveillance, and the talk never progressed to action. Johnny Tyler, who remained strangely mute through the whole Holliday-Allen affair, despite his role in stirring things up in the first place, remained in Leadville. His luck appears to have waned, too, because he soon dropped from view. He was still in Leadville in 1886, and a John Tyler was working as a porter at the Palace of Fashion as late as 1890. He was reported to have left Leadville for Japan at some point and vanished into obscurity. Frank Lowmeister prospered in Leadville. When Manny Hyman reopened his saloon on April 3, 1886, after renovation that imparts to the famous old resort a brand new appearance, as well as a most airy and attractive one. Lowmeister and Henry Kellerman were still operating the bar. Lowmeister was still in Leadville at the turn of the 20th century, when he was serving as town marshal. Billy Allen remained in Leadville after his encounter with Doc before moving to Garfield County, where he served as a scout during the Ute Indian troubles in 1887. Afterward, he apparently lived in Denver and Pueblo briefly, then moved to Chicago. In 1892, he moved again, this time to Salt Lake City, Utah, to be near his sisters. He even joined one of the land rushes in Oklahoma, but he would eventually settle in Cripple Creek, Colorado. There, in 1896, he became chief of the Cripple Creek Fire Department. Shortly before his arrival, most of the town had been destroyed by fire. He took charge and quickly put together a fine working department. Later, he became embroiled in a controversy that spoke well of him. When the old town of Cripple Creek, where Allen was fire chief, and West Cripple Creek were combined under a single city government, Allen was appointed chief of the new combined fire department. But when the city council passed over his firemen in favor of the West Cripple Creek men, Allen resigned in protest. Later, when the manager of the insurance underwriters for the state of Colorado came to Cripple Creek for an inspection, he said that he was very sorry indeed that any change was made in the Cripple Creek department. I do not wish to reflect on the incumbent, but insurance men always object to a change in any fire department when it is in efficient hands. I have known Billy Allen for a long time and know him to be a good organizer, a strict disciplinarian, and a strong, brave, determined man. Shortly thereafter, Allen was reinstated and allowed to hire his own men. Allen remained at Cripple Creek for a time after that, but in June 1898, he joined the Klondike Gold Rush. He later moved from Dawson to Nome, Alaska, and he was appointed fire marshal for Nome by the city council, over several other candidates, and praised for his energy and ability by the Nome News on October 9, 1899. A year later, he was appointed Deputy U.S. Marshal by U.S. Marshal Cornelius R. Vaughter, in time to be part of the effort to clean up Nome. As a part of that job, he arrested Doc's old friend, Wyatt Earp, who was running the Dexter Saloon in Nome at the time. He stayed in Alaska for a while and then moved to Seattle, Washington, where he was deputy sheriff of King County. In 1930, he entered the Old Soldiers' Home in Orting, Washington, where he died on March 21, 1941. Doc lingered in Leadville through the autumn of 1885, but he did not choose to chance another winter in Leadville and moved back to Denver before year's end. Doc's luck seemed to have turned for the better in Denver. At least he did not have to battle pneumonia, and he was able to support himself. Apparently, he headquartered at the Chukovich Saloon, owned by Vaso Chukovich, an associate of Ed Chase's, who was considered to be the kingpin of Denver's underworld. Although Doc reportedly flitted from the Arcade, the Argyle, the Missouri Gambling Place, and other resorts for gamblers and gambling. For a time, he enjoyed the opportunities and pleasures of the big city. He also had time to meet ghosts from the past. One night, Doc met Milton E. Joyce, his old nemesis from Tombstone on the street. Joyce had prospered after the Cowboy War. He had remained active in politics and had established the Magnolia Ranch in January 1883. He could not avoid controversy, however. He was embroiled in an Election Day fight with David Nagel in November 1882. In January 1883, he and John O. Dunbar were accused of tampering with county funds as a result of an audit by George W. Parsons. He beat that rap and became leader of the Tombstone Rangers, a militia company formed to invade the San Carlos Reservation and stop Apache raids once and for all. The group caused more trouble than it solved, and dealt Joyce's reputation another blow. As a result, he left the management of his ranch in the hands of one of his partners, Buckskin Frank Leslie, and moved to San Francisco, where he opened the Baldwin Billiard Parlor in the Baldwin Hotel with J.M. Vizina, an Earp partisan in the old days, and James W. Orndorff. Later, he and Orndorff opened the Café Royale, which was touted as the finest saloon and billiard hall on the coast. In 1885, Joyce was on his way back to San Francisco after a business trip when he encountered Doc Holliday in Denver. At the time of Joyce's death in 1889, Orndorff provided Joyce's account of what happened. Joyce was one of the closest-mouthed men I ever knew, and it was pretty hard to get him to talk about the game he had been in. Just before we went into business together at the Café Royale, after we left the Baldwin, he went east. One night soon after his return, as we were talking, I spoke about a man from Arizona who said he saw Joyce's fight with Doc Holliday, and I asked if he had met Holliday since they left Arizona. "Only once," he said, and then I made a blanked fool of myself. "I stopped over in Denver," he said, "on my way home. One evening as I was coming out of a barber shop, who should I see but Doc Holliday? He evidently had been waiting for me. As I reached the sidewalk, he came along the edge of the crowd and brushed against me. Restraining my first impulse, I ignored what I thought was a challenge and kept on my way. When I got halfway to my hotel, a thought struck me that maybe he imagined I was afraid of him because I was in a strange city where he had all his friends and satellites about him. Turning on my heel, I walked back and looked for him till I found him in the saloon where he hung out. I deliberately brushed against him, the same as he had against me. I looked at him and he looked at me, but neither of us spoke a word. Some old Arizona men who knew us both were in the place, but they didn't have any remarks just then. I walked around him 3 times just to give him a chance if he wanted it, and to remove any idea he might have that I wanted to run away. He didn't look at all scared, but he wasn't looking for any more trouble. I have thought of it lots of times since then, and have thought how foolish I was to go back, but the impulse struck me to do it, and I couldn't help it. Joyce's version of the incident is the only one that survived, but his observation, he didn't look at all scared, but he wasn't looking for any more trouble, was doubtless the truth of what happened. A more poignant reunion occurred in a Denver hotel that summer or fall. In May 1885, Wyatt Earp and wife of Texas moved to Aspen and, in partnership with H.C. Hughes, opened a saloon there called The Fashion. While in Colorado, the Earps visited Denver from time to time, and on one of their visits they encountered Doc Holliday in the lobby of the Windsor Hotel. Wyatt and Josephine Earp had met H.A.W. and Baby Doe Tabor and learned that Thomas J. Fitch was also staying at the hotel. One day, the Earps were sitting in the lobby talking with Fitch and his wife when, as Josephine recalled, an exclamation from my husband caused me to look up. She remembered. There, coming toward us, was Doc Holliday, a thinner, more delicate-appearing Doc Holliday than I had seen in Tombstone. I had never seen a man exhibit more pleasure at meeting a mere friend than did Doc. He had heard that Wyatt was in town, he said, and had immediately looked him up. They sat down at a little distance from us and talked at some length, though Doc's almost continuous coughing made it difficult for him to talk. Wyatt repeated their conversation to me later. Doc told Wyatt how ill he had been, scarcely able to be out of bed much of the time. "When I heard you were in Denver, Wyatt, I wanted to see you once more," he said, "for I can't last much longer. You can see that." Wyatt was touched. He remembered how Doc had once saved his life. Wyatt was arresting one drunken cowboy when another was about to shoot him from behind. Doc risked his own life to extricate Wyatt, and for this he had always felt grateful. "My husband has been criticized even by his friends for being associated with a man who had such a reputation as Doc Holliday's, but who, with a shred of appreciation, could have done otherwise. Besides, my husband always maintained that the greater part of the crimes that were attributed to Doc were but fictions created by the woman with whom he lived at times when she was seeking solace in liquor for the wounds to her pride inflicted during one of their violent disputes." Wyatt's sense of loyalty and gratitude was such that if the whole world had been all against Doc, he should have stood by him out of appreciation for saving his life. "Isn't it strange," Wyatt remarked to him, "that if it were not for you, I wouldn't be alive today? Yet you must go first." Doc came over and chatted with us for a few minutes. Then he and Wyatt walked away, Doc on visibly unsteady legs. My husband was deeply affected by this parting from the man who, like an ailing child, had clung to him as though to derive strength from him. There were tears in Wyatt's eyes when at last they took leave of each other. Doc threw his arm across his shoulder. "Goodbye, old friend," he said. "It will be a long time before we meet again." He turned and walked away as fast as his feeble legs would permit. Only a short time after this, we heard that he had died. Josephine, who described Doc as a misanthropic dentist whose mysterious attraction to Wyatt was more than a liability to the peace officer's reputation than an asset, and who said that Wyatt's loyalty to the irascible tubercular was one of gratitude not unmixed with pity, never mentioned her own obligation to Doc for his financial help to her when she was with Bean in Tombstone. Her account seemed designed more than anything else to protect Wyatt's reputation from the taint of his association with Doc by rationalizing their friendship. In February 1886, John Henry received a letter from Georgia announcing the birth of his cousin Hub Holliday's son. Hub's wife, Mary, later recalled that Doc wrote them back, congratulating them and expressing interest in Hub's efforts to establish a dental college. Yet it was not perfunctory, she recalled. Rather, it was quite long. Specifically, I recall his disappointment in the failure of President Cleveland's administration to increase the government's purchasing of silver. Having spent so many years in the silver camps, Doc had taken a strong interest in the silver issue, which would be increasingly important in the 1880s. Clearly, Doc still had some life in him. He was in Denver through the spring of 1886, living at the Metropolitan Hotel at 1325 16th Street, when the Denver Tribune-Republican began a reform crusade to rid Denver of gambling houses and prostitution. Initially, the results were predictable. Saloon owners, gamblers, and prostitutes were rounded up, arrested, fined, and turned loose to resume business as usual. In May, Doc left town to visit his old haunts in Pueblo and then traveled west to Silverton. He stayed there long enough to generate a feature article for the New York Sun that was soon being reprinted everywhere from Tombstone to Valdosta. Most of it was the contrived sensationalism that people had come to expect in stories about Doc Holliday, but he did claim in it to have been a benefactor to the country. And the article concluded with a statement that reflects the themes that Doc had voiced since he left Arizona in his comments to the press. "The claim I make is that some few of us pioneers are entitled to credit for what we have done, We have been the forerunners of government. As soon as law and order were established anywhere, we never had any trouble. If it hadn't been for me and a few like me, there never would have been any government in some of these towns. When I have done any shooting, it has always been with this in view." The doc's auditors listened attentively, nodded assent, and gradually slipped away. The reporter for the Sun informed its readers, "He has been arrested but once, and nobody here will undertake the job." Not in Silverton, perhaps, but Doc was on his way back to Denver. Doc returned to his room at the Metropolitan, but he soon realized that the reform effort was serious. Denver was growing up and becoming respectable. Reform-minded city fathers took a much dimmer view of the gambling fraternity than had been the case in former times. The sporting element found itself under siege, and Doc felt the pressure along with the rest, perhaps more so because of his notoriety. Denver's police force was using the vagrancy laws to crack down on gamblers and confidence men. He had not been back in Denver long when, on the night of July 6th, a serious fire destroyed the Academy of Music and several other buildings near the Metropolitan Hotel. The hotel itself and several other buildings were damaged by the fire and smoke. The police took advantage of the fact that he was homeless, at least temporarily, to advise him to leave town or run the risk of being arrested as a vagrant, since a gambler was regarded as a person with no visible means of support. Doc left, but he returned 3 weeks later in company with a score of other confidence men, thieves, and sure-thing workers, a characterization of all professional gamblers by the reform-minded. The influx of gamblers was probably due to horse races scheduled in July and August. On the evening of August 3rd, Doc was arrested standing on 16th Street, as were J.S. Smythe, a night watchman, and Kenneth McCoy, a bartender. The trio was arrested for vagrancy by Officer Michael B. Norcott, although the Tribune-Republican added a curious twist to the story. They were locked up in jail, and opposite their names on the prison slate were marked with the words, "Safekeeping." When asked why such a charge was preferred, the reporter was informed that if a charge of vagrancy was preferred, the prisoners must necessarily be arraigned in the police court in the morning, where the sentence, in all probability, would be a slight fine only. Actually, the cases were heard the next day, and the cases of Doc and McCoy were continued while Smythe's case was tried. Doc was the only one not regularly employed, so he was again asked to leave town. The editorial staff of the newly combined Tribune-Republican conveniently forgot that both the Tribune and the Republican had championed Holliday's cause in 1882 in prose that both papers had strongly denied and corrected earlier. Doc Holliday has the reputation of being a killer. He gained his notoriety as an Arizona rustler in 1881-3. He was a member of the noted Earp brothers gang, who are reported to have killed a dozen or more men in those bloody days of Arizona's history. Holliday is credited with doing his full share of the killing. The country finally became too hot for Holliday, and he came to Colorado, where he was joined by Wyatt Earp, the most noted of the Earp brothers. Within a few months after his arrival here, Holliday was arrested on 16th Street by an Arizona officer. The prisoner protested against being taken back to Arizona, saying that he would surely be lynched. After 2 weeks parleying, the governor refused to sign the extradition warrant, and Holliday was released. He then went to Leadville and soon engaged in 2 shooting scrapes, which he got out of by leaving town. He then came to Denver, and since that time has been living here, that is, when the police did not drive him out of town. His only means of living was gambling, in its worst form, and confidence work. Doc was too tired to argue. The police escorted him to the train station, and he caught the train home to Leadville. He wintered there in 1886 to 1887, working again for Manny Hyman, who seems to have found some sympathy in his makeup at last. But John Henry knew that his time was running out. In May 1887, he caught the Carson stage for Glenwood Springs in a last desperate attempt to prolong his life. Glenwood Springs was a small but prosperous camp in a quiet valley nestled among the mountains on the western slope. It drew its name from the sulfur springs that the Utes believed had curative powers, and Doc, who had taken the cure at springs in New Mexico and Arizona, thought it worthwhile to give these springs a try. He settled into the Hotel Glenwood, a modern facility with electricity and hot and cold running water, and tried his hand at the town's gambling halls. Marshal J.W. Scott watched him carefully at first, but Doc had not come to cause trouble. He was quiet and would be remembered as a well-dressed, soft-spoken Southern gentleman who was politely cordial to the ladies. Doc soon gained employment as a faro dealer and bartender, and during the first 4 months of his stay in Glenwood Springs, despite his failing health, he managed to support himself. Judd Riley later claimed that Doc helped him guard a coal claim at a mine near Glenwood Springs at the rate of $10 a day for a time. Kate Elder would say that he served as undersheriff of Garfield County under Sheriff Ware, although there was no evidence of this, and the sheriff at the time was James Kendall. The summer passed quickly, and by his quiet and gentlemanly demeanor during his short stay, and the fortitude and patience he displayed, Doc made many friends. The big excitement came in August when Sheriff Kendall raised a posse to help suppress a reported Ute uprising. Billy Allen, who was living in Garfield County at the time, served as a scout. The war was reported over by September 1st. By the end of September, Glenwood Springs was dressing up the town in preparation for the arrival of the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad. The springs Doc had hoped would relieve his symptoms seemed to exacerbate rather than ease his suffering. He knew enough about the difference between consumption and galloping consumption to recognize the meaning of the sores that began to appear on his body and other telltale signs that his time was short. Doc must have realized that he had moved into the terminal stage of consumption. His body was emaciated, his face hollow, and his eyes sunken and staring. His body was wasting away. His shoulders slumped, and he found it increasingly difficult to walk because of the pain in his joints and the swelling in his legs. His pulse accelerated and slowed. Breathing became increasingly difficult, and his cough became the distinctive graveyard cough that was hard to mistake. Then came the almost uncontrollable diarrhea, sweats, and colic-like pain. In the most graphic ways, Doc was being consumed by his disease. He may have suffered from the sensation of suffocation as his lungs filled, and he struggled to free them from the accumulated matter in them. Or he may have experienced profuse hemorrhaging with blood pouring from his nostrils and mouth. And yet, consumption defied timetables. Even in the terrible last stage, the symptoms might suddenly abate, cruelly giving hope in a hopeless situation. And through it all, the mind remained clear. It was during this period that Doc struck up friendships with both Father Edward T. Downey, a Catholic priest, and Reverend W.S. Rudolph, a Presbyterian minister. It was not unlike Doc to hedge his bets, even when it came to eternity, although he may well have surprised them both with his knowledge of theology. Through Mattie, he doubtless had learned much about Catholic beliefs. In fact, he may have known Father Downey at Leadville because his ministries included both places and everything in between. And though his mother's Methodist faith was deeply embedded in his mind, he remembered his father's stern Presbyterian beliefs as well. The arrival of the Denver and Rio Grande would also bring Dr. W. W. Crook, who had met Doc in Leadville, to Glenwood Springs as a physician and surgeon for the railroad. He later recalled that Doc was a likable fellow and not looking for trouble, but one could get it from him at any time they wanted it. Each day brought Doc closer to the end, and he lacked both the energy and the inclination for trouble. One old-timer recalled, "He walked the streets with a feeble tread and a downcast look. If he heard a shot, he raised his head with eager attention and glanced this way and that." Another resident of Glenwood Springs would remember that the man was breaking to pieces. Art Kendrick and George Wyatt were bellboys at the Hotel Glenwood, and they would recall later that when they gave him a wake-up call each morning, he always gave them $2, one for a bottle of whiskey and the other for a tip. His generosity indicated that he was still making a living for himself. In September, he was still tending bar at a local saloon when he fell victim to another bout with pneumonia that forced him to bed. He never recovered. On October 5th, the Denver and Rio Grande finally reached Glenwood Springs, and the town's leaders celebrated with a parade, fireworks, and a banquet in the Hotel Glenwood that lasted late into the night. It was followed by a 2-day celebration. Doc was unable to participate, but after that, Dr. Crook was on hand to supervise his care. For 33 days after he was forced to bed, he was able to get up only twice. For the next 2 weeks after that, he was delirious and slipped in and out of a coma. For 24 hours before his death, he did not speak, and at 10 o'clock on the morning of November 8, 1887, he died. Kendrick said later that he and other locals took turns tending to Doc during those last weeks. Kate, whom Doc had not seen since she slipped out of Tombstone while Doc was in jail during the Spicer hearing in November 1881, would claim that Doc contacted her during his last illness. She wrote, "I went to him and we made up. I nursed him and attended him until he died." Such a reunion would have been fitting, perhaps, but so far no contemporary evidence has been found to support it. Instead, the record indicates that Doc died among strangers, without any dramatic last words. The first published report of his death, which appeared in the Aspen Daily Times, November 9, 1887, was simple and direct. Glenwood Springs, Colorado, November 8th. Doc Holliday died here this morning at the Hotel Glenwood and was buried this afternoon and was followed to the cemetery by a large number of kindred spirits. Father Downey was out of town attending to his duties as chaplain for the U.S. Army at Leadville, and the Glenwood Springs Ute Chief reported, Reverend W. S. Rudolph delivered the funeral address, and the remains were consigned to their final resting place in Linwood Cemetery at 4 o'clock on the afternoon of November 8th, in the presence of many friends. Expenses for the funeral were paid from a collection taken up among the gamblers, saloon men, and other locals who had come to know Doc during those last months. The chief also noted he only had one correspondent among his relatives, a cousin, a sister of charity in Atlanta, Georgia. She will be notified of his death and will in turn advise any other relatives he may have living. Should there be an aged father or mother, they will be pleased to learn that kind and sympathetic hands were about their son in his last hours, and that his remains were accorded Christian burial. The Denver Evening Times responded to the news with the simple statement, Doc Holliday died in Glenwood on the 8th with his boots off. Those would not be the final words on the subject of Doc Holliday, however. The man may have died, but his legend was still very much alive. 12. The Anatomy of a Western Legend. Doc Holliday is 10 feet tall and weighs a ton. Tucson Daily Star, June 11, 1882. Lorenzo D. Walters, in his book Tombstones Yesterday, preserved a tale about John Henry Holliday traveling to Deadwood, South Dakota in the summer of 1882, after he left Denver. According to the yarn, Doc observed a bartender harassing a miner who came in for a drink simply because he would not order a second drink. When the harassment turned to threats and the bartender drew a pistol to force the miner to buy another round, Doc intervened and shot the bartender in the wrist. The shot brought a crowd on the run, and when it turned on Doc, Doc stood with folded arms and dispersed the mob by simply saying, "Gentlemen, I am Doc Holliday of Tombstone." John Henry would probably have found that story amusing, especially since in it he was the champion of a person being abused, the wounded bartender apologized for his rude behavior, and the whole crowd had a round of drinks afterward just to celebrate a happy ending. That, after all, is the way that stories about bona fide legends ought to end. However, in the earliest stories of Doc Holliday, the image was always more ambiguous, more confused, as if the legend makers could not quite make up their minds about who and what he was. Even when Doc was a hero, he was a dark hero, a man with demons who struggled as much against himself as with the forces arrayed against him. And yet, what is most remarkable is how quickly the image of Doc Holliday gelled into a surprisingly consistent image. Sometimes, of course, the portrayal was simple and sinister. The nationally circulated article from the Cincinnati Enquirer that came hard on the heels of his Denver adventure portrayed Doc as an evil man. Perry Mallon's claim that Doc's record of shameless murders and robbery during this time throws the deeds of Jesse James, Billy the Kid, or any other desperado entirely in the shade was ludicrous on its face. Of course, this piece of nonsense was the setting for Mallon's moment of glory with Doc's arrest in Denver. The reporter who penned the piece said that he asked Mallon who Doc Holliday was. "Well, that's hard to say," said Mallon, thoughtfully, "unless perhaps that he is the greatest scoundrel that ever went unhung." He said Doc was far worse than Jesse James, having a lesser reputation simply because he was so far removed from civilization. He claimed Doc had killed close to 50 men. With Doc's arrest, there's no doubt that the future welfare and prosperity of Arizona is assured. But Mallon's attempt to influence the public view of John Henry Holliday failed as miserably as his effort to profit from Doc's arrest. The image of Doc Holliday as a profligate and conscienceless man-killer simply did not hold. In a New York Sun interview in 1886, that image began to subtly turn. A crowd followed a rather good-looking man around, stopping when he stopped, listening as to an oracle when he had anything to say, and all the time gaping at him in open-mouthed wonder, proclaimed the fact that an important personage was in town. "Who is that duck?" an old miner asked. "Shh," replied a companion. "That's Doc Holliday. He's killed 30 men in his day, and there's no telling when he'll turn himself loose again." The article presented stories not unlike those in Mallon's piece. One of many unnamed early settlers destined to talk about Doc proclaimed, "I remember one time in Tombstone he killed 2 men in one night, and the next day he called on the editor of the paper and said that, as he was opposed to sensational literature, he hoped there would be no undue prominence given to the occurrences of the evening before. When the paper came out in the afternoon, It had a 3-line item saying that it was understood that 2 men had been found dead on the streets, but the reporter had not learned their names. The same issue had a long editorial article on the advantages of Arizona as a health resort. The early settler repeated some stuff straight out of the Mallon presentation and concluded, he could be tried now in any one of a half-dozen states or territories and hanged for murder, but there is no disposition to press him, as it is remembered that the country was pretty wild in those days. Another witness in a tale that was lifted almost entirely from the earlier Mallon piece told the reporter about his run-in with Holliday and his gang near Fort Yuma and how we ran like cowards. The Sun article did not leave the matter there, knee-deep in gore. It gave Doc a chance to respond, even though the feature writer took some obvious liberties with his comments. He had Doc admit to several killings, but then allowed him to justify what he had done. Doc told the crowd, "When any of you fellows have been hunted from one end of the country to the other, as I have been, you'll understand what a bad man's reputation is built on. I've had credit for more killings than I ever dreamt of." He then detailed examples of false charges against him, adding, "If you take the trouble to examine a good many of the crimes that I am charged with, you will find that when I have been charged with murder, I have always been a long way off, never near at hand. That looks odd, don't it? But it is just because I didn't do it." Doc finished by claiming for himself a positive role in the settlement of the Southwest. How much of the monologue was Doc's and how much the reporter's embellishments is hard to judge, but it gave a new kind of balance to Holliday's story that took it beyond pure murder and mayhem. What emerged was the more complex figure that had been suggested, at least, in other writings from the Denver press during the extradition process in 1882. This view, while not always accurate in detail, had always stuck closer to the outlines of Doc's life, and, perhaps more important, it carried with it the tantalizing mystique of the good-bad man that captured Victorian readers already infatuated with the passing of the frontier. This image was furthered in Holliday's obituaries in 1887. The tone of some of those death notices was doubtlessly the result of the sentimentality characteristic of Victorian obituary writing. It was fashionable not to speak ill of the dead, and obituaries had a way of being generous to the worst of scoundrels. Still, although often somewhat confused on the facts of his life, they contributed insights and helped to build the image of Doc Holliday that would be remembered. The Denver Republican said that he had the reputation of being a bunco man, desperado, and bad man generally. Yet he was a very mild-mannered man, was genial and companionable, and had many excellent qualities. After mentioning his bloody encounters, the editorial writer then described him. He has strong friends in some old-time detective officers and in certain representatives of the sporting element. He was a rather good-looking man, and his coolness and courage, his affable ways and fund of interesting experiences won him many admirers. He was a strong friend, a cool and determined enemy, and a man of quite strong character. Of him it can be said that he represented law and order at all times and places, the Glenwood Springs Ute chief declared in yet another obituary statement. In Valdosta, Georgia, his hometown newspaper said simply, "Dr. John Holliday, than whom no man was better known in the far West for the last 10 years, is dead. He was raised in Valdosta and was the son of Major H.B. Holliday, who has been a prominent citizen and for a number of terms mayor of our town." It then reprinted the Republican obituary. The Denver Field and Farm noted his passing and added, He always expected to die with his boots on, and his demise at Glenwood Springs must have been a considerable surprise to him. These statements gave a shape to a far more interesting Doc Holliday story than the one-dimensional caricature that Perry Mellon had promoted. As the century closed, even Blood and Thunder needed more than one killing after another to sell. At the very same moment that reformers were moving the sporting element from its semi-respectable status in many communities of the West to the underworld, fascination with the frontier past and its characters was stronger than ever. Self-reliant men-at-arms were welcome as heroes, and they were all the more intriguing when they tested the limits of Victorian morality. Doc Holliday fit this mode, and through the decades on both sides of the new century, Doc Holliday's image became surprisingly consistent regardless of whether he was viewed either as a positive or a negative figure. Thus departed one of those characters formerly quite common in the West, but now, like the Indian and the buffalo, becoming rare, observed the Denver Republican in an important feature article written a few weeks after his death. The doctor was as mild-mannered as Byron's pirate, and perhaps he was not, after all, such a bad man. This article, which included comments from police officers and sporting men who had actually known Doc, for all its sentimentality, might well be regarded as the first real effort to assess his life. Here was presented a reasonably accurate chronology of his life. The details were not always correct, and these misstatements would add to the legendary image of the good-bad man. But the story did include details that would be of value to later writers trying to reconstruct his life. One was Doc's use of the alias Tom Mackey while in Denver in 1876. Another was the insight it provided into the extradition process in 1882. Two of the reporter's informants were the Denver detective Charles T. Linton, who had been the deputy sheriff assigned to the case when Doc was arrested in Denver in 1882, and John T. DeWeese, one of the attorneys who had represented him during the extradition process. Linton regretted having helped Mallon arrest Doc. He deplored Mallon's abuse of Doc and believed that the crazy-headed actions of the Arizona deputy, Mallon, precipitated the troubles that followed and which resulted in Holliday's never seeing Arizona again, but in making Colorado his personal residence. Mallon's imprudence stood in sharp contrast to Bob Paul's cool and determined manner. Had he come here first instead of the imprudent Arizona deputy, Mr. Linton believes things might have ended differently, the Republican reported. The article also confirmed that Bob Paul had tried to convince Governor Frederick W. Pitkin that he could protect Doc if the requisition was granted, but that in the end, the influence of Doc's friends on the governor was simply too great. DeWeese, who provided some of the details about the extradition proceedings, was also cited as the source of another memorable quote attributed to Doc. The doctor, says Colonel DeWeese, had just as lief kill a man as not. All he looked out for usually was to have the law on his side. I said to him one day, "Doctor, don't your conscience ever trouble you?" "No," he replied, with that peculiar cough of his. "I coughed that up with my lungs long ago." This article provided useful insights into Doc's life, not so much in detail as in terms of contemporary perceptions of who he was among those who knew him. At the same time, here the life and legend of Doc Holliday began to blend in ways that made separating the two even more difficult. Even the mistakes were more subtle. Misstatements were less exaggerated. They seemed plausible, at least. Some of the reporter's informants were closed-mouthed, like the one who put forward the usual sporting phrase that he's come of good people back east and I won't say nothing agin him. Others attributed a certain style to him. It can be set down as a fact, says a man who knows Doc Holliday well, that the doctor has killed at least 16 men. He usually looked out to have the law on his side and then blazed away at them. The doctor was a peculiar one and was a trifle deceptive in his methods. He would seem to back out and hesitate and act as if afraid. Then suddenly he would rush on his antagonist, and before the latter knew what was coming, he was perhaps laid out stiff with one of the doctor's bullets in his carcass. The Denver Republican's treatise prompted other items, including a noteworthy account from the Macon, Georgia Telegraph titled "A Gritty Georgian." Recalling that Doc began his career as a dentist on Whitehall Street in Atlanta, where he was quite popular, the author said that his Atlanta friends remembered that he was a small man of the blonde type and weighed about 125 pounds. His manners were free and genial, and his company was much sought after on account of his social qualities. Once he went west, Holliday was thrown on his own resources, and he soon learned that he would have to take care of himself and not depend too much on any friends or associates that circumstances might make for him. Here followed a recounting of Doc's fights in Texas, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, culminating in his appointment in Tombstone as a deputy town marshal, Wells Fargo detective, and special guard to go with express messengers whenever valuable packages were sent off in the express. Most of the article was devoted to the street fight and bore the mark of his old friend Lee Smith. The article briefly recounted Doc's troubles in Colorado and then closed with a comment on the source of the information for the article, who had quite a number of letters from Holliday written in recent years. The source, doubtless Smith, then added this commentary on Doc. He was a warm friend and would fight as quick for one as he would for himself. He did not have a quarrelsome disposition, but managed to get into more difficulties than almost any man I ever saw. He seemed to be peculiarly unfortunate in this way, and invariably, when he killed a man or gave him the worst of the fight, it turned out that he was justifiable. When I lived in Colorado, it was common talk that he had killed more men than any other one man in the West. I think he got credit for killing a good many more men than he really did kill. Wyatt Earp himself would further stabilize the legend of Doc Holliday in a series of articles for William Randolph Hearst's San Francisco Examiner. Wyatt was affiliated with the Hearst family at the time, and the article was almost certainly ghostwritten. Its florid, melodramatic style could hardly have been produced by Earp. It was most likely Hearst's ace feature writer, Robert Chambers, who put the series together. The newspaper that fathered yellow journalism could hardly be expected to do less than put one of its best on the job, particularly when it took the time to publish an editorial on the importance of the Earp articles. The August 1896 article, "How Wyatt Earp Routed a Gang of Arizona Outlaws," gave considerable space to Doc Holliday. It was the first time in print that Kate Elder, Doc's companion, was referred to as Big Nose Kate. The article stated, "Nor shall a heroine be wanting, for Big Nose Kate was shaped for the part by nature and circumstances." There followed an accounting of a key component of the Holliday legend, if not his life, the story of his knifing of Ed Bailey at Fort Griffin, and his subsequent rescue from the authorities by Kate. This story led to arguably the most quoted description of Doc Holliday and what might be called the standard view of who he was. Such, then, was the beginning of my acquaintance with Doc Holliday, the mad, merry scamp with heart of gold and nerves of steel, who in the dark years that followed stood at my elbow in many a battle to the death. He was a dentist, but he preferred to be a gambler. He was a Virginian, but he preferred to be a frontiersman and a vagabond. He was a philosopher, but he preferred to be a wag. He was long, lean, and ash blonde, and the quickest man with a six-shooter I ever knew. Here, and in two other articles in the series for the Examiner, Wyatt laid out his friendship with Doc while describing his own life. In the process, he fixed the image of Doc as his faithful sidekick during the Tombstone drama. It was an appealing image. In December 1898, Doc was reported en route to Cuba, in company with Bat Masterson and Wyatt Earp, on the heels of the opening of a saloon in Havana by prizefighter Jim Corbett. The Kansas City Journal decided to set the record straight in an article that was widely reprinted across the country. After noting that Doc had died 6 years earlier with his boots off in Colorado Springs, the writer offered this portrait of Doc. A braver man or a more loyal friend never drew a gun on an opponent than Doc Holliday. He was a misfit in his environments. Although as gentle naturally as a child and with a heart as tender as a woman's, he became a man-killer through necessity, and in a career on the frontier of less than 10 years, he was credited with having sent unprepared to their maker no less than 15 human souls. Men who were in Tombstone, Arizona in the palmy days of that great fluoride camp well remember Doc Holliday. He was a thorough gambler, rather temperate in his habits, and was always tastefully dressed. Although young in years, his hair was iron gray, and marks of care and sorrow heavily lined a face that had at one time been handsome. Of his past he rarely spoke. Of the present he gave no thought, and the horizon of his future did not reach beyond the small cemetery on the mesa. He had the innate gallantry of the true Southerner, and would resent an insult to a woman, no matter how degraded, as quickly as he would face a bully with murder in his eye. A great lover of fair play, he was generally the self-constituted referee of saloon fights which were frequent in the mining camp, and once a fight began, it was never permitted to end until a decision was reached. There followed an admixture of fact and fantasy that did at least try to follow the general outlines of his life. The author offered the tale that Doc had practiced dentistry in San Antonio until one of his patients, a beautiful and imprudent woman, caused talk about the nature of her relationship with Doc. The inevitable happened. Her husband indulged in threats and hunted for Holliday. When the smoke cleared away, the husband lay a corpse in the dusty street. Holliday was arrested, tried, and acquitted. Later, a friend of his victim took up the quarrel, sought satisfaction, and was killed at the first shot. Again, Holliday was subjected to a trial and acquitted. That ended his dental career, and he became a gambler in the mining camps of the West, until at last he came to Tombstone and struck up a friendship with the kings of the camp, the four Earp brothers. Doc became their ally, and although weak physically and the possessor of a hacking cough of a consumptive, Holliday never shirked in the performance of his self-imposed duties. No trail was too difficult for him to follow, no act of bravery he would not smilingly perform. He laughed at death while courting its embrace. The elements of the legend continued to fall into place. The article confused Ike Clanton and Tom McLaury with each other, and its account of the street fight centered on Doc. The first shot was fired by Doc Holliday. His weapon was a cut-off double-barrel shotgun. The first charge entered Tom McLaury's breast. The second went wild as Tom staggered around a corner only to fall dead in his tracks. Frank McLaury, as he reached for his Winchester, slung to the saddle of his now frantic horse, was shot in the abdomen, and Billy Clanton received a bullet in his left breast. Shot after shot rang out, and in the midst of the smoke, Doc Holliday, ankle-deep in dust of the road, a six-shooter in each hand, could be seen alternately firing at Frank McLaury and Billy Clanton, the latter on the ground, dying as bravely as ever a hero died. "Now it's my time," Frank McLaury was heard to cry out. "I'll get you now." "You'll be a dandy if you do," replied Holliday with a smile, and taking deliberate aim, he planted a bullet in his game adversary's forehead. McLaury threw up his hands when the bullet struck him and fell over backwards. His finger convulsively pulled the trigger of the weapon he still held, and the last bullet of the terrible fight of October 25, 1881, grazed Wyatt Earp's hand, bringing blood. The author then gave an accounting of the vendetta, beginning with the shooting of Virgil Earp and continuing in some detail through the fight at Burley Springs, where Curly Bill was killed by either Wyatt Earp or Doc Holliday before the Earp posse slipped out of Arizona. In another article, also prompted by the report that Doc Holliday was en route to Havana, the author concluded, "A great many untruthful stories have been printed about him. But the truth is, Doc Holliday was one of that brave band of men who drove to cover the desperadoes of the West and helped to civilize that section. It took desperate men, in a certain sense, to administer the drastic medicine. Holliday helped to carve out a future for that country. This Holliday was hardly innocent, but he was compelling. The image in all these articles was tragic and sympathetic. Of course, during this period, Doc was the subject of occasional articles that portrayed him as simply a cold-blooded killer, but the more complicated view of a man who was the victim of circumstances that led him to an errant lifestyle, yet who did the right things when faced with hard choices, was the view that gained acceptance. C.P. Thomas, a Montana old-timer who claimed to have known a number of the old-time gunfighters, underscored one quality in another article published in 1906. Doc Holliday was a native of Georgia, and take him all in all, he was possessed of the most daredevil and reckless bravery of any of his associates. He feared not man or devil, and acted with such insane disregard of danger that it was generally believed he really courted death. Curiously, it was one who had known him, had even been called friend by him, who restored a darker hue to Doc Holliday's legend. In 1907, Bat Masterson authored a series of articles about men he had known, titled Famous Gunfighters of the Western Frontier, for Human Life magazine, which was edited by Bat's friend Alfred Henry Lewis. One of the subjects was Doc Holliday. Masterson wrote, "Holliday had a mean disposition and an ungovernable temper, and under the influence of liquor was a most dangerous man. Physically, Doc Holliday was a weakling who could not have whipped a healthy 15-year-old boy in a go-as-you-please fistfight, and no one knew this better than himself, and the knowledge of this fact was perhaps why he was so ready to resort to a weapon of some kind whenever he got himself into difficulty. He was hot-headed and impetuous, and very much given to both drinking and quarreling, and among men who did not fear him, was very much disliked." Masterson noted that Doc was unable to keep himself out of trouble. He would no sooner be out of one scrape before he was in another, and the strange part of it is, he was more often in the right than in the wrong, which has rarely ever been the case with a man who is continually getting himself into trouble. He gave a detailed account of the indiscriminate killing of some Negroes in the little Georgia village that was what first caused him to leave his home, then described his peregrinations in the West. Of his time in Dodge, Masterson wrote, During his year's stay at Dodge, he did not have a quarrel with anyone, and although regarded as a sort of grouch, he was not disliked by those with whom he had become acquainted. Even though he showed no disposition to quarrel or shoot while in Dodge, Masterson believed that his trouble was pretty much of his own seeking. Bat fixed the image of Doc Holliday as the friend of Wyatt Earp with this statement: his whole heart and soul were wrapped up in Wyatt Earp, and he was always ready to stake his life in defense of any cause in which Wyatt was interested. Damon did no more for Pythias than Holliday did for Wyatt Earp. Masterson concluded, I have always believed that much of Holliday's trouble was caused by drink, and for that reason held him to blame in many instances. While I assisted him substantially on several occasions, it was not because I liked him any too well, but on account of my friendship for Wyatt Earp, who did. Bat's article did little to enhance Doc's image, but it affirmed as a staple part of the legend the perception of Doc Holliday as Wyatt Earp's boon companion. Interestingly, the popular writer Alfred Henry Lewis presented a somewhat different view of the relationship between Masterson and Holliday. In one story, he pictured the two of them sitting at a table discussing the trouble Doc was in following his arrest in Denver. It's tough lines, Bat, said Mr. Holliday, as he poured himself a drink. I've never done anything worse than down a man, always a warrior at that. And now, to have to stand up a party, even when it ain't on the level, comes plenty hard. But it's the only way, Doc, returned Mr. Masterson. It's the only trail, reiterated Mr. Masterson. The message says that they start today from Tucson with the requisition papers. They'll be in Denver day after tomorrow. The only way to beat them is to have you under arrest. Our governor won't give up a man to Arizona who's wanted here at home. Those people from Tucson will get turned down. Meanwhile, you'll be on bail, and we can continue the case as long as they stay hankering around. That Arizona outfit can never take you to Colorado. This scheme will make you safe for life. And that won't be long, returned Mr. Holliday, at the rate my lungs are lasting. On the whole, objected Mr. Holliday, following a statement of thought, why not go back to Arizona and be tried? It's 4-1 they wouldn't convict, and I've gone against worse odds than that ever since I was born. Man, expostulated Mr. Masterson, it would never come to trial. You wouldn't get as far as Albuquerque. Some of the gang would board the train and shoot you in the car seat, kill you, as one might say, upon the meat. It isn't as though you were to have a square deal. They'd get you on the train, get you with your guns off, too, you must remember, for you'd be under arrest, you see. Doc, you wouldn't last as long as a drink of whiskey. Mr. Masterson spoke with earnestness. His brow was wise and wide, and his cool eye the home of counsel. It was these traits of cautious intelligence that gave Mr. Masterson station among his fellows as much as did that ready accuracy which belonged with his gun. Mr. Holliday, knowing these things, yielded. What is your plan, then? Said he. Here was Doc as a man with character, loath to allow fake charges to be brought against him even to save his life. There followed a flashback to review Doc's life in Lewis's inimitable style through Tombstone and into Colorado, until at last Bat sat at Doc's bedside when he was dying. You must have used up a ton of lead, Doc, observed Mr. Masterson one afternoon while in a mood of fine philosophy. And considering your few years in the West, it's bordering on the marvelous. You simply shot your way out of one battle into another. How did you come to do it? It used to worry me, gasped Mr. Holliday, to think that I must die, and I mixed up with everything that came along so as to forget myself. It occupied me and took my mind off my troubles. The Valdosta Times later reprinted the Lewis article, noting that Doc was an old Valdosta boy and observing, he was a dentist by profession and was a victim of consumption. He went to Colorado for his health at a time when that section was under the heel of desperados and outlaws. He was against the lawless element and set about purifying the atmosphere, facing all sorts of dangers and killing numerous men who defied the law. He later died of the dread disease which caused him to go west. The story of his career reads like romance. So, the portrait of Doc Holliday as a tragic consumptive embittered by life's turns, and yet driven by loyalty and a sense of honor to make right choices, became the standard view. It was not the only view, however. The departure of the Earps from Cochise County in 1882 and the subsequent withdrawal of most of the Earps' old allies when the Tombstone boom played out left the cowboy view of the Earp-Clanton troubles as the dominant one in the area. In it, the Earps were remembered as killers and stage robbers. In this cowboy view of the Earps as criminal masters of Cochise County that emerged largely from Ike Clanton's testimony and editorial outbursts during the vendetta, Doc Holliday was the most vulnerable exhibit. Doc was the murderer of Bud Philpott, the cause of the street fight, and the coldest-blooded killer in Tombstone. This Doc Holliday had no redeeming personality traits. He was ruthless, immoral, and uncontrollable, and Doc's character made the Earps bad men. Even some of the Earps' friends, notably Bob Paul, were cited as believing that Doc was the fourth man in the Benson stage robbery and the man who killed Bud Philpott. In 1896, in the aftermath of the Sharkey-Fitzsimmons fight, during which Wyatt Earp, who refereed the bout, was accused of throwing the fight, the San Francisco Daily Call published an article by Charles H. Hopkins, who had been in Tombstone, that portrayed the Earps as ruthless outlaws who were eventually driven from Cochise County. In the feature, Hopkins added yet another twist to the story of Doc Holliday. Doc Holliday, who has grown famous as the Wells Fargo shotgun messenger, was a member of the Earp crowd. Everybody has read about how Holliday stopped stage robbing in Arizona. Well, he did stop it to a certain extent. That is to say, nobody could rob a stage who was Holliday's enemy. The Earps stood in with Holliday and his crowd of Wells Fargo messengers, and every time we would hear of a stage that carried a lot of money or bullion being held up, Wyatt Earp would collect a posse of his gang and start out to run the robbers down. If they could manage to catch any of the rustlers of the opposition crowd, they would hang them without ceremony, come back to town, and explain how they tracked the road agents down. Over the years, articles by Alfred Henry Lewis, before his association with Bat Masterson changed his mind, Charles Mitchelson, John Scanlon, and others brought this image to the public view. Will H. Robinson, in A History of Arizona published in 1919, said that Doc Holliday hung out a dentist sign, had gambling for a vocation, and manslaughter for an avocation. Still, for the most part, the pro-cowboy old-timers' view of the Earps as bad men was largely confined to Arizona until the publication of William McLeod Rain's Famous Sheriffs and Western Outlaws, and, more important, William M. Breckinridge's Eldorado, Bringing the Law to the Mesquite. These books gave voice to the cowboy perspective on a broader scale, although neither took much time to characterize Doc Holliday. Both portrayed him as a bad man. Breckinridge called him a two-gun man and noted as a killer. But his most notable contribution to the legend of Doc Holliday was tampering with a Nugget article concerning the escape of Luther King from jail after the Benson stage robbery to include the statement, "He was an important witness against Holliday." which was not in the original. For the most part, the old-timers seemed content to describe Doc simply by reference to his misdeeds. He was cowardly, ruthless, dishonest at cards, and a backshooter. Wyatt Earp was their true target, and Doc was useful only to the extent he could be used against Wyatt. The persistent anti-Earp view rankled Wyatt Earp and eventually convinced him that he had to set the record straight. But Earp was also difficult. He wanted the story told, but on his terms, and he had Sadie around to watch over his reputation as well. Sometime around 1920, Forrestine Cooper Hooker wrote Arizona Vendetta, which may have been an early effort to tell Wyatt's story the way he wanted it told. It almost certainly had input from Earp, but if it was a collaboration, Hooker was one of the first to encounter just how difficult Wyatt was to please. Despite her connection to the family of Henry C. Hooker, the Arizona rancher who had supported the Earps, with whom Earp had remained friendly, he would not permit it to be published. It was an interesting effort nonetheless, although her discussion of Doc was limited to his actions in support of Wyatt. At some point thereafter, Wyatt began to tell his story to a young friend, John H. Flood, Jr., in hopes that, at last, he could tell the story his way. It was an exercise in naivete on both their parts. Despite revisions and the assistance of William S. Hart, the result was unpublishable. Wyatt did include Doc in his story, devoting a chapter to Doc saving his life, which concluded with a revealing, if out-of-place sentence, "And poor Bat Masterson and the world wonder long, long years at the loyalty of Wyatt Earp for the stranger who proved his friend." Thereafter, Doc was on hand as Wyatt's friend, although he handled some of the more controversial topics related to Doc gingerly or not at all. The Flood effort would have noteworthy consequences, however. Perhaps the most revealing commentary on Doc's role in Wyatt's life, especially at Tombstone, came in a 1925 court case over the estate of Lotta Crabtree, the famous 19th century actress who had lived in Tombstone for a time. During the course of Wyatt's testimony, the attorneys asked him specifically about Doc. Q. With you was allied Doc Holliday? A. Yes. Q. He was somewhat of a notorious character in those days. A. Well, no. I couldn't say that he was notorious outside of this other faction trying to make him notorious. Of course, he killed a man or two before he went there. Q. Didn't he have the reputation of being a holder-up of stages? A. I never heard of it until I left. Q. With the Beans were allied the Clantons? A. Yes. And the Beans side, whenever they got a chance to hurt me over Holliday's shoulders, they would do it. They would make a lot of talk about Doc Holliday. Q. Because he was allied with you? A. He never had no trouble in Tombstone outside of being in this street fight with me. Then on one occasion he got into some trouble with part of the combination that was against me, Joyce and his partner, and he shot Joyce in the hand and the other fellow in the foot, and of course that made them pretty sore against Holliday. But they knew that I was Holliday's friend, and they tried to injure me every way they could. Later in his testimony, Earp drove home what he regarded as the central point of his relationship with Doc at Tombstone in comments about his decision to run for sheriff. And if I do say it myself, I was a pretty strong man for the position. He, Bean, knew that he had to do me some way, and he'd done everything in the world that he could against me. He stood in with his tough element, the cowboys and stage robbers and others, because they were pretty strong, and he wanted their vote. Whenever they would get a chance to shoot anything at me over Holliday's shoulders, they would do it, as they made Holliday a bad man. an awful bad man, which was wrong. He was a man that would fight if he had to. Pretty clearly, then, Wyatt saw Doc as a liability to his reputation, and defending Doc an essential part of defending himself. During that same time period, Walter Noble Burns, a well-known Chicago journalist, published The Saga of Billy the Kid. Afterward, Burns turned his attention to Tombstone. In July 1926, while he was in Los Angeles, he approached Wyatt Earp about writing his biography and spoke with Flood about taking over his manuscript. Wyatt declined because he still hoped to salvage Flood's effort. Earp did, however, offer to help Burns with a book about Doc. Later, Burns wrote Earp requesting information about Doc's involvement in the Benson stage robbery and about other associates of Wyatt's. Earp repeated his willingness to help with a book about Doc, although curiously adding, "I would much rather not have my name mentioned too freely. I'm getting tired of it all, as there have been so many lies written about me in so many magazines in the last few years that it makes a man feel like fighting. I know you mean to do the right thing by me, but I would ask of you please to say as little as possible about me." In the letter, he focused his comments on Doc almost exclusively on the Benson stage robbery, concluding, "Doc was not in the Benson stage holdup, and he never did such a thing as holdups in his life. He was his own worst enemy, comes from a very respectful family in the South, graduated as a dentist." Ironically, within days, Flood wrote Burns, indicating that he was recommending that Earp reconsider collaborating with him. By then, Burns was nearing completion of Tombstone and Iliad of the Southwest. Once he found out about Burns's book, Earp felt betrayed that Burns had written a book that focused on his life rather than Doc's. He tried to prevent its publication, even though Burns provided a stunning portrait of Wyatt Earp as the Lion of Tombstone. Burns's view of Doc Holliday was also compelling. He was a rather tall, extremely slender, ash-blond, gray-eyed fellow, immaculate in attire, fastidious in his habits, temperamental, hot-tempered, and cold-blooded, querulous, and sometimes a little quarrelsome. A wit as well as a desperado, Burns wrote. He went on. He was a consumptive, and the malady had left his face emaciated and very white, and given it a look of refinement that might have passed for spirituality. One might have been tempted to suspect that this quiet, pale man with the fine gray eyes was a poet or a scholar who pored over erudite volumes under midnight lamps. But except for a few elegies done with finished elegance with his six-shooter, the doctor never displayed any poetic or literary leanings. He was, after a kind, a cynical philosopher, and his passing observations were spiced with a dry, acrid humor. Life seemed a bitter joke to him. He was reconciled to tuberculosis, he said, because it had left him so thin that it took might good shooting to hit him. He was still ready to bet, however, that in the home-stretch drive, a bullet would nose out consumption at the wire. Burns claimed that Doc was an excellent shot, with only buckskin Frank Leslie his equal in Tombstone. No scruples of any kind handicapped the doctor in his busy life, Burns said. Though square with his friends, who would have trusted him with their last dollar, his honesty had various shades and nuances. If honest was convenient, he was honest. Otherwise, he used a cold deck. He added, his courage was his one outstanding virtue. He was afraid of nothing. Despite his delicate appearance and his physical weakness, there was something in the calm, cold look of him which warned of danger. Here was the apotheosis of the Holliday legend, appended to a review of Doc's life before Tombstone, and signed with Wyatt's signature. He was one of the finest, cleanest men in the world, though of course he was a little handy with his gun and had to kill a few fellows. Burns also appears to have been the first to say that Doc's final words were, "This is funny." He added that, with his sense of humor strong to the last, the doctor doubtless considered it a choice joke that after all his desperate adventures and narrow escapes, he should be dying in bed. It was funny for the reason Burns stated, and more. But the quote, for all that, has never been documented and seems highly improbable as Doc Holliday's last words, however appropriate they might be. Not even Stuart N. Lake's Wyatt Earp, Frontier Marshal, published 2 years after Wyatt Earp died in 1929, and the work that finally had Earp's support in the writing of it, added significantly to the good bad man of Tombstone. In fact, if anything, Lake tried to temper Burns' view of Holliday. Lake said flatly that Doc Holliday was a hot-headed, ill-tempered, trouble-hunting, and withal cold-blooded desperado. Doubtless, Lake's view of Holliday was influenced by 2 old allies of Wyatt's, Fred Dodge, who plainly detested Doc, and John P. Clum, who said in 1929, after reading Wyatt's article from the San Francisco Examiner, August 2, 1896, for the first time, "I never approved of Holliday, and this story makes it more difficult to defend Wyatt." He added flatly, "I will not appear as a supporter of Holliday." Lake had Bat Masterson attribute to Doc 3 redeeming traits: courage, loyalty to friends, and affection for Wyatt Earp. Bat allegedly said about Doc's feelings for Wyatt, "The depth of this sentiment was shown not only by Doc's demonstrated willingness to stake his life for Wyatt without second thought, it was even more clearly established by the fact that despite his almost uncontrollable temper and his maniacal love of a fight, Doc Holliday could avoid trouble when there was a possibility that some encounter might prove embarrassing to Wyatt. On more than one occasion, Doc actually backed down before men whom he easily could have killed, simply because gunplay at the time would have reacted unfavorably against Wyatt. To appreciate that fully, you had to know Holliday. Lake's Wyatt repeated the comparison of Doc to Buckskin Frank Leslie, then added, "But Leslie lacked Doc's fatalistic courage, a courage induced, I suppose, by the nature of Holliday's disease and the realization that he hadn't long to live anyway. That fatalism, coupled with his marvelous speed and accuracy, gave Holliday the edge over any out-and-out killer I ever knew." Lake, in words attributed to Earp, claimed that Doc drank 2 to 3 quarts of liquor a day, yet never staggered or appeared to be intoxicated. Under ordinary circumstances, he might be irritable to the point of shakiness, Earp supposedly said. Only in a game or when a fight impended was there anything steely about his nerves. Wyatt Earp, Frontier Marshal, received excellent reviews as an extraordinary biography of an extraordinary man. But in southeastern Arizona, it prompted a different response. Over the next several years, several Arizona old-timers, including Judge James C. Hancock, Anton Mazanovich, Joseph F. Chisholm, Melvin Jones, and others, raised their voices in protest against the view presented in Lake's book. These old-timers represented a revival of the cowboy view with a fresh antipathy toward Wyatt Earp. Much, if not most of it, was folk history based on rumor and the post-street fight campaign to discredit the Earps. The passage of time made the vendetta seem even more ruthless than it was, and the obvious exaggerations of the Lake version of what happened gave a sense of credibility to their own mix of memory and rumor. Mazanovich, an Arizona old-timer who wrote his own book, Trailing Geronimo, based on his experiences, but who played no direct role in the Tombstone story, wrote a series of articles for the Bisbee Brewery Gulch Gazette, beginning in November 1931. He observed, "No doubt a number of the old-timers will resent it. In fact, it would have been better if the book had never been placed before an intelligent reading public." He added, "Much has been written about Tombstone and Cochise County in the past, and all stories are conflicting. Now Wyatt tells his story entirely different from all the rest that we have read. Some day, perhaps, someone will come out with the truth. To me, the story, as told by Lake, is simply impossible." He specifically belittled the claims of Burns and Lake that they had interviewed old pioneers in preparing their books, concluding, "They sure missed a number of the old-timers." Wyatt Earp, frontier marshal, would help to polarize even further views of the Earp-Clanton troubles and help produce a controversy that continues to exist. But perhaps the most important consequence of Lake's book insofar as Doc Holliday's story was concerned came from Mary Catherine Cummings, an elderly woman at the Pioneers' Home in Prescott, Arizona. Mary Catherine Cummings was none other than Kate Harrony, a.k.a. Kate Elder, Kate Fisher, and Big Nose Kate, Doc's inamorata. She had lived in obscurity for decades since her separation from Doc at Tombstone. But Lake's book infuriated her, and she set about to have her say on the matter. Mazanovich, who claimed to have met Kate in Globe years before, was corresponding with Kate when Wyatt Earp, Frontier Marshal, was published, and he sent her a copy, which resulted in Kate writing her recollections of her relationship with Doc. Her response to Mazanovich formed the basis for articles published in the Brewery Gulch Gazette in April and June 1932. Mazanovich apparently planned to publish her memoir in her own words in some other venue, although it was never published because of his death in 1938. At some point, Joseph Chisholm, another old-timer and writer associated with the Brewery Gulch Gazette, also developed an interest in Kate's story. Mazanovich was uncooperative, but when he died, Chisholm obtained access to what Kate had written, after which he visited her and had her verify the data contained in her correspondence with Tony. In the unpublished manuscript, Tombstone's Tale, The Truth of Eldorado, Chisholm wrote, "I have met Doc Holliday's widow in recent months and have since corresponded with her. She is a sweet-faced little woman whose keen intellect and droll humor when discussing her traducers would never lead one to believe that she is 85 years old. It is inconceivable to one bred on the frontier that Earp, because of personal resentment, would so evilly misrepresent a woman in his declining years. Yet there it is in his so-called autobiography." Chisholm included the reminiscence written by Kate for Mazanovich in his manuscript, declaring that it required no editing, for the lady is well educated and intelligent, along with some additions from his own contact with her. However, Kate apparently decided not to allow Chisholm to use the material. She believed that her story would sell for a lot of money, and when neither Mazanovich nor Chisholm offered to pay for her story or to help her find a publisher who would, she balked. If Chisholm showed his manuscript to her, she might also have been unhappy with Chisholm's depiction of Doc. Chisholm's opinion seems to have changed about the sweet-faced little woman after that, because in his book, Brewery Gulch, which was not published until 12 years after his death in 1937, he said Doc was a vicious killer if ever there was one in the Southwest, and described Kate as Doc's Lady Lou, identifying her with the character played by Mae West in the 1933 film She Done Him Wrong, which had been so controversial that it led to greater government censorship of sex in the movies in 1934. In the movie, Lady Lou was a singer and nightclub owner with a vicious criminal boyfriend. She did not fear him, however, and in fact regularly enjoyed the company of other men. She was a buxom, comely baggage, Chisholm wrote of Kate, continuing the Mae West analogy, adding, "She had plenty of nerve, that dance hall girl." The story that Kate told to Mazanovich and that was used by Chisholm certainly put a different edge on the Holliday story. Essentially, she denied that Doc had a reputation as the cold-blooded murderer that Wyatt Earp, frontier marshal, portrays him before he went to Tombstone, and held that Wyatt Earp was responsible for all of Doc's misfortunes thereafter. She believed that Doc changed once he was under Earp's influence. Kate's story provided new information, but it was also self-serving, designed not only to correct some misconceptions about Doc, but also to portray herself in a more positive light and protect her own reputation. In the fall of 1935, Mrs. W. J. Martin of Prescott, Arizona, contacted Arthur W. Bork, a family friend and a graduate student at the University of Arizona at the time. She asked his assistance in preserving the story of the wife of Doc Holliday. She noted that some history makers have discovered her and are trying to get her to tell them what she knows. She told them that I had her manuscript and was dealing about it. They try to get the information for nothing. Martin had a manuscript besides the account Kate had given to Mazanovich. She told Bork, "I have been nearly 4 years getting her to finish it, and I want to sell it." She added that Chisholm was trying to get the story, and she wanted to do something before he gets back here. On Thanksgiving Day, 1935, Bork and Martin interviewed Kate at the Pioneers' Home in Prescott and acquired more details from her. Among other things, she told them that she had been born in Davenport, Iowa, November 7, 1850, that she had attended a convent in St. Louis, that she had married a dentist named Silas Melvin, who later died in Atlanta, Georgia, that she had married Doc at Valdosta on May 25, 1876, and that her maiden name was Mary Catherine Harrony. This information complemented, supplemented, and contradicted the materials that she had given to Mazanovich. She also confirmed that the photograph of Doc in Wyatt Earp, frontier marshal, was in fact Doc, and had been taken by C.S. Fly. She said that she worked at a restaurant called the Globe in Globe and claimed to have gone to Colorado, where she took care of Doc until he died. She said his last words were, "Well, I'm going just as I told them. The bugs would get me before the worms did." From 1935 to 1938, Bork attempted to get Kate's story published, but she insisted on being paid for it. When offered the opportunity to publish her account without payment, she refused. Bork recalled, "After unsuccessful efforts to interest the national magazines, we gave up." Later, in 1940, Kate wrote yet another account of her life with Doc to her niece, Lillian Rafford. This account made fewer claims and was more personal. She noted in closing, "There are quite a few that want me to write up things, but as they don't want to give me anything, I don't write." Neither of Doc's 1950s biographers had access to any of these accounts. The version prepared with Bork and Martin was finally published in Arizona and the West in 1977, in conjunction with material gathered from the Harrony family by Glenn G. Boyer. The latter materials provided details about her childhood. This information was revealing and important. Unfortunately, after most of the family informants had passed away, Boyer claimed that Dr. Harrony was the personal physician of the Austrian Archduke Maximilian and accompanied him to Mexico during the ill-fated reign of Maximilian as Emperor of Mexico. The Harrony family had been settled in Davenport for more than a year before Maximilian even arrived in Mexico. Nevertheless, this tale opened the way to make Kate into an educated, multilingual aristocrat, adding more romance to Doc Holliday's story. Kate's relationship with Doc is one of the most perplexing parts of Doc's life as well as his legend. Despite popular images of a violent and abusive tryst, and old-timer gossip about Kate's proclivities for sex acts frowned on even by her generation of Cyprian sisters, little survived to provide an intimate portrait of their life together. Doc left not a word about her, and Kate's accounts were self-serving and defensive. While they were emotional in the animosity they revealed against Wyatt Earp, they were surprisingly impersonal in describing her relationship with Doc. Kate's recollections were confused by fading memory, calculated to portray her in the best possible light, and yet filled with information that only someone close to Doc Holliday could possibly have known. It is this internal webbing of intimate knowledge that provides the most convincing evidence that Mary Catherine Cummings was in fact Kate Elder. She was a woman with a story to tell and much to hide. The accounts she wrote have to be sifted like river sand in a placer box to separate a great mass of debris from the nuggets of reality that do appear. And yet, there is a sense in which the very composition of emotion, subterfuge, and even outright lies in what she said reveal a fascinating set of insights into the nature of her relationship with Doc. Her recollection was unemotional and almost detached as far as her feelings for Doc were concerned. She defended him against charges that he was a killer and a drunkard, and she insisted that he treated her well. She portrayed herself as loyal and solicitous. There was no romance in her story, however. Indeed, she expressed resentment toward Doc, accusing him of gambling away her money and implying Doc's complicity in shady dealings with her accusations of Wyatt Earp's involvement in stage robberies. She also found Doc weak in not standing up to Wyatt. In the end, one of the greatest difficulties she faced was trying to defend Doc as a basically decent man, while insisting that Wyatt Earp was a bad man involved in criminal activity. The contradictions in her writings reveal the difficulty she had with this issue. The absence of any real sense of her affection for Doc is especially underscored by the fawning, romantic portrait of John Ringo she gave to Chisholm. She fairly gushed over Ringo's appearance and manly traits before concluding, "And he was noble, for he never fought anyone except face to face. Every time I think of him, my eyes fill with tears." There are no such terms of endearment over Doc anywhere in her recollections. Indeed, her description of Ringo is the only place in her writings where she evinces any emotion other than anger and resentment. It is almost as if her defense of Doc as a good man was essential to her own defense as a good woman, whereas her sentimentality toward Ringo revealed her simply as a woman, without the guile so painfully apparent in her defense of Doc. Kate's accounts, especially what she wrote for Mazanovich, provided important leads for tracing her relationship with Doc, as well as Doc's movements. Still, she was careful not to detail her own colorful past in Kansas and Texas before she and Doc came together for what was a fairly stable relationship until Tombstone and Wyatt Earp came between them. Kate's hatred of Wyatt Earp, and no other word can explain her anger toward him, suggests a history between them that cannot be explained away as a mere resentment of his influence on Doc. There is a harshness and an element of deceitfulness in Kate's accounts that she could not hide. Even so, a bond did exist between Doc and Kate that brought them back together time and again. Kate claimed in her account to Mazanovich that Doc sent for her in his final days, and that she went to Glenwood Springs, where they were reconciled, and she nursed him until his death. She made a similar statement to Bork, although it did not appear in the narrative he helped her prepare, where she said simply that he went to Glenwood Spring, where he was appointed undersheriff for 2 terms. He died in service of his 2nd term and is buried in one of the Glenwood Spring cemeteries. A reunion would have been appropriate, and it could have happened, but the contemporary record does not sustain a Glenwood Springs reconciliation. And given Kate's insistence that she was Mrs. John H. Holliday in her later accounts, if she had been at his side, it would have been more than a little odd that the only reference to a relative in the Ute Chief obituary would have been Mattie Holliday. How could the presence of a wife have escaped notice? At the very least, Kate's story provided an important counterpoint to the view of her as the nasty whore described in the Las Vegas Optic in 1882 and the recollections of some old-timers. Bork always believed that her prime motive was to give herself a good name, and that seems to be borne out by some of her writings. After she married George Cummings, a blacksmith, in 1888, she had done her best to hide her past. That marriage did not last, and Cummings committed suicide in 1915. Kate eventually began to work as a housekeeper for John J. Howard, a mining man in Dos Cabezas, Arizona, and moved in with him. Following Howard's death in 1930, she served as the executrix of his will. She sought admission to the Pioneers' Home and had some difficulty getting in. At that time, she claimed that she had come to Arizona in 1895. Her ancient hatred of Wyatt Earp was what brought her out of hiding, so to speak, largely as a result of negative portrayals of her by Burns and Lake, both of which she attributed to Earp. 2 stories illustrate what Kate faced. The first was a tale by an old-timer who claimed that he was present in a Bisbee saloon when Kate was killed. A drunk began shooting up the place, and everyone hit the floor. When the shooting was over, however, Kate did not get up. She was dead, and the locals could find no cause for her death. They sent for Doc Holliday, of course, who arrived shortly, and examined her body. Doc discovered a tiny speck of blood on her buttocks, and after performing an autopsy, he discovered that one of the drunk's bullets had made a direct hit on her rectum as she lay on the floor with her posterior slightly raised. The other story was told by Kate herself. Here is what happened in Globe one morning. A merchant, Mrs. Bailey, brought a man in for breakfast after breakfast hours. I waited on him because my girl was doing up the rooms. They got to talking about Tombstone. Somehow Doc and I were mentioned. He told Mrs. Bailey that Doc took me to New Mexico and killed me up in the mountains, and that he helped to bury me. I said, "The poor woman." Mrs. Bailey and I laughed, but the poor man found out he made a fool of himself and never came back. But it is laughable how some people will talk. I often laugh how often I had been dead and buried and turned up someplace full of life. Kate's efforts to have her version told went unrewarded. Unfortunately, her story would remain obscure. Some of it would come to light in a piecemeal fashion with publication of Frank Waters' The Earp Brothers of Tombstone, the story of Mrs. Virgil Earp, which purported to be the recollections of Allie Earp, Virgil's widow. Based on comparison with the Waters' earlier unpublished manuscript, The Tombstone Travesty, the book included some of the materials from Mazanovich and Chisholm, which by then had been acquired by Waters' close friend, the Earp researcher and collector John D. Gilcrease. In the book, Allie made statements that were not in The Tombstone Travesty. Much of what was added came directly from Kate's remembrances. By the time Waters published his book in 1960, some changes were taking place in the popular view of Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday. The first biography of Doc Holliday, written by John Myers Myers, was published in 1955. It was a well-structured work that collected many of the stories about Doc and offered useful insights, but suffered from too great a reliance on Stuart Lake. Patricia Jan's biography, published 2 years after Myers, was much less satisfying as a biography, but much more challenging to the legend of the good bad man. Jans questioned the authenticity of several of the standard events in Doc's life, including such episodes as the Ed Bailey killing, the Bud Ryan knifing, and the Mike Gordon shooting. She also questioned Doc's ability as a gun handler and portrayed Wyatt Earp in a less than favorable light. Perhaps most dramatically, she emphasized the relationship between Doc and his cousin Mattie, and suggested that it was a romantic one. Throughout, her approach was novelistic. She filled in gaps by putting words into people's mouths and presuming to understand their thoughts. John's biography had the virtue of trying to present a more realistic view of Doc Holliday than the image that had survived virtually all challenges since the 1880s. Unwittingly, then, Johns provided fodder for the debunkers who followed her. In Waters' book, and in the later Wyatt Earp biography by Ed Bartholomew, Doc's image was diminished even more, so that he became little more than a cutthroat. Curiously, though, even in the worst depictions of him, he retained a genteel veneer. Bartholomew concluded that Doc was involved in stage robberies in New Mexico based on nothing more than the fact that one of the robbers spoke with a refined accent and vocabulary. In the anti-Earp literature that gained fresh credibility in the 1960s as a part of a general revolt against Western gunfighters and outlaw heroes in general, Doc was increasingly portrayed as a quarrelsome and drunken troublemaker who was a lousy shot and a generally disreputable character. He was involved in the Benson stage robbery and the murder of Bud Philpott, and he was responsible for the street fight, which he started by gunning down the unarmed Tom McLaury without cause. Of all the ideas that Johns introduced, the one that produced the greatest interest and stirred the strongest feelings was the suggestion that Doc and Mattie were interested in each other romantically. Sister Mary Melanie died in 1939 after a long and distinguished career of service. The family rightly held her in high esteem and publicly disavowed any suggestion that she and Doc had been in love, but they never denied that she and Doc were close. After Doc's death, one relative recalled, she would talk of him and say that if people had only known him as she had, they would have seen a different man from the one of Western fame. At the time of her death, a trunk containing her belongings was turned over to her sister, Marie Mahoney. Apparently, before she died, Sister Mary Melanie had burned some of her letters from Doc, perhaps the most personal or the ones that reveal the darker side of John Henry, but the trunk still included a number of his letters. Carolyn Holliday Manley, a descendant of Robert Kennedy Holliday, recalled that my Aunt Catherine says her daddy used to read those letters on a Sunday afternoon, and that they were wonderful, colorful letters describing the Old West. They were well written and full of historical detail, but they said little about his violent exploits, and they certainly were not love letters. When Marie entered a nursing home, the trunk came into the possession of Carolyn's parents. Later, however, Marie left the nursing home and reclaimed her property. After that, she burned Doc letters to Mattie to keep her sister's personal life private. The story of a romantic attachment would not die. It was too appealing. Not even the family would completely deny the possibility. The rumor was that they were in love, recalled Robert Lee Holliday, the grandson of Robert Alexander Holliday, Doc's cousin Hub. Robert Lee added, "I don't know if he asked her to go out west with him, but I doubt it because of his tuberculosis." Others in the family also remembered the rumors. Pat Jans, Doc's biographer, recalled her exchange with Lillian McKee, the Valdosta relative who cautiously provided information to both Jans and Myers. The most that she ever wrote about Doc was in one letter where she wrote a whole paragraph about his relationship with Maddie Holliday, wrote Jans. This was followed several days later by an airmail letter denying the whole thing. It read very much as if she had told another family member about it and gotten a scolding. Very contrite. The reason was simple enough. Doc Holliday was an embarrassment to many in the family. Morgan Delancey McGee, a great-grandson of John Stiles Holliday, remembered his grandmother, Mary Copperwaite Fulton Holliday, saying, "No, Doc Holliday is not a member of our family. In fact, that is not even his real name." Robert Lee Holliday added, "Much later in life, I found out that Grandma Holliday thought Doc was a vagabond, gambler, and other unmentionable names, and disavowed any family relation with him. It goes without saying that a respected Southern family would not admit any kinship to one of the Wild West's most notorious gamblers and gunfighters." Another factor in the family's attitude was Sister Mary Melanie's own reputation as a saintly woman, a reputation that made her a kind of legend in her own right. She visited Margaret's husband, John Marsh, daily while he was hospitalized in 1936 to 1937. Maddie's mother was the first cousin of Margaret Mitchell's grandmother, and Margaret Mitchell always insisted that Sister Mary Melanie was the inspiration for the saintly, self-sacrificing Melanie Hamilton in her novel Gone with the Wind. The inspiration is confirmed in striking fashion by comparison of Mitchell's word portrait of the young Melanie Hamilton with a family photograph of the young Maddie Holliday. She was a tiny, frailly built girl who gave the appearance of a child masquerading in her mother's enormous hoop skirts, an illusion that was heightened by the shy, almost frightened look in her two large brown eyes. She had a cloud of curly dark hair, which was so sternly repressed beneath its net that no vagrant tendrils escaped, and this dark mass, with its long widow's peak, accentuated the heart shape of her face. Too wide across the cheekbones, too pointed at the chin. It was a sweet, timid face, but a plain face, and she had no feminine tricks of allure to make observers forget its plainness. She looked and was as simple as the earth, as good as bread, as transparent as water. But for all her plainness of feature and smallness of stature, there was a sedate dignity about her movements that was oddly touching and far older than her 17 years. Gone with the Wind is filled with themes reminiscent of the lives of Doc and Maddie. First, one of the characters, Ellen Robillard, Scarlett O'Hara's mother, was in love with her first cousin, Philippe, who was forced to leave home and travel to New Orleans, where he was killed in a fight. Another character, Tony Fontaine, got into trouble and went to Texas. Scarlett's sister, Corinne, was in love with a young man who was killed at Gettysburg, and she devoted herself to a religious life afterward, eventually joining a convent. These are all set against the saintly behavior of Melanie Hamilton Wilkes and Scarlett's love for a man she cannot marry. The author David O'Connell also notes that the choice of Melanie as Maddie's religious name had interesting implications. Before Vatican II, women who became nuns chose the name of a saint for the religious life. Melanie was a relatively rare choice in this respect. Two saints were named Melanie, one the granddaughter of the other. Melanie the Younger was a woman who fell in love with and married her first cousin, Pinion, who was himself later named a saint. After they had 2 children, both of whom died, Melanie and Pinion traveled to Jerusalem, where they both entered religious orders. Of course, O'Connell also points out that Mattie may have chosen the name Mary Melanie because of the appearance of the Virgin Mary to a 15-year-old French peasant girl named Melanie Mathieu Calvat, during which the Virgin Mary stressed the need for penance. The apparition at La Salette was widely acknowledged, and in 1879, just 4 years before Mattie joined the order, the Pope recognized the site of the apparition as a basilica. This would offer a practical explanation of her choice of the name Mary Melanie, with no mysterious connections to her cousin, John Henry. O'Connell suggests another, simpler explanation of their relationship, one especially consistent with Mattie's character. He notes that it was likely that John Henry did, in fact, at some point, convert to Catholicism, as the local obituaries in Colorado said, because of Mattie's influence. He also believes that Mattie realized Doc needed her to be a steadying force in his life because of his illness or his demoralized lifestyle, or both, which explains her ongoing correspondence with him after he left Georgia. He suggests that the relationship was platonic and that Mattie was simply trying hard to keep her errant cousin on the right track. Mattie did not carry love letters tied with a ribbon with her when she dedicated her life to Christ. This is a plausible explanation of what happened, but the burning of the letters ensured that the possibility of unrequited love would remain a part of the legend of Doc Holliday. Henry Holliday left no comments about his son or his reputation as a Western gun player. Rather, he went on with his life in Valdosta, where he was active in both politics and business. He was involved in local politics, serving several terms as mayor, was credited with introducing pecan growing to southern Georgia, and lived a long, respectable life until his death on February 22, 1893. In 1879, Henry wrote to his brother-in-law, A.W. McCoyne, who lived in Laclede, Kansas, on behalf of a group of Lowndes County blacks who were interested in migrating to Kansas as a group. McCoyne wrote a long response encouraging them to send a committee to investigate before moving to ensure that they would make the right choices. The former Freedmen's Bureau agents still had the respect of the black community in Lowndes County. After Major's death, his widow continued to live in Valdosta, and on March 30th, 1899, Rachel Martin Holliday married Joseph I. Glower, a former Atlanta policeman. In 1905, they moved to Atlanta. One of the later tales to add mystery to the Holliday legend was the report that in 1955, a box of junk found in the attic of a local home turned up in an antique shop in Waycross, Georgia. The box contained a wooden cross that appeared to be a grave marker and a bundle of letters postmarked Pensacola, Florida, written by John Henry Holliday. The owner of the shop dismissed the letters as forgeries because of the Pensacola postmarks and gave little thought to the possibility that they were actually written by Doc Holliday. The box and its contents had disappeared before anyone made the connection between Waycross and Doc's stepmother, who had relatives there and could well have left materials there when she moved to Atlanta with her new husband. The cross would also fuel other speculation about Doc. All the contemporary sources said that Doc was buried in the new Linwood Cemetery at Glenwood Springs. Over time, however, the grave marker disappeared, and eventually the exact location of the grave was lost. In 1956, the city of Glenwood Springs decided to place a new headstone in the local cemetery for the benefit of visitors. Placing the marker became a matter of local controversy. The city manager, A.E. Axtell, eventually placed the marker, insisting that it was on the site of Doc's grave. Art Kendricks, before he died, took up and showed me the spot he was buried in, Axtell said. Kendricks was mayor of Glenwood years ago and worked as a busboy at the old hotel when Doc stayed there. Another old-time resident of Glenwood Springs, Wayne Burge, a local mortician, said, Doc Holliday is buried in Glenwood Springs, but not on the hill. Burge added, I am aware of his true burial place, but at this time it is a residential area and it would not be feasible to bring it out to the public. And Charlie Hopkins, another old-timer, said flatly, I don't give a damn what any of these politicians say. He's buried right down on that corner, pointing to the corner of 9th and Palmer. That's where he is buried because the guy that was standing at the foot of the grave, George Manley, swore to it. Yet another story said that Doc's coffin washed away from its place in the Linwood Cemetery down a gully and had to be reburied at a different site. The debate over where Doc was buried gained added significance and intensity in 1972 when Susan McKee Thomas, the granddaughter of Doc's uncle William Harrison McKee, initiated an effort to have his body returned to Valdosta. Local authorities in Colorado resisted, and eventually state officials became involved. They made it plain that legal action would be required. Disappointed, Thomas did not pursue the matter further, but the controversy seemed to further exacerbate the question of Doc's burial site. Glenwood Springs leaders could use the argument that they could not return the body because they did not know exactly where it was. They even suggested the possibility of a lawsuit if they moved the wrong body. One of the most persistent stories over the years was that Doc's body had been buried in a holding plot at the foot of the hill because the ground at Linwood Cemetery was frozen. This idea was finally discredited in 2005 because of evidence that in 1887 the town scavenger, Richard Hewson, was employed by the town council to remove bodies from the Old Town Cemetery to Linwood. The very week that Doc died, Hewson was moving bodies from the old cemetery to the new cemetery on the hill. It would be unlikely then that Doc would be buried in a temporary grave. The contemporary sources had it right all along. Another variation on the story was that Doc's body was actually returned to Georgia at some point under instructions from Henry Holliday himself. The cross reported in the box found in Waycross would be explained by such a move. Curiously, Henry Holliday's grave has been lost as well, although the papers reported that he was buried in the cemetery at Valdosta. Bill Dunn, a researcher in Griffin, Georgia, believes that Doc and Henry are buried side by side in unmarked graves in Griffin, in a plot owned by close friends of the Holliday family. So far, no hard evidence has come to light to support such a claim, but the story does prove that legends rarely rest in peace. Bruce Detman, a capable and articulate student of both the Tombstone story and its manifestations in popular culture, coined the phrase the Holliday mystique to explain Doc Holliday's peculiar hold on the popular imagination. While Wyatt Earp's actions at Tombstone raise significant and troubling issues that transcend Tombstone and touch on important questions relating to justice and the law, Detman suggests that Doc Holliday, not Wyatt Earp, explains the ongoing popularity of Tombstone as a subject of interest to movie audiences. He does not diminish Earp's central role in the story, nor does he play down the themes that are rightly at the center. But he hypothesizes that it has been the character of Doc Holliday, with his moral ambivalence and apparent fatalism, that has given the story its powerful appeal. Detman writes that Doc, with his questionable conduct, unlawful behavior, and nasty temperament, became a sounding board against which the ethically chiseled hero could not only showcase his high principles and steady resolve, but often to sometimes seriously question them. Perhaps this is more a commentary on the portrayal of Wyatt Earp in film and fiction than on Doc's essential role, but Doc has consistently been the more compelling figure. This has been so because of the internal battle with which Doc struggled. The way in which he confronts himself, as well as his enemies, is more interesting than the self-confident, self-reliant, self-assured, and often self-righteous figure that Wyatt Earp inevitably presents. Earp's steady, serious, humorless character still wrestles with some of the most fundamental issues raised by the industrialization of America on the Western frontier. And for that reason, his struggle with violence, justice, and law has power and importance. However, it is possible, Detman suggests, that the legend of Wyatt Earp required Doc Holliday. The solitary defender of justice represented by Wyatt Earp was a more popular figure in the first half of the 20th century. It ensured the success of Wyatt Earp, frontier marshal. But in the post-World War II era, with anti-establishment trends, revisionism, and a more general cynicism, and greater attention to self-analysis, the solitary hero seemed naive and self-righteous. Before the end of World War II, Doc Holliday was almost always presented in the familiar B-Western sidekick role. Only in The Arizonian, 1936, Frontier Marshal, 1939, and My Darling Clementine, 1946, did Doc have a more expanded role closer to the legendary fit. Not even the classic Law and Order, 1932, really needed Doc, who bears no resemblance to the historical Doc Holliday. Oddly, one of the most compelling figures based on Doc Holliday was the character Hatfield in John Ford's Stagecoach, 1939, who presented a deadly, polished Southern gentleman gambler in a role with no connection to the Tombstone story save John Wayne's name, Ringo. Beginning with the low-budget Masterson of Kansas, 1954, Doc Holliday routinely stole films from Wyatt Earp, though rarely by design. Kirk Douglas's performance as Doc in Gunfight at the OK Corral, 1956, completely overshadowed Burt Lancaster's puritanical Wyatt Earp. Even in the dark, anti-establishment, anti-war Doc, 1971, Wyatt Earp is a sniveling wimp without Doc, who is hardly admirable himself. In the pedestrian, Wyatt-centered Wyatt Earp, 1994, the most interesting character is Doc Holliday. The most compelling scenes in the movie invariably involve him, and in a script obviously designed to showcase the moody, morose Wyatt Earp, portrayed by Kevin Costner, Dennis Quaid as Doc still has the most memorable lines. In Kevin Jarre's Tombstone, 1993, however, Doc Holliday, as portrayed by Val Kilmer, not only stole the movie from Kurt Russell's Wyatt Earp, but also became a popular culture icon who crystallized the Doc Holliday legend. Cultured, cynical, fatalistic, and sardonic, Kilmer's morally challenged Doc seems resigned to his fate, yet he is drawn to Wyatt because of what he stands for. Doc is debauched, but oddly principled. The ambiguity of his character makes him a more appealing hero for today's world than the vengeful Wyatt Earp, and yet draws him back to the imagery of the good bad man that predominated in accounts of Doc Holliday from the 1880s through Burns and Lake. It is the mystique that makes him so appealing. Detman offers interesting conclusions about the place of Doc Holliday in the Tombstone story. If then, after all these screen incarnations, the legend of Wyatt Earp did require the seeds of the troublesome dentist from Georgia to help harvest and cultivate it, then so did Doc, who probably would have roamed the West until struck down by his disease as one of the West's more minor figures. Need Wyatt's steadiness, patience, tenacity, moral rectitude, and later gift for self-promotion to assure his own Western immortality, fame, and Hollywood screen time. As they say, it was a good fit. Legends are not about life as it actually happened. Rather, they are about what humanity values. Heroes do not always stand up well under the light of history, but they remind human beings of things they need and crave in their own lives. Something deep and empowering that transcends who they actually are. Heroes are inevitably flawed, because it is not their deeds that make them heroes so much as their capacity to act in spite of their flaws. In the legendary interplay of Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday can be seen some of the issues, great and small, that have troubled humankind across the centuries. In their story, in their weaknesses, and in their strengths, generations of people see their own and find instruction and hope for themselves. Epilogue: The Measure of a Legend. That Doc Holliday had his faults, none will attempt to deny, but who among us has not, and who shall be the judge of these things? Glenwood Springs, Ute Chief, November 12, 1887. Lives evolve, experience shapes, and values change. John Henry Holliday was no exception to such laws of human conduct. He was, as all men are, more than the sum of the facts of his life. Were facts the measure, he would have too little to take the measure of him, because even now great gaps exist in the factual base of Doc Holliday's life, and because so many of the facts are themselves in dispute. The legend that grew up around him is partially to blame for the confusion, and yet, without the legend, he might have been forgotten. The legend left him mysterious and compelling, and fixed him in an imagery that, in all its variants, and they are surprisingly few, brooked no room for the transpositions wrought naturally by life's unplanned and unexpected vagaries. Ironically, the facts and the legend cannot be separated successfully without destroying the truth, and those who seek to set the record straight run the risk of distorting reality as surely as those who uncritically accept the legend at face value. Unfortunately, extricating the man from the legend has proven a difficult and even misguided task. It is difficult because so much of his life was lived in relative obscurity, with little opportunity or reason for documentation. It is misguided because for at least part of his life, the legend directly affected who he was. Biographers must trace the evolution of a life through the accumulation of its parts, but ultimately they must take a measure of the whole. In Doc Holliday's case, that cannot be done apart from the legend, because the legend was part of who he was. By the time that Doc Holliday became a widely known public figure, he was already an anachronism. The heyday of the boom camp had passed. His profession as a gambler was even less respectable than it had been. Railroads and the age of exploitation were rapidly putting an end to the frontier age. However, it was then that he became notorious. The historian Richard Wyatt described the decisive allure that men like Doc had for the people of that age. He might well have been describing Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday when he said that people made heroes of strong men who defended themselves, righted their own wrongs, and took vengeance on their enemies despite the corruption of the existing order. Certain manly virtues won admiration even if they were embodied by men of less than noble character, so that a man like Doc had the respect even of many who disapproved his acts. He was measured then not merely by what he had done, but by attributes that he seemed to embody. And it did not matter whether the image was accurate. Men related to him based on what they believed about him, or perhaps even needed from him. His reputation defined him. This was particularly true after Tombstone, so that he had a reputation and a kind of respect in Colorado that he had not known before. Doubtless, the nostalgic orientation of the time helped to fill in the gaps in his life with stories, both real and imagined, that made him more than he actually was. But that could not be blamed on him. That he was a private man did not help. Even his friends, or those who called him friend, were ultimately as befuddled by him as strangers, and those who had reasons to distrust or even to hate him. Even Wyatt Earp never seemed to really know Doc, and when Wyatt wrote about him later, he almost apologized for his friendship, which revealed more about Wyatt Earp's character than about Doc's. Wyatt was always too much concerned about what others thought. Doc never seemed to care. That was, at once, Doc's charm and his most frustrating quality. It was the thing that made men fear him and forced them to admire him. Understanding Doc Holliday begins with his roots. He was a Southern gentleman, not a Southern aristocrat, but a gentleman nonetheless. He was taught manners and values that shaped who he was throughout his lifetime. He learned a code of honor that affected every area of his life. He spoke with that quiet courtesy that transcended class in the South. He was comfortable in the drawing room and on the dance floor. He was garrulous and charming. He valued family and friends. He understood that a man's word was his bond. As he grew, Doc also acquired other manly habits common among Southern men. He learned to use firearms at an early age. Hunting, fishing, and horseback riding were as much a part of his education as reading, writing, arithmetic, and philosophy. The code he lived by taught him to stand up for himself and to defend himself, his family, and his friends from insult or injury. He was prepared to fight to protect his honor. The South of his day was not the Bible Belt, so that in spite of his mother's devoted religious teachings, the young John Henry learned to gamble on cards, dice, horse racing, and cockfights. He learned to drink, he learned to fight, and he explored the mysteries of sex, all of which were regarded as normal in the education of Southern men. His life was also shaped during a troubled time. He was born during the prelude to the Civil War, and he came of age in its aftermath. His life was nurtured on the animosities of that period, which added to his aggressiveness. He also experienced tensions at home. His mother was doting, his father distant. He was spoiled and used to having his way. Southern boys were given considerable freedom, but Doc grew protective of his mother as her health worsened and resentful toward his father. When his mother died, John Henry felt the loss deeper than anyone, and when his father remarried quickly, his resentment became rebellion. Initially, it focused on the issues of his time: Reconstruction and black soldiers and the very idea of occupation. It also flared in his relationships. He kept his anger hidden for the most part, but it was there, and it came into the open in calculating, controlled ways, as exhibited in his remembered confrontation with a schoolmate. He never entirely lost these traits. They likely caused some of his troubles in the West. They showed in his character as he developed. He was loyal to his friends. His friendship with Wyatt Earp was one proof of that, although not the only one. His sense of honor would allow no less than loyalty even when it caused him problems, as in the case of his friendship with William Leonard, the Tombstone stage robber. He also expected loyalty from others, and there were times in his life when he was angered at the betrayal by friends. He was courageous, or a man without fear, not necessarily the same thing. This trait was not mere fatalism. It was not a part of him simply because he was dying. At times, he proved clearly that he wanted to live for as long as he could. No, it was bred into him to stand his ground, and he developed a bull-headed determination not to back away from a fight in the Western environment of gambling halls and saloons, where his reputation often depended on his resolve at the moment of conflict. At times, such as the Joyce incident and Tombstone and the Allen shooting at Leadville, he seemed foolhardy and desperate. But even if an episode ended badly, he did not back away from a fight. To some, he seemed cold-blooded, but he was not a killer. His record never supported the claims of numerous homicides. His apparent willingness to kill was sufficient to build the reputation. Doubtless, he was skilled with firearms. Although he probably was not as proficient as Wyatt Earp claimed, even those who disliked him said that he was noted for his coolness under fire as well as his skill as a dead shot. In the street fight, Doc was cool, controlled, accurate, and deadly. In a few episodes, he seemed amateurish. Perhaps alcohol explained the difference. However, whether deadly accurate or grossly inaccurate, again, he was willing. He did not hesitate. His sense of honor would not allow it. Doc drank too much. That seems clear. Whether his drinking problem developed from a debauched lifestyle, or efforts to forget his lost dreams, or as a treatment for his tuberculosis, is immaterial. How it affected him was always the subject of disagreement. Some claimed that he grew steadier the more he drank, but there were episodes in his life that are explained best as the consequence of too much alcohol. Some said that he was a mean drunk. Others said he became more mellow. He may well have developed a high tolerance for alcohol, although a standard ration of 2 quarts a day is likely a tall tale. Holliday lived in a netherworld. True enough, in the boom camps of the West, gambling and saloon keeping were respectable in the sense that they were essential to the economic and political life of the towns. But contrary to much of the popular literature on the West, the gambler's lifestyle did not enjoy the same level of respectability as other professions. It was, after all, the Victorian era, with all of its moralism and rigid standards of conduct. As the boom camps stabilized into more permanent communities, gambling and saloon keeping were gradually pushed into their own districts, if not eliminated entirely. Doc understood this fact of life and accepted it. By Victorian standards, he was not a good man, but accusations that he was a con man, capper, top and bottom man, or other tin horn are largely the product of rumor mills and reform initiatives that assumed that all gamblers were crooked. Doc fell into the gambler's life easily enough. He was likely introduced to the saloon world in Philadelphia, and he certainly experienced it in Atlanta and places like Lee Smith's various enterprises. It was not uncommon for business and professional men to frequent saloons in those days. He deviated from the path of rectitude in Dallas and gradually cut ties with the life he had known at faro tables, bars, and cribs. Self-pity, disillusionment, and bitterness were the hounds that drove him. And yet, somehow, the values of his youth never allowed him to reach the depravity he might have fallen into. Even his relationship with Kate Elder, while stormy, never became the abusive tryst that was later remembered by those with reasons to portray him as wicked. His biggest battle was always with himself. That was why Maddie Holliday was so important to him. He needed her and what she stood for as anchors. Despite the reminiscences of several who knew Doc, it is hard to find the glib and urbane wag the legend favors in portrayals of him. He could be genial and even funny, but he struggled to maintain a pleasant demeanor, which accounts for the contradictory views of him as sour and friendly. The few interviews that he gave do reveal a wry sense of humor, nor is it surprising, given his condition, that his humor had a sardonic and caustic edge. He was not above spinning a yarn or two, another Southern tradition, for the benefit of the press. Telling a Wendy gave the press what it wanted, but his interviews, and all of them came after Tombstone, make clear that he thought of himself as an honorable man. There is no doubt in my mind that Doc Holliday was loyal to his friends and a dead game sport, whether he was playing poker or pulling the trigger. John P. Clum wrote of Holliday in 1929. I made a stage trip with him once from Tucson to Tombstone. He told me he came to Arizona expecting to die from tuberculosis, and he intimated that this ailment often eliminated the joy of living and the fear of death, and that while he would not deliberately provoke a gunfight, neither would he take the trouble to avoid it, as it might prove the boon that would end it all for him. You can understand that in that frame of mind, he doubtless was a loyal friend and game as a gambler or in a gunfight, but he was not a constructive citizen. Clum's appraisal was a fair one. His recollection provides a plausible explanation for Doc's behavior in Tombstone by a man who disliked Holliday and blamed him for much of the trouble there. Clum was right, too, when he said that Holliday was not a constructive citizen. By almost any standard, he was not a good man. No one understood that better than he. Yet Doc was a man with admirable qualities, and his struggle with ancient core values that he himself questioned made his a tragic life, not merely a wasted one. And this perhaps explains why he remains such a compelling figure. There was an anger, amounting to an essence, in John Henry Holliday, long before the doctor proclaimed him dying from a disease he already knew and understood and detested from experience. Blame it on the absence or distance of his father, the sickness and loss of his mother, the bloody times in which he reached puberty, or hopeless love. Whatever it was there before he ever set foot outside of Georgia for the first time, and it made it unlikely that he could have lived his life peacefully as a partner in a Georgia dental practice, with or without consumption. Robert Alexander Holliday was what he should have been: respectable, successful, and prosperous. Doc could not have been those things. He was consumed by an inner fire that would not let him be. What is most remarkable is the extent to which he kept his anger at bay. It was held in check by a code he could not expunge, no matter how much his cynicism told him that it was false and meaningless, until at last he recovered hope in a bloody exorcism that banished the rage and validated the code. He discovered meaning on the back trails of southeastern Arizona and, ironically, calmed the fury inside him in the violent exigency of vendetta. He found release in the meaning of an experience that restored his desire to live. Afterward, though, he was left with nothing but the emptiness of notoriety, and it drained away the power that had renewed his passion for life, until, at last, he lost the hope he had so recently found. Ironically, at the very moment he recovered the will to live, he lost all the reasons for wanting to live. Other men found in the image of him the very thing that he himself could not find. The legend failed only the man behind the legend. This piecemeal and incomplete portrait does suggest several critical things about Doc Holliday. He was not a robber. Efforts to link him to the Benson stage robbery and the murder of Bud Philpott were always strained, simply because these acts were so inconsistent with the rest of his life. Moreover, he would not have done such a thing because it would have jeopardized his friendship with Wyatt Earp. Doc's anger with Ike Clanton was due as much to Ike's willingness to betray his friends as to Ike's allegations against him and Wyatt. Similarly, his respect for Wyatt and his position in the community were enough to have prevented him from firing the first shot in the street fight. Once his friendship with Wyatt was sealed in Tombstone, and that likely came later than generally supposed, Doc honored it. That did not mean that he was Wyatt Earp's lapdog, however. Wyatt did watch over him, but Doc had a mind of his own and went his own way most of the time. He was Wyatt's business partner in Tombstone. He respected Earp's position, and after the Joyce fiasco, he tried to stay clear of trouble. He stood with his friend in the street fight, and he was loyal to Wyatt during the vendetta. Even Kate's bitterness over Wyatt's hold on Doc may well have had more to do with some previous animosity toward Wyatt than Doc's infatuation with Earp. During the Tombstone years, Holliday clearly moved about freely, in and out of Tombstone, following gambling opportunities, and once the vendetta posse was out of Arizona and Wyatt did not need him anymore, he once again went his own way. Still, enough mystery, uncertainty, and controversy encompassed John Henry Holliday's life that it would be foolhardy to claim that any statement about him is definitive. He was a complicated, troubled man living in a difficult time, involved in events that were even then controversial. His life was eventually further obscured by his own notoriety long before he took the stage to Glenwood Springs and the end of the trail. He left impressions more than evidence. Arguably, his story was not significant historically, but it was the stuff of high drama that continues to make him irresistible to novelists, screenwriters, and historians. After all this time, nobody has truly dropped the loop on John Henry Holliday. Perhaps it is fitting that Blackjack, one of the characters of Alfred Henry Lewis, that spinner of tales from Doc's own time, should have the last word. Reflecting on Doc Holliday's life to Mr. Masterson over a drink following Doc's funeral, Blackjack declared, "We'll surely miss him from our midst. And when I think on his career, sorta run over it hitting the high places, I'm here to observe that Mr. Holliday was the vividest invalid and the busiest, bar none, with which I ever crossed up. He certainly was an indefatigable sick man, and that goes as it lays." It is hard to argue with that.